In here yapping. Hi, Millie Rock. Hi, Charlene. And then people are gonna ask questions, so then we'll end up talking about that. Hi, Portia. Sunsetty. It was pretty good. It was pretty good. I noticed that the energy was calm, bruv.
Calm.
Hi, Kay. Hi, Internet. Hi, Heart. It was calm, bruv, which is what it should be. You know what I'm saying? Hi, motivational healing. Hi, my love. Y'all. But I thought it was pretty good. Are you already recording?
Yeah.
Okay. Hi, you're happy tonight, Kay? Tell me why you're happy tonight. Millie Rock, you know what? I'm nervous. I canceled Peacock and my heart's kind of broken for Casey and Sierra. It's almost 5 a.m. Aftersun was boring because retired his lawyer. Thank you, Sunsetty. Oh no, motivational healing. I know. And who was it? Somebody posted, I watched a video and they were like, it doesn't matter how much data you get. It doesn't matter how logical you, it doesn't matter. People that feel how they feel are just going to feel how they feel, and you just need to let them. Lindsay, I was on live last night. I was on live super fucking late. Listen, it might have been Mimi. It might have been. I don't remember who said it. I just, I be scrolling and liking. Is this rude? I think they're just not that smart. I think they're not that smart. Hi, Windfloor. You know what, Sunsetty? I don't disagree. But you know what, Danielle? It's actually, it's like beyond ignorance, because then you'll give them the data. No, not Sierra and Teppy, just like people. You'll give them the data and then they'll be like, la, 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 la. They're Kada. They're Kada. Like, la, 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 la. No, I don't want to hear. You know what? This is what they need. Thank you for mentioning my friend. Sambia, because what they need is to fucking turn on Sesame Street, baby. Tap the fuck in. Okay? Tap in. I'm sorry, girl. Oh, I just have a ring light. I'm on my regular phone. I'm on a Samsung. What is my phone?
S24 Ultra.
I have an S24 Ultra. I don't buy my phones, guys. I know it is very annoying. You know what? Want to be well. Period. Act like Dallas Cowboy fans. They're like, I can't see it. No, still the best team. You know what? I can't say nothing because, my family are Raider fans. Even though, we had a little slight, we got a little bit better for a period, but.
What period?
Shut up. Nobody asked you. Anyway. But we're also Laker fans, okay? So y'all know LA born and raised. You gotta root for the home team. And yes, they moved back up to, it doesn't matter. They were the home team at one point, and so they the home team. I'm sorry. Sorry. Not sorry. I'm not moving for the Rams, baby. Okay, enough. Let's talk about Aftersun. Gigi, I don't disagree with you. The fact that they had a very different energy. There was a very different energy. Period, Nikki. There was a very different energy in the last Aftersun from the host. And it's like they almost wanted to go there, but didn't. Which good. They should not actually. But then the fact that they tried to edify, that I think that's what rubbed me wrong. I'm sure that they probably were nervous, right, Evie? Because in Aftersun is different these days. I've been on live. I've been in the comments. I see potentially, right? Potentially they've seen what what Teppy and what's the other girl, Sierra, had to say about them. They've seen it potentially, right? And so now you don't know what energy Casey and Sierra is coming in here with, because they get their phones back now. It's not the same. You know what I thought was really interesting? Shout out my girl TT for always keeping it a bean. Are you going to stay friends with everybody after the... No. No. I'm not. That sent me. I said, yes, girl. The realist. Okay. The realist. But you know what? I loved watching TT and KC's moment in the hotel room. Them being able to talk about the experience of being Black and being from South Central LA, and how they know that they're perceived, right? Which they're fucking right, because what have y'all been doing and saying about his mama? Not y'all. What have y'all been doing and saying about his mama? She just got her passport. They're broke. Y'all have been very fucking classist. Very classist. They're not wrong. I think that K Boogie, they were talking about KC's mother, because she had just gotten her passport to come to the villa. I can't remember. That's so funny, right? Come to the villa for family day. Y'all have been very classist, and let's keep it a buck. They were on the island too. Listen, I know y'all love that speech from Melanie, but I heard her say you shouldn't be building that nigga. You don't want to build a nigga. Which means y'all had already been having them conversations already. It is what it is. I'm not shocked by it. I said that early days, right? And she sure did. Angelique, you know what? Because they always feel like I'm just one good idea. I'm just one fucking job away from being in the... No, you're not, baby. Do you know how wealth works? Do you know how capitalism works? You're not one good idea away from being... You're not, baby. I'm sorry to have to be the person to tell you that, but it's the truth. You know what, Lauren? Chirp, chirp, baby. Can I be a flamingo? Can we pick the birds we are tonight, guys? That would be fun. I want to be a flamingo because I like pink. Ooh, you're an ego. Bye, Jules. Ooh, you're going to be a peacock. Okay. Period. Yes, Naja. Ooh, Cameron, you know what? I'm not even mad about that. Okay, you'll be a raven. Okay, cute. Ostrich. That's a good one. Albatross. I don't know what that is, Gigi. You're gonna have to put a picture up when you come up here. Oh, y'all going deep. Okay, y'all going deep into the bird. The bird. I love it. Like, I don't give a fuck. Honestly, I don't care. I feel like people that use that, no, Giselle, we're getting ready to talk about it right now. I feel like people that are using that insult are like literally just not smart. No shade. You know what I'm saying? No shade. Listen, Cameron, caw, okay? Caw. Because what the fuck? I don't care. I feel like y'all are just dumb. And I'm not trying to be, no, maybe I am being an asshole, but it's like, copy, it is misogynistic. Star's Journey, not that long. Oh, thank you, Star's Journey. Like, you don't, You don't really know what that means. And I made a whole video about it today, but basically you all are so underdeveloped in your actual feminism and your womanism and your womanhood that you are centering still your entire way that you show up around a fucking man. That's not weird to you? Thank you. Lindsay, exactly. Like, can we make it make sense? It doesn't make sense. And you know what? I made a graphic today. Let me make it my background real quick. Because I'm getting ready to make a video. Do we notice any patterns? Do we see any trends? I'm curious. So anyway, I've been talking about this shit all season. I'm not going to come up off of it. Correct. And that's sad, Anna, because he should be acting like he is. No. Please. Zach is only 26. Stop it. Yes, both Carl and Bryce have had a birthday since they've been on the island. Carl's birthday, I think, was yesterday. So he's 29 now. Stop. Okay, you know what? You're right, because we were just on live for fucking ever. Oh, thank you. I'm a bird. Period. Caca. I'm sorry. Is today not the 11th, y'all? I don't know what today is. It's Saturday. That's all I know. 11th. It's the 11th. Yeah. Oh, shit. Okay. But I just, it's very clear. It's very clear and it's very obvious to me. And that's whatever. That's whatever, you know what I'm saying? But I do think that y'all, the public should be a little bit more cognizant as to the messaging that you're receiving this year around lots of things. Even Kenzie, bless her heart, getting on Aftersun tonight and talk about how she, wakes up every morning, she prays, she reads her Bible, and then she does the splits. Kenzie, please. Girl, I can't. Oh my God. Listen, Majestic Babe, I was like, so what I've been saying, what I've been telling the people is now being confirmed by the Islanders, right? I mean, Kenzie alluded to it as well. He said there are all these unwritten rules in the villa about how you're supposed to act. Listen, it's obvious if you choose to pay attention. And they talked about the heat that they got in the villa, but you see how they hurried up and tried to out the way. Not a single fucking soul. You see how they tried to hurry up and move them along. Y'all saw that? I actually do think it's something wrong with it. You know why I think it's something wrong with it, Copy? Because that motherfucker started the season talking about, I don't want to steal her youth. And now he's French frying her and helping her to see things differently. Impressing upon her mind different thoughts. If you didn't want to steal her youth, you should have dumped yourself from the fucking island. You actually did not give a fuck. Not enough to actually stand on what you claimed were your values and morals. And exactly, Gigi. And the only other person he ever even attempted to pursue was the other 22-year-old and the 21-year-old in Casa. Are you okay? Because you started the season talking about not wanting to steal their youth, and how you understand 22 to 26 is when they're really coming into themselves and learning themselves. Oh. And so you're trying to help them learn themselves? You're trying to help them develop their identity? Interesting. Bryce is the person that said this. They had the same age gap, but were they prefrontal cortex? How old were your parents when they got married? And I'm not trying to be shady at all. And a lot of people grow up to realize that actually their mothers were groomed. Not that I'm saying that's what happened, but I am curious how old your parents were when they got married. And also what decade they were in. Lizelle, it can't always be, listen, some people's daddies are the uncle. I'm just, some people's dads are the uncle. And y'all know what I'm talking about if you black. If you're not, it's the creepy uncle that you don't want to be left with. Maybe that's in other cultures too. I just definitely know it's in mine. Y'all are, I'm sorry, it's so fast. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Mm-mm-mm. It absolutely is. Nobody's saying that he's a PDF copy. What we're saying is, copy, are you new here? What we're saying is that just because an age gap has happened and that is normalized in our family. There was actually a girl on here telling the story about her mom and her dad and how she became a grown woman and realized that her mom had been groomed by her dad. But her parents had been together for like 30 years or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Danielle, that's fair. Okay, it is some of y'all in the comments. You're not wrong. Definitely do it, Cameron. I'm gonna open up a panel. Right? She like grew up and was like, what the fuck? Mom was a teenager. Like, what were you doing? But they had been together for, of course they had a lasting relationship. He told her who she was. He shaped and molded her into exactly the woman that he wanted her to be. Of course it worked out. And most of those women end up being stay-at-home wives. You know why? Because if you go to college and you learn something, you get your degree and think you know everything now. Then you start being like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. You start realizing some shit. You start realizing some stuff. Millie Rock. I want to just normalize, because I know that there are people that are gonna listen. I know that Coffee's probably not the only person in here who either has been in an age gap relationship, knows someone in an age gap relationship. To be clear, oh, Cameron, thank you. We're always talking about systems in here, not just your individual person that you know. You know what I'm saying? We're always talking about systems. And the reality is, even if the person you know is an exception, that doesn't change the function of the system. Right? Correct, Lizelle. Lacey Gardner. Oh, I hate that movie, but that line is hilarious. Lizelle, that's exactly the point, right? I say all the time, I actually don't care if the age gaps are in certain parts. In certain areas, I actually don't give a fuck, right? But it's when they're in certain places that there's a power dynamic now at play. And that is what is dangerous, right? Because you are young and impressionable. It's just the truth. Hi, I teach my love. Thank you, thank you. Are you still out with your family? I got a phone call. I got a text. Hi, Bad. So it's like that's the only thing. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like you all have watched that this season too, right? So this is not me hypothesizing. You literally, period, teach. You literally watched Kata have a thought, have an opinion, have a feeling, and then Zach talk her right back out of it and her go, oh, okay. She went from being excited that he said that they were closed off to her telling people, no, we're open. We're very open. That's not where you were. You were disappointed when he tried to walk it back. But then he gave you enough word salad where you changed your mind. That's that young and impressionable shit we be talking about, right? Rather than her being like, well, why would you say it if you didn't mean it? You know? Or pressing him about, well, I actually don't want to explore, even though I think they should have been. That's not the point. The point was she felt a way about it. Why didn't she stand on that? Because she doesn't have the same fortitude she would have if she was a 26-year-old. She can't go with him in the same way. You know what I'm saying? No, I don't think that Bryce and Zach are gay. I also don't feel like that's any of my fucking business, to be perfectly honest. I don't like the speculation about people's sexuality, y'all. Not that I'm trying to get on you, but I personally don't like that. I didn't even really fuck with Gabe like that. Yeah, that girl Nia did. I didn't even fuck like with Gabe like that early days, and like I'm not necessarily a fan, but when that one guy came out being like, oh, we slept together, I was like, that's fucking weird, actually. Why the fuck would you do that? That's weird. I mean, and if we're talking about Zach and Bryce, if you watched Aftersun, you also saw the clip of Casey reading the thing, and Sincere was stroking the back of Bryce's neck. He was, you know, I can't do it. He was stroking his neck too. So why y'all not asking about, you know, Sincere? Because y'all think Sincere fine. Y'all got to stop letting the light brights fool you. I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. You can think he's fine. Okay. Appreciate it. Again, okay, I'm going to run through real quick and then I'm going to bring y'all up. I appreciated Kenzie and Dylan. Kenzie and Dylan are broken up. I know what they said. And I also watched Kenzie be like, oh, so we are, which means last night you weren't, but now the cameras are here. And so you are exclusive, boy. You are playing. She was like, oh, so we are exclusive. He's like, yeah. Well, of course they are, Jopo. The same way Iris and, what's that boy's name? TJ be doing it, right? A couple content coming out it's coming out, baby. They overly played, Lizelle. They overly played. I honestly thought that they was about to get in there. I thought they was about to get in there and tell us that, you know, they had slept in separate rooms. Ebony, come on. And him being like, he said, listen, I need you to clock it. I don't know if y'all watch Aftersun, okay? But I don't dislike Kenzie. I don't feel no big ways about really nobody this season, but I don't want her to be with a man that don't want to be with her. Like, that's what the fuck? I'm not begging for no man's attention. The fuck? But like, okay, so when they were in the hotel room and they were interviewing them and they're like, oh yeah, so like, did y'all sleep in the same room last night? Like, first of all, why'd they ask them that? They didn't ask Corbin and Parmita that. They didn't ask fucking Casey and Titi that. So they've been seeing shit that we ain't seeing. I'm sorry. I'm convinced, right? And then he was like, or they were like, oh, so, you know, like, what's going on with y'all basically? And Kenzie was like, well, I do want us to be something more than being, just whatever we were in the villa when we leave here, and talking about wanting to be exclusive. Go ahead and take a tap break, y'all. You're at 30K. Take a tap break. I want us to be something more like I would like to be exclusive. This is what she says, right? He's like, well, he's kind of dancing around, and he's like, well, I mean, we are exclusive. And then she's like, oh, we are? And he's like, yeah, and then she gets on the phone with her dad, and he's like, oh, you're situationist. She's like, Dad, situationship. He's like, oh yeah, you're situationship. And then she's like, no, Dad, we're exclusive. But then when they got to Aftersun, he was like, well, I mean, we have to see, like, we don't even live in the same city right now. So what is it, Dylan? What is it? What is it? You're overly playing right now. Just tell that girl that you don't want to lock in. Just tell her that. It's okay. Damn, y'all was together for like a week. It's okay. It's okay. I promise it's okay. But don't tell her something about the seriousness of the relationship if you're not sure that that's really how you feel. That's a little bit you doing too much. You ain't, just say, hey, we're still fresh. We're still fresh. I want us to date. I want us to see how it goes when we leave here. Right. But he's like, yeah, I'm definitely going to be, asking her when we leave the villa. And then he's like, well, I don't know. We don't even live in the same city. Oh, okay, Dylan. And the fact that Millie Rock, Kenzie wants to be, okay, and I'm about to be shady. Just a second. I'm going to be, I'm lying. It's probably going to be all through the live, y'all. I'm not going to lie to you like that. Kenzie wants to be exclusive because she's seen that goddamn commentary about her ass online. And what do I tell y'all about the way that womanhood works? And Kenzie got on Aftersun and told us that she be waking up in the morning, reading her Bible and praying. She wants us to know she's a pure virginal woman. You know what I'm saying? That's why she told her that, Dad, I'm not a sex demon or a smex demon, right? She seen that commentary. She heard what her dad had to say. He said, you were basically just a girl that did the splits and talked about smex the whole time. First of all, Dad, chill the fuck out. Because who you feeling like? Don't be smex shaming your child. Okay? That was judgy, Dad. Okay? And so what that then tells us though, right, is that how she moved in the villa is probably, yes, Lauren, it was on Aftersun. How she moved in the villa is not indicative of how they want her to be perceived, and obviously not how she wants herself to be perceived, right? So of course she wants to be exclusive before leaving, because that adds validity to it. Oh, well, it's my boyfriend though. So like, it's not that. Right? The exclusivity is about trying to clean up the image. And I honestly feel like, who gives a fuck, right? But I understand that those are deeply entrenched belief systems that like 6 weeks is not going to change. Hey, smart bitch too. Okay. That's enough about Kenzie and Dylan. Dylan, I'm not moved. He is, child. He playing. He is definitely a faker, Mac. He is a paid actor on the show. And then her being like, watching him cry, that just turned me on. Kenzie, I saw your face when that man cried. Do I need to pull up the scene for you, Kenzie? That man was crying in her arms, and she was like, girl, that shit didn't turn you on. Watching it back did not fucking turn you on because you was not turned on in that moment. Stop lying. Okay? You try to clean up that damn image, girl. Who gives a fuck what we think? Come out here and get your brand deals, girl. Who gives a fuck what we think? Girl, lean into the clam slam, okay? Start a goddamn, panty line or something. I don't know shit. But lean into it. Get a deal with what is it? Joe's Crab Shack or some shit. I don't know. Get a deal with a seafood restaurant. Have a picture of you with some clams and a goddamn split. Lean into the shit. But try to pretend for us like you are a good, wholesome Christian woman. Girl, who gives a fuck what we think? Girl, live your best life. You know, she had the summer of her life. You know what I'm saying? Period, Care Bear. Listen, exactly. There are whole fucking programs that people, not juicy crawfish. There are whole programs that people do to stretch you out so that you can get into your splits. Girl, if you don't go ahead and just lean all into that shit. Listen, MK, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, right? Okay, that's enough about Kenzie and Dylan for real. Corbin and Parmita. He really likes that girl for real. He really likes her. And she's very attracted to him, but she's scared to lean into any sort of trust with him. And they should, Lacey. Because when they was at the end, I don't know who watched Aftersun, but at the end of Aftersun, she's like turned, her head is like turned, and he's like fixing her, you know, hair. He's not even paying attention to what everybody else got the fuck going on. He's like, you know, fixing her hair, like making sure it's laid right. Like he like that girl for real. He like her for real. Now he went to the bathroom to go. Y'all, he low-key seemed like his feelings was hurt when he found out that we think he's a fuckboy. Hi, Priestess. Hi, dark skin. His feelings was low-key hurt. I don't know why. He know what's up. Her mama was real quiet. Her mama was real quiet on that family call. I was like, oh, Lord, I don't know if they like this man. I don't know if they like this man. But that's okay. They don't fucking know him. Corbin. Corbin really likes Parmita for real. Period, V. Period. Oh, you know what? That's a good point. Kiki, you know, I still want to know why she had her 26-year-old ass in a 21-year-old man's DMs. But, you know, he seems to really like her, and I hope they have great, hot, robotic smecks. Good for them. I just want to know what she has in common with a 22-year-old. I'm just, you know. Lacey, no, for real. She was like, I've done the rosters. I've done everything. I want you now. Like, girl, I don't know if you know how that sounds for real. I've been with everybody. Like, girl, that don't make me feel better. For real. But I appreciated Corbin being like, yeah, I don't care. Like, I need to actually see what you do in the real world. Like, I'm not moving for that, you know? I thought that was actually pretty responsible. You know what I'm saying? I thought it was cute that he knew she played the piano. I didn't know why he kept saying pianos, plural, but, you know, I'm going to get to hear her do the pianos, like, play the piano. Corbin, what's happening right now? Did y'all link up with the local, you know, what's happening right now? He said he was on 99%. I think he lied to me. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay. He really likes her. She is definitely very attracted to him. She apparently wanted to jump his bones as many times as she could, and he was like, girl, I want to go to bed. Let me find out Corbin or Grandpa. Okay, too soon. But I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying? Like, that was funny to me. That she was like, yeah, I wanted to keep going. I don't care what time it is. But I thought it was really cutesy that Corbin got to find out that we was calling him AI. I wonder if he started wondering why they were calling him AI on the villa. They were literally calling him the same shit that we've been calling him, right? And Blue talked about it in her live. She actually played a video of someone that basically said Trinity basically revealed that production be showing them shit. Because Trinity, how did you know? She was in her confessional talking about how they was going to be hitting the Michael Jackson pose like Anaya did in the photo booth. And it was like, how did you know that? Because Anaya was by herself. How could you have known that? Where did that information come from? It's getting weird out here. So yeah. Okay. I don't think so, V. Because I think if they had caught her in the pose, that was such a tender moment, intimate moment. I would hope that she wouldn't have made fun of it. But I mean, maybe she would, Chad. I don't fucking know. They did not talk about the grandma comment. They talked about he did a great job, in my opinion, talking about his connection with Anaya. I thought he did a very good job talking about his connection with Anaya. He addressed, like, you know, she needed a lot of reassurance, you know? He was like, and I was giving it to her every day in and day out. He was like, he didn't say it was exhausting, but he essentially said like it was tiring, right? It's fatiguing. He did say that she's very fragile, you know? He said, and I did tell her that I wanted to explore multiple times. She did not take it well when I would say those things to her. So I wonder about the times we did not see, right? And then he said, what I had with Anaya was good. It just wasn't natural. Like it took work to get there. I mean, Ebony, she gave us the church cry out. She was Koji crying. I'm sorry. I'm just like, can y'all be for real? Her mother said, when did you get so emotional? Her mother is also watching her act in a way that feels abnormal to her. Now I have thoughts about that, but and y'all only feel a way about him saying she's fragile because you perceive that as negative. He didn't say she's weak. He says she's fragile. Fragility means that you need to be handled with care. Why do you see that as negative? Like literally words have definitions. Just look them up, babe. Stop being offended. Look them up. He did talk about how he, you know, over time, because they asked him about the door. I think they thought they were going to get an answer that I don't think is actually true to his experience. So he didn't give them, I think, what they wanted about it. But he did talk about how, you know, he wasn't able to express himself. He didn't feel heard in his dynamic, you know? And so over time, not being able to make any space for your emotions, feeling like your emotions were on the back burner. And it sounded like he was getting that from not just Anaya in the villa, that people, because he was like, you know, everybody telling me like I'm doing all this and they're basically saying that like I need to do more. Like, what else am I supposed to do? And he actually did ask Anaya that up in Soul Ties that time. They've had the first conversation. He's like, I don't know, like what else it is that you need me to do, you know? And he said that inability to feel, like not feeling heard, not feeling like he could express himself, feeling like his feelings were on the back burner, definitely led to feelings of resentment. And he did say that like he also did not honor himself by being honest with himself fully and being transparent? Straightforward with her. I think he also told us tonight a lot of the reason why that might have felt hard, but I've talked about that with you all before. I talked to you about how it's not, like, okay, I'm actually going to use myself and other creators as an example. I don't know if my mutuals are in here right now, but I have mutuals that we don't agree about things this season. They felt a way about Casey. They felt a way about Casey, right? And they went into spaces and, okay, let me back it up. I had mutuals that felt a way about KC. We did not align this season. I had some mutuals that still stayed my mutual, even though we did not align. Cause like, I can have an opinion that's different than yours, whatever. You know what I'm saying? I had some mutuals that made it their business to try to like malign me publicly because of it, right? Blocked me and then like made a space, right? To do that. I teach. I can't wait for you to get up here and tell it, girl. And so I had a mutual. I got sent like a almost 40-minute recording of one of my mutuals in a live with one of my former mutuals. And as my mutual was trying to get clarity about me and trying to speak to like their experience of me and not being sure about what was going on and not understanding, they got talked down so bad that they had to shut the fuck up. The way that they got talked to was so crazy, they just had to stop talking. And the reality is that when people have been on my panel and we don't disagree, I don't do you like that. Now, if you say something a little bit too stupid, you say something anti-black, whatever, yeah, I'm not going to fuck with it. You know what I'm saying? But you looking for clarity, you disagreeing with me is not going to make me treat you like I need to like degrade you or like do like this to you, which is what was happening in that live. Your nervous system is not regulated enough in that space where you feel like you can really say what you want to say. Right? So if you don't create an environment, it's like I've talked about this even in the parent context. If you don't make a space for your kids to be honest with you because they know that it's safe, they're never going to be honest with you. They're never going to be honest with you, no matter how much they love you, right? And so they're going to give you half truths. Y'all probably did it with y'all's parents. Matter of fact, think back to your own shit. Think back to your own shit. You probably told your mama, yeah, I'm going to, Susan's house, but you didn't tell her that when y'all get there, y'all planning to leave to go to the skating rink to meet up, with y'all homies and shit. You didn't tell that part. You just said you was going to Susan's house, right? You told a part of the story because you knew your mama was going to get the fucking tripping if you told her the other part, right? So why did y'all think that KC was supposed to push past all of that tension and anxiety? Period, Evie. I used to be telling Chris about the 7 to 7s, girl. He was supposed to push past all that anxiety and trust this person he met 10 days ago enough to do that. I mean, and y'all don't do it with your mama? Y'all don't do it with your fucking friends? Y'all don't do it with your fucking loved one? Like, I just be wanting y'all to be for real sometimes. You know what I'm saying? I think that he did the best he knew how to do as a 23-year-old. And I appreciate him being able to reflect and saying, I would probably do it a little bit differently next time. Because that's what you're supposed to do as a grown-up. Be able to actually look in the mirror and see yourself and grow. Friday, I appreciate you saying that. I do think I am emotional as well. But KC is the only person, he's the only person that I ever saw on that island actually be introspective. Let me think about not thinking about somebody. No. There's nobody else that I've seen be introspective. I've seen people look back at their behavior, but then what they did was they made an effort to have the behavior either excused or to move away from it. But they didn't look at the behavior and then go, oh, what do I need to then resolve and maybe grow around or develop? Like, that's not what happened. Yeah, I haven't seen that with anybody.
Oh, we got ice cream and cookies.
We do.
Tough choice. You want some?
Okay, yeah. Do I?
Not right now.
Mm-mm. Share your voice. You know, I think people get to feel however they want to feel. I think that she can feel disrespected by his behaviors. Psych, when was she introspective? Tell me the moment where she looked at her behavior and then said, I need to change something about me. I did something that I need to now adjust my behavior around. Because I feel like I know the example you're going to tell me, and I'm going to tell you why that's not that. But please tell me the time. I think that she's allowed to feel disrespected. I honor that. That is how she felt about it. That is how she felt about it. You know what I'm saying? And he was able to look at it and say, he can see how it would feel. Like he also can understand why that would feel disrespectful. To be perfectly honest, being hurtful and being disrespectful are not the same thing. He never demeaned Anaya. He never talked down about Anaya. He never said Anaya ain't shit. I ain't thinking about her. He didn't say, I forgot what her face looks like in a bad way. He didn't say none of that about her. What he said was, she's a question mark. And what he said was, we don't have anything in common. And I think that we just need to remember that words actually do have definition. Well, Coffee, what did you notice about those apologies? I only heard one person leave movie night. One person left movie night and said, that was terrible. I didn't feel good about that because I'm looking at myself and I don't like that because that's me. And I don't like that. I don't want to be that person. Only one person did that after movie night. Everybody else tried to excuse away the experience as a blip, as a one-off. That's not me. Yeah, it is. It showed up. That is you. You might be embarrassed by it, but it is you. And that's okay. Stop denying yourself. Then you don't make any room for you to actually grow. Right. That's an old clip KC's talking about. That was last week, bro. When did he say that? When did he say that, Copy? When did he say that? Exactly, Bedonk. Aftersun, Copy. Talking about what? What was he saying? That's not me. What was he talking about in that moment? Was he talking about himself on the show or people's discourse about him on the show? What was he talking about? No, she's talking about KC. It is fair for him to say that the discourse is not representative of who he is. But you watch that man the entire time he was on that island take accountability. You didn't see anybody else do it like that. You just did it. And I want people to be honest about that, whatever we feel about him. Okay, let me shut up and let y'all come up. I'm sorry. I've been yapping.
I think it is right here.
All right, y'all. Love y'all. Bye.
Hello.
Hold on, y'all.
Okay.
I can answer that question for Coffee because I'm literally replaying it now. What you're referring to when he says it's not me is when they asked him if there was something that he wants to rectify. And he said it's the perception around him. That's not me. That's what he says when he says that that's not me. People have a tendency, and I've watched it throughout the season, to take his words out of context because you have a visceral reaction to a default setting of not wanting to believe him for whatever reason. That is what he said. I really get tired. And this is why I get so irritated about the Anaya discourse. And y'all aren't making the correlation that's why Anaya is getting the hate that she is. Y'all are so busy dehumanizing his feelings and taking his words out of context. You don't realize that you prop Anaya up for the extremist on the other side to give her hate because you feel like the only way to defend Anaya is to dehumanize KC. Y'all have got to stop doing that.
So to the person asking ZZ Lita what perception, he did not know he was on the couch, though. They got their phones back, babe. They went on social media. Did you watch Aftersun?
I haven't watched Aftersun, but I do know Casey isn't saying just awful stuff and then being like, but I'm joking, but I'm joking. Oh my God, I'm just kidding. So, I mean, let's be for real, right? On a person who saw themselves, and you ever have a moment where you're like, oof, not it. And that's not me. I don't like that.
Zizi,
My bad.
she's watching it back in real time, friend. It's in 4K. Go watch it again, babe.
Like, I'm literally watching it. If you go to the timestamp of 47 minutes and 16 seconds, you will see when they ask him, is there anything you want to clear up? And then he talks about, and this is after they show you the clips of him and Titi going through their phones and their social media and all the buzz that is around them. So if you watch it, and I just gave you the timestamp, you will see what it is. And again, because you are so busy trying to prop up Anaya, you are trying to tear this man down and make him a villain. You don't have to do that. If you don't like him, that's perfectly fine, right? But you don't realize what I have been saying for fucking Tina. How much I've been deading this horse. This horse is a zombie at this point.
All season.
I've been beating this horse from the fucking beginning. That people from the jump to be able to prop this girl up have been trying to tear this man down. And that's why y'all got ESPN, got TikToks 10 minutes long talking about, oh, Anaya, KC, dump Anaya because you deserve better, man. Like, people have been doing this. And if you're not trying to prop somebody else or trying to drag him down, then stop trying to misuse his words. If you see that it's there.
ZZ Lita, when did he say that on the actual show while he was in the villa? I would like you to tell me when. Go ahead, Gigi. I'm sorry.
No, it's like y'all really just be reaching and y'all don't stretch. You're gonna pull a muscle. You're gonna pull a muscle. Cause y'all reach and you don't fucking stretch. Like, I promise you. No, I'm not saying ESPN is just that's that dumb shit. That's why I be blocking people, because that's that dumb shit. What I'm saying is, if you don't realize how your actions create reactions, because in order to prop one person up, you are tearing the other person down and you create another extremist fan base. That's what happened to Anaya. I hate the hate that she got. It was absolutely unwarranted. A whole lot, right? And from the beginning, I get frustrated because it's like I'm talking to a wall and you miss the point like a lip dick to the forehead. Like, I don't understand how you miss the point, right? From the beginning, I have been saying that a lot of people have come from the space of, in order to prop up Anaya, Casey has to be the villain in her story. Unfortunately, what has happened is this has created a maelstrom of vitriol for Anaya because people have centered Casey's experience around Anaya's feelings. And that's not fair to either of them. There are two individuals that came into this experience. And that's the problem. They inflame everything, creating problems on both sides. Exactly. They did the same thing with Tierra. And when you don't look at it that way and go, hey, these are two individuals, we need to separate their experiences. They do have things that overlap. That's how you create this. That girl did not deserve a lot of the vitriol that she got. She did not deserve a lot of the vitriol that she got. And I hate that she went through it. And you know why it was wrapped up that way? Because a lot of people reduced Casey's experience to catering to Anaya's feelings. And that's what happened. They didn't go to Temptation Island. They didn't go to the island as a couple in a relationship that went to go test their connection. They went in as two individuals to have this experience. But that's not how Casey got treated. That is not how Casey got treated. And that's not fair. That's what y'all have to separate. And then people take that and take his words, they put it out of context, they put it out of alignment and do all these things to continue to perpetuate that vilification of that man. That is not okay. That is not okay. That's why so many people came for him.
I'm going to give y'all a tap go because Nikkei is right. I gave y'all a tap break. Let's go ahead and do in 3 minutes, get to 75K. We're being aggressive. And to validate what Gigi said even further, KC also said that this was basically his experience in the villa as well. So not even just from the public, but this was also his experience in the villa. He said it on Aftersun tonight. He said it nicer than that, but that's what he essentially said. Okay, go ahead. I teach you
Y'all
about
voted
to.
people off.
Girl, y'all want me to talk about, because I didn't see After Sun. So y'all want me to talk about that, or you want me to
Girl,
talk about that live I
we
went
know why
across?
you here. Let's go.
Oh,
We're
okay,
gonna
because
talk about
I came to
that
tell. I
live.
came to tell.
Teach, go ahead. I already wrote it into the lesson plan. Go ahead, Teach.
I came to tell. So listen, I'm just scrolling on TikTok. I'm driving. I'm scrolling on TikTok, and I just came across that lady live. I never been in her shit ever before, but some just told my ass, "You stay right here and see what this lady talking about." And it was nobody else up there on the panel. She was just talking. She was going off, and she was saying, "Well, she said that I called her a colorist," and I said that I didn't call her a colorist. I said some of her rhetoric could be perceived as colorist. So I said, some just said, stay right the fuck here because she gonna tell you it ain't. So when she said her therapy background, I said, oh, because I came and I said, wait, who we talking about? She never said a name. So when she said her therapy background, I said, oh, you talking about Tina? She said, yeah, I teach. That's what I'm talking about. I said, oh, bitch, I refuse to stay up in here and listen to any Tina slander. I am not. I'm not doing it. And I left the fuck up out of there, and I couldn't get Gigi on the phone fast enough. I called everybody in my Rolodex who I know from this here TikTok to say, give me Gigi number now. And I just said, fuck it, I'm going to direct message her. Why do that lady got y'all name in her mouth? Like, why?
I'm
Why
gonna
do
tell you why,
I just be
Teach. I'm gonna tell you
why,
why. Because
why
Tina's
do I
name
just
is the
be
biggest dick she will ever have in her mouth, and that is why.
listen, why do I always just be scrolling and I just run across these people? They be talking about y'all bad like this. What y'all do to these folk?
Child, nothing. Except call her out directly because the reality is, and I'm not gonna spend too much time on it, y'all, because I'm not giving color
Yeah.
content too much time. But I will say, when I got the what 20-minute fucking recording, I heard what you said. I'm not confused about what you said. I know what you said, and I think it's some punk bitch shit that you blocked me before you said it.
And she called you racially ambiguous. I
That's
said, what?
crazy. Because nothing about me is giving I'm not a light skinned black woman. Nothing about me is giving that. Now you just stretching.
But you know what? Who is racially ambiguous that y'all friends with?
That
Mary
shit.
from Sinners. Mary from Sinners. Y'all cool
Mary
She ain't
though,
getting
from
in
right?
my
Sin.
juke joint. She ain't getting in my juke
Who the
joint. I
fuck
tell
is
you that.
Mary? Oh, you talking
We
about
just
that other
like,
lady?
yeah.
She
The
ain't getting
one
in my juke
that
joint. I tell
she
you that
tried so
shit.
hard to be black. She got the. I don't know that lady. I ain't even gonna talk about that lady. I don't know her ass from a can of paint. I
They
always scroll
call
past her content
Tina
cause it
racially
came across as
ambiguous.
demonic. Why she
Girl.
got the nerve to be calling somebody else demonic, but her shit has always come across like that. But I digress. But anyway, I
But
just
she
came to
always
tell.
recognize the paint around her eye, though. That's really nice.
I just came to tell. And just from this point out, I'm gonna be insufferable. I'm spitting all the rhetoric that lady said in that live, and she said you colorist. She said that you was racially ambiguous.
Oh,
That's
Teach,
what
so
she
you
said.
must have missed out on the part where she talks about Tina's dark skinned husband, and that's why
No,
she do that
so
way.
listen, I
That's
left up out
why.
of there. Listen, I'm not gonna sit nowhere and kiki with a bitch and listen to her slander somebody that ain't did shit to her.
Hold
Same
on.
with them other.
I
Same with
know
them
Big
other
C somewhere in the
mutuals.
background. I
I'm
know Big
sorry.
C somewhere in the background.
Same with them other mutuals that sit back and I listen to them talk shit on a live about somebody who gave you their platform for you to air out your grievances, but you talking about her like she ain't shit.
Hello, Clocky. Clocky, I just put that in the comments. I said the same one that helped you out more than once and used her platform to get y'all together because you couldn't get it together on your own
But you
platform.
ain't
That's
talking
what
about
we're
her
talking about. Oh, okay.
like she ain't shit. Like we didn't just sit up here and watch your ass on the 2-hour live. Oh, don't ever do that shit ever again.
I won't.
Let the bitch air out their grievances.
Yeah,
You see how the
listen,
bitches do you? You see how they do you? You see how
listen.
they do you?
I am so enjoying the I Teach Invite show.
All I'm
Go,
gonna say
go.
is,
Wait,
Big C, make sure you check behind you when you leave your house, because I think it's some colored contacts that's gonna be trying to follow you.
I'm
All
good. I
Listen.
keep salt
If
in
you
my
look in the
purse.
bushes at night and you see some colored contacts, run behind Tina, okay? That's all I'm gonna say. I'm gonna
Period.
pull out my tarot cards and predict that for you.
I
I'm
got the
just saying,
salt.
it's
I got
real
the sage.
funny. It's real
Peloton
funny that them people
toast.
was in there talking all that shit and they was on here for a 2-hour motherfucking live airing out their grievances, trying to get a motherfucker to stop beating them up or coming for them. And that's the same woman you gonna slander. The same 2 women that you gonna slander. You gotta miss me with that
You
BS.
had her
I
back.
peeped
You
her
had their
early.
back.
I did peep her early. I'm not gonna lie. When I found out who it was, I had been blocked her from early on because I only knew her from Tina, and I was like, okay, let me see what her live talking about. And I made a comment. She called me obtuse, and I was like, oh, okay. And so I blocked her because I knew
Well,
Yeah.
just
she wasn't on shit. Like
let me warn
no,
you.
I'm
I
sorry,
want you to be
y'all.
very careful when you're in these spaces, because allegedly in these streets, Tina and I are cult leaders who confuse people with big words. So I
Oh
need
yeah.
you to
Oh,
know.
I
Be careful.
forgot y'all was in the cult. You know what? Let me get my ass up out here.
That's the narrative now. We're in a cult.
That's why
Oh
me
yeah,
and
Wait,
yeah.
did
Abaya
the
talked about
dad
buying
They're not
did
big
the
words. They're
dad
big
That's
words
what
to
them other
use
people
you.
it?
said. That's what them other people said. That's what them other people said. Them other people said that.
That's a direct quote. That's a
whole
direct.
time.
That's a,
I'm not exaggerating.
I know. Whole time, no shade, all tea. Only one of us has a space where you cannot disagree with their opinion.
this is the epitome. This is the epitome. What the
Her
fuck
house
this
is
just say?
built. Her house is built with a foundation of sticks.
I just said
Oh,
that
girl,
anytime
strong, mama.
her content come along, it's crazy that you call somebody else a demonic and that they be in a cult. And every time your content come past, something in my spirit say, nope, don't you go in there. Don't you interact with that.
When you always
It's
have
not
to
a cult, you
talk.
guys. It's clearly a flock since they've been calling us.
Yes, we're a
birds.
flock.
Well, when you consider
Exactly.
when you if all how you speak in general constantly involves planets and nothing else, it's hard for me to even get on board. Okay,
Well,
there's other words and how people operate and deal with things that doesn't involve every time. Like, y'all, when I tell you that lady is lost her mind, has
Yeah,
lost it.
because it's hard for
but
me
I
too,
just
Nikki,
want to
because
employ y'all.
astrology is subjective. It's not a guarantee. It's not to pinpoint. It's not to tell the future.
And
Everything
that's what
about
they're
that
doing.
study is subjective. It depends. It depends. It depends. It could go either way, but these are possibilities. That does not mean that it is a fact.
I just want to say this though.
Exactly.
I employ y'all, you know, when y'all come to them people spaces and they talking shit about people that you follow, that you places where you frequent, people that you frequent and you talk to, don't sit there and listen to them talk shit about somebody else, right? Because I don't want nobody sitting with me that will sit back and allow somebody to talk shit about me. Right?
That's a
So
real one.
please don't frequent them spaces. Immediately, I got on the phone and got to telling.
And I love you for it.
I put that lady in her place. Cause I'm not about to sit here and listen to you slander her. And what you saying is baseless.
Mm-hmm.
All cause you mad of somebody viewpoint, but her viewpoint is rooted in theory and
No
education
practice. All theory, no
and
practice.
practice.
She thinks she a Targaryen. You know.
So
Still don't know what happened to them.
Hello. Hello, can we talk
Oh,
about
girl.
So know what happened?
what Renera going through right now? I'm gonna need you to chill, Boogie Bang.
Just call me
Right,
Lady
still rooting for
Atlanta,
Rhaenyra
okay?
here. Still rooting for her.
So
Still.
don't let me catch y'all in these spaces listening to these people kiki because I'm coming to tell.
Thank you, I teach. Okay,
All right,
y'all.
y'all. I love
I
you,
love
ladies.
you.
Y'all have a good night.
You
Thank
too,
you,
my
You
love.
Teach.
really love me because I'm waiting on that tamales recipe from his abuela and you still ain't drop it. So don't be up here lying.
I was
I don't
outside
know if
with
I
my
can hear
man
that shit.
all day today.
I don't want to hear
And people
nothing
kept
about you and
saying
that
he was
man.
light
I don't want to hear
skinned.
nothing
They
about you
kept
and that
calling that
man.
Mexican man light skinned. They kept
I don't want
calling
to
that
hear
man
nothing
light
about you and that
skinned.
Mexican man because until I get a tamales recipe, it's not real.
Oh, I had ceviche, baby. It was good.
Bye. I'm
Got to
dropping
tell
you.
my mama
Bye.
I love her.
Bye.
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 Bye. Okay, that's all the space that we're giving to color contacts in here, y'all. I appreciate Teach for choosing to let me know. But that's it. I just, I don't respect if you have something to say to me. I'm never hard to find. So I don't respect that because we had this shit all popped up on June 30th. I remember June 30th. It is July 11th. Why? Why are we still here? For those of y'all that are asking, it is fifth house readings. And then the other person they were addressing is Desi. That's who. Also goes by.
We tried to be discreet, but people want to be.
No shade, but like I have a whole fucking video calling them out. I actually don't give a fuck that they know that I said something because I'm not no scary.
Yeah.
So fifth house readings and what's the Desi and what's her little no masters, no idols is the handle that she goes by. So that's what we're talking about. She used to be Nicolandria Intelligence. I don't know if she is again or not, child, because they both blocked me before they start talking shit. So I don't know.
Oh, her dad did. No, guys, I keep quoting Romeo and Michelle's high school reunion because I remember the first time I ever saw her was because there was a shit ton of Post-its all over her damn wall. And that's why I kept saying, did her dad invent Post-its? Got it.
I
Understood.
don't know nothing about the Post-its. Because even when we were mutuals, I used to scroll past her content because I thought it was crazy. I can't lie. Like, I was just like, girl, you're going on witch hunts for what? Eek.
Well, to be honest with you, it's very easy for people to say that or to label your, supporters and people who you are actually friends with outside of this app as a cult, when in reality, it was all a cult last year.
Ooh.
It was a cult last year.
But we are cold, Nikki.
And,
Look at our profile pictures.
Hey, you know what? Honestly, I wanted to change mine to Bellatrix because that's my girl. And
I beat you to it.
listen, I know, but I was just like, I gotta stand behind her. I gotta stand behind her with this. But girl, honey, I went as Bellatrix one year for Halloween.
I know
So I'm gonna send that picture to y'all.
Y'all,
you better. I need that immediately. I know you was fly.
we are not a cult, everyone, okay, but we are a flock. So if you are in here, you are a bird. I would like you to drop your bird of choice that you would like to be identified as in the chat. I'm going to be a flamingo. Piano, would you like to say which birds you're going to be?
Dang, that's what I was going to pick.
So
Flamingo too.
I'm a toss-up between an albatross. So an albatross is my go-to, and I don't know if you know about pirate lore, but an albatross is usually a bad omen for pirates. But the real story behind an albatross is it's actually a formidable bird that is meant for protection until you cross that bitch, and then she comes for your ass and takes you to the other side of the veil. So that's why I'm an albatross.
Actually, I got a better one. I'm going to be a raven. Because you know the superstitions. I'm going to be a raven.
Okay, so what's the bird? Is it a hummingbird that has like the long beak or whatever that could poke you? That it look like a stiletto? Yeah, I'm a hummingbird because hummingbird sounds like a good time until that hummingbird opens their mouth and then you see the real tea. And I poke too. I'm multitasking over here, baby. What's popping?
Period. Anybody want to get your bird off? Okay, Kay, go ahead.
I'm a harpy eagle because, to be fair, if you leave me alone, I'm fine. But if you come anywhere near me, those talons will cut you in the face.
I knew I liked you. It's we twins.
Probably.
Chris wants to know who's going to be Big Bird. We already have a Big Bird.
Melanie. Oh, sorry.
Stop.
We do.
See, now we cutting up tonight. This is the type of Saturday we about to have. I'm here for the shenanigans.
Please, y'all are so funny. Listen, y'all.
That's the only reason I came up here. I didn't watch Aftersun.
Y'all, you just gotta
That's the only reason I came up here.
Y'all cannot let these people get your blood pressure up, child. They are miserable. That's why I'm still they content 12 days later, baby. Get a life.
And this is what we do. We come over here and kiki about it and eat snacks. What you mean? I'm having chili cheese nachos tonight. What are you talking about?
I'm gonna let
watch the show and have a glass of wine.
I'm gonna let y'all get y'all ones off. But what I made tonight was a sushi that viral like sushi crab ragoon like dip, and we ate it with like a little very good. Very good.
Get on my nerves. So you first you're trying to give Kenna Ho Joe's Crab Shack, and then in this whole time, you know what, Tina, we gonna talk. You keep coming for me.
Have you tried the sushi bake, but like added like shrimp to it and mussels?
I haven't.
Listen, do the
User,
sushi
we
bake,
don't
but
have
don't just
to.
do it. But do it with real lump crab, and then like add like pieces of shrimp and then mussels to it. It's a game changer. Game changer.
We used real lump crab in our because Chris I don't like that imitation shit. He won't even eat.
Good, Big C. I don't either.
He don't eat vegetables out of a can. He said they taste like the can.
Exactly.
I
I don't blame him.
I'm a bird. It depends on the day.
Yes. Your plant should come out the earth. What you mean?
Oh God.
Wait, don't tell me you eat chicken of the sea too. Wait, you eat canned tuna?
Oh, I do eat canned tuna.
I do. I eat tuna.
I eat solid white albacore tuna in water. And
why not just go get the fresh tuna?
I don't know. We used to eat tuna steaks. Tuna like that actually makes my stomach hurt.
But you eat at the can. Why.
But I can eat it out the can. Yeah. I don't give a fuck.
Okay. Yeah,
sure. You asked.
At least you ate. You're not going to be in trouble.
User asked what teams we're on over here. Babe, we don't do teams. I mean, maybe some people do, but that's not how I run my space. It's not team nobody. It's team the truth and team the data and team the behaviors.
First of all, Tina, you're lying. We do have a team. We are Team Sister Granny. We are Team Sister Granny.
Tina, why did Parmita cry?
Give Sister Granny Ann the 100K and send that heifer to the hideaway.
I can't. Wait. Parmita cried?
After they woke up in the morning, she was emotional because she wanted to do more than they did overnight. I don't know. It was stupid.
Okay.
Don't worry about it.
She must
This
have cried.
is why I didn't watch.
I missed it. That was fast. That was a fast cry.
Yeah, like it was like as soon as they woke up in the morning and gave them their phones back, it was like a thing they glossed over at the beginning and then they moved on. I was just like, okay, whatever.
Okay, before you get started, am I breaking up?
No.
Okay, good.
Okay, Cameron, I know that you wanted to say something quick, so if you want to go first, I'll let you go first.
Okay, it's just about the age gap thing.
Yes, okay.
Okay, so I'm 23, so I definitely know about the age gap thing. I had a baby with a guy who's turning 30, so I'm really trying to figure out my whole life. I've had trauma, and so like seeing these women with guys that are very much older than them is like a triggering thing, and I don't I don't know how to get my words out correctly, but like it's very concerning that they're going for guys very much older than them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And like, especially in my case, it was very concerning. And like, I don't know them, but like, in my case, it was, he I don't want to be too specific because of everything, but it was more grooming and I don't know their stuff. But I don't want them to go down the same path I did. And I just find it very concerning that they're going for men that are older than them.
Yeah.
Can I ask how old you were when you met him or when you started dating?
And you can
When I
tell it
met-
to Cameron. But go
When
ahead.
I met him, I was like 16, so it was horrible.
Yeah. That's tough.
I
Can I
think
say
part of
something?
it though
Sorry about
is
that.
like I'm really sorry, Cameron. I guess part of it is like you see the concern because especially when you see like Trinity and Anaya and Kata, honestly, all of them, same for Melanie, like it's almost like they talk like they're more seasoned, like that they've lived more life than actually they have no idea. And it just almost feels like you see that there's like almost this like naive optimism, right? That you're like seeing on the screen and you're knowing like, oh shit, like
I'm
this
seeing
is
some of the stuff I've said on the screen and I don't like it.
Wow.
exactly that.
That's so important to name.
Like, I feel like there's a lot of emotional manipulation going on when it comes to the age gap stuff. And a lot of the things the girls have said when it comes to their relationships, I have said, and it's concerning. I don't know how else to say it.
Yeah.
Oh, you're doing great.
I think you're saying
You're
it
doing such a
exactly.
great job.
Yeah, 100%. Now, where this fool at now? You got his social security number?
Cameron, you know we're gonna whack him for you, girl.
Girl, we got you.
I'll help
Like,
because
period. Where you at? You DM
No,
me, DM me,
no,
DM me. This is
Cameron, the reason,
personal.
Let me go light
This
a
ain't
candle real
everybody else's
quick.
business. Just
I really
DM me,
appreciate
Sister
all the
Cat.
support.
well, the reason
Hold
why
on. Let me go get a
the
red candle real quick for you, boo boo. Hold on.
no, Cameron, the reason why I asked is because this is so common in our community. And, you know, I have a cousin that met her now ex-husband when she was 15, 16. And I was raising the alarm in my entire family, and I was the only one. So much so that because they got married, everybody seemed to forget. I never forgot.
Yeah.
I never forgot. Even though they have 5 kids, I never forgot. And I just think, like, we talked about it last night. I'll reiterate, as Tina said so many times on her platform, normalizing this type of behavior when we have tried so hard or actually got to a point where our mothers and aunts realize how dangerous that was. Now we're seeing a regression back to normalizing this mess.
Well, now that I'm
And
older, I've had family members tell me I should just get back together with the man because I have a baby with him.
Yeah.
no.
Can I say something?
I mean that's very common. Like, I know we don't agree with it, but this is why you need to go and keep talking to your younger, people, and keep talking to their parents, because, like, I know I was lone wolf for a long time until people had to, but I never let them forget. I never let him forget. At family reunions, I'm not engaging with that mess. I'm not engaging with it. I love my cousin. I'm not engaging with that. Y'all can be okay with them being married as soon as she was 18 and pumping out babies. I'm not going to be okay with that.
Yeah.
If you don't mind my asking, how are you feeling now? Like, are you in a state that you're okay? Do you have like a support system that is?
That was my
I
question.
have a really good support system. I have medications for everything. I have therapy. I do that like every week. At this moment, I still have to talk to him about my son because like we have a thing where I have full physical, but we have half legal. So I still have to talk to him about my son. But I leave the conversations just about him, like just about my son.
Yeah.
And no
Well,
matter
if I
what
may.
he tries to say, I just leave it at my son.
Well, I just want to tell you that you are an incredibly strong and brave individual to be able to come up here and share your story. And thank you so much. And I just, wish you continued strength. And I just want you to know that no matter what, none of this is your fault. This is your victory, though.
Yeah.
And I want you to know that.
I was really nervous about sharing everything because this is the first time I've shared it online.
Yeah. Well, this is definitely a brave enough space to do that. Kay, you wanted to give something.
Yeah, I wanted to add to that, Cameron. So, my mom met my dad when she was 18 and she got pregnant with me, and she had me like 11 days before her 19th birthday. And I think they got married a couple months before that. She left him and, she's remarried now and she's really happy now. And I'm so happy for that for her. But, as the child of someone that happened to, Cameron, you are doing the best thing you can do for your child. Like, my mom did a great job with me. The one thing she didn't do was get the therapy, and I wish she did, but then that's for like other reasons that are more complicated than that, and I'm not going to get into it. But the steps that you are taking to make sure that you are okay is going to help your son so much more than you know. And I want you to know that you need to just, whoever's telling you to go back to that man, ignore them. And if you have to block them, block them. Because there's parts of my family that no one speaks to anymore because they tried that for the longest time. My mom and her sisters still have issues because they were on some, but he's my dad, he's my niece's father, so I have to be nice to him. No, you don't. The best thing you did for your child was leave that man, and you need to just stick to that. It's safer for you, it's safer for your child, it's safer for everybody's mental health and physical health, to be honest.
And it takes a lot
So
of
well done, thank you.
Yeah,
Hey, Cameron,
it's a lot of privilege.
Yeah, can I
Yeah,
just say this to you, Cameron? You having the emotional intelligence enough to say, I need to get out and go to therapy. Because a lot of girls your age don't. They stay because they don't want to deal. They don't want to heal. They don't want to look and, definitely face the realities of that. But you are, and you're going to help so many women in your generation. And I am that enough. I hope that's enough for you to keep pushing, because people like you in your generation, you need to exist.
Yeah.
You do. So thank you for sharing.
Of course.
Yeah. I'm very proud of you, Cameron, for making the decision you made. I echo what the women have already shared with you. Like, it absolutely is the right decision. I will say that I know it takes a lot of courage and it takes a lot of strength, because it can be scary and it can sometimes feel impossible. You know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of times it's not just age that's a factor. It's also financial, right? Control and manipulation. I don't know that was your situation. I'm just saying that is common, and so I feel very honored that you chose to share it in my space, that you felt like it was safe enough here to do that you felt courageous enough here to do that. And honestly, guys, if this is the cult, then I'm happy to be in it. I don't care.
I'm a happy member of this teenocracy.
I do appreciate everything you guys are saying.
Baby, we are here to lift you. This is what this space has been about.
I found this space.
I'm so happy you're here.
I found this space like halfway through watching Love Island, and like I came up at least once before, and like this space is why I have the courage to actually come up and say things, because you guys are amazing at like letting people talk about things, and even when you disagree in a respectful way.
I love that.
Tina don't play over here. She don't. I had to learn the hard way a couple of times, but we all come through. And Kay, let me hold on real quick. Hey, your birthday, your mama birthday, y'all got the same birthday in the same month?
No, we don't have the same birthday. I'm November 6th. She's November 17th. It's like 11 days apart.
Oh, you disrespectful.
Gosh, my dad is no.
Yo, you can't let your mama have her own month, girl.
Hey,
No,
I'm sorry.
she
I didn't
couldn't.
ask her to have me. Also, that's my best friend. Don't play.
Vi
course,
always started
because y'all
beef with
turned
somebody.
We turn November into a party. We have like back-to-back cakes. It's like a full party the entire month long. We don't care.
I know that's right. You better, because you know it takes a lot for a woman to give birth. I personally haven't go through it. I'm dropping my child off at the fire station, but that's just me. But Cameron girl, like no shade.
Vi, I just want to give you a little bit of advice.
What?
According to my daughter, she says that you can only drop them off at the fire station up until the age 2.
They gotta be 2.
I know, because I threaten her every other week until she says it's too late for her to go to the fire station. So after 2 years old, you have to drop them off at a group home. I'm just letting you know.
You know,
Okay, then I just fly to where they dropped off Zachariah. Zachariah got picked up at the bridge out there, so I think I could drop him off over there. Thank you for that. I needed to hear that. Yeah, because I
I'm
know
just
you
letting you know, because I tell her this every other week. Every other week, I tell her I'm gonna take it to the firehouse. And she
Cameron,
says,
you
"Mom, it's
gotta
too late to
fight,
send me
girl.
there."
You
So
gotta
I'm
fight
just letting
to
you
speak,
know.
girl. You gotta fight to speak, unfortunately, with these fools.
Go ahead, Cameron. You know
I keep it lighthearted over here. I like to make jokes and stuff with tens, but like on some real stuff though, Cameron, you know what I mean? Like, I'm very passionate. I'm a Leo with Leo stimulus. I don't play no games. So when I asked you to DM me that man's social security number, I was not playing.
I don't know his social security number.
We can work on it. Just DM me, Boogie Butt. I'm gonna follow you. Just DM me, Boogie Butt. We gonna fix it. Period. You doing everything great. But sometimes one day you might.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, hypothetically, sometimes. And I have everything done before dinner. You know what I'm saying? Okay, period.
I is just writing a
Allegedly.
screenplay. She's just writing a screenplay, and she wants to consult with Cameron. That's what she's doing.
That's exactly what it is.
We love research. And Cameron, I just want to pour into you as well. I'm so proud of you. You're setting such a good example for your son to know. You're modeling how you want your son to treat people and what you will and will not allow a man to do to you. And he's watching you, and I'm so proud of you. And I know that therapy can be expensive. You're going once a week, and that can be expensive in this economy and in this life while you're also raising your son. So I'm so proud of you for prioritizing that, because while you're prioritizing yourself, you're also prioritizing your son as well.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Because if that mind ain't right, it's going to be harder to fight.
Yep. And can I also say, this is why Tina always comes up here and says it's more than just a show, because the same way that these people are pushing these age gap relationships on Love Island, on Age of Attraction, or whatever that show is, is the same reason why they tried to convince a lot of people that Michaela from Secret Life of Mormon Wives and her husband Jace were so cute together. Meanwhile, she was 16 when she got pregnant, and he was 21. And he had, for some reason, had to marry her before she was even a legal adult. There's a reason. Now, all of a sudden, people are finding out he's actually not the best guy, and she's separated from him. So there are consequences to reality TV shows, because reality TV shows, like we always say, are a microcosm of real life.
Correct.
So get it together, people.
Exactly. And just to add to what you're saying, speaking of Secret Lives of Mormon Wives, there's a reason it started popping off when it did. There's a reason all these ideas started becoming forefront when they did.
Yeah.
Look at what they're doing with the laws as well. Like, they're trying to bring back so many specific things, and all the things that we're seeing in the media trend in those directions.
And
saying they don't want women, they don't
anti-woman in the kitchen.
Not even just that,
Like,
but Florida trying to lower the age of consent.
All these things. Because at the end of the day, if the public accepts it, then the law can pass.
Yes.
So if you can make sure that everyone thinks it's groovy and it's cool because we're watching it on TV, and if it works on TV, then surely it'll work in my life.
Correct.
And the kids, the
This
kids
is
watching
why
it
it's
younger and
always
younger
that deep.
are gonna think like, well, this is just the way things are, and that's why
Exactly,
they're saying
because we're
women
getting to
shouldn't be
younger
able to vote.
generations.
They're saying women shouldn't be able to vote, and if you do vote, maybe it should be a household vote, and who ends up controlling the household? The man.
And the thing is,
in their ideal world. So that's what they're trying to go to, people. They even said we don't want women and men to vote separately because women tend to go more democratic. Like, hello? That's why they want these people to be, that's why they want these young girls to be beholden to these older men and under their thumb, because they want them to be influenced for that, like that.
yeah.
You're right. Let's give a tap goal, and then I want to say something really quick. Let's go ahead and let's do 100K in the next 3 minutes. I feel like that is, oh shit, never mind. Gigi said 150K, so I'll give you 7 minutes to get there. 7 minutes to 150K.
How does that make work?
That's a long ass goal in 7 minutes.
How does that math work? It was 3 minutes to get to 100
minutes for
Look
54K.
here, DK, Johnny had 7 fucking apples, okay? Just like y'all got 7 fucking minutes, Johnny got 7 fucking apples.
And Father Abraham had many sons, and many sons had Father Abraham.
5. Stop playing.
So if we had 3 apples, does that make it 10?
Y'all could give 10 minutes. Okay? I know we on demon time.
Nikki, why you over here advocating that bitch about to drop to 6 minutes? So you better get the fucking tapping.
That's true.
I can't do it. It got to be at the 10, the 15, the 20. I can't. It can't be 12, 13. I can't keep track of that shit. It got to be a nice solid number. The other thing
said 10.
But 10 minutes would have been 11:13. I can't do that. I'm not gonna remember.
Tina, I'd be so confused with your logic. Hold on, Gigi. I'll be confused with the logic because I think when you say whole numbers, I'm thinking you mean in, the likes, and now it's the time.
It's the time.
Because time is actually numbers, Nikki. Time has numbers.
Yeah.
Also, it makes so much sense because an odd number, you'll never remember that.
Nikki, if Johnny got 6 apples, right?
Listen, Linda.
If Johnny got 6 apples and we got 185 people in here, they could do it in 6 minutes to 150K.
We should do 200K.
Not you. I'm tripping now.
Ma'am.
Okay, but listen, Linda, it's the touch of autism. Okay, I need my numbers to look right. That said, I do want to say to speak to the age gap. Callus, I think it's Callus. I don't know if I'm saying that right. I'm sorry. I did not see that, and I actually do want to talk more about that. I'm going to pivot us back to Aftersun in just a second to speak just a bit more to the age gap. And I know that y'all are tired of me whacking this horse, but I'm never going to let it go. I don't care. I can remember being 11 years old and for the first time realizing that a man was looking at me like that. I can remember being a middle school and high school student walking from the bus stop, or to the bus stop or whatever, and grown men stopping in their cars to talk to me. They were old enough to be my father. Okay. Sometimes older than that. And when they would ask how old I was, I would always say some age that was ridiculous. And they'd be like, no, you're not. And I would always say, but if you have to ask me, that means I'm too young for you, And so it has always been a part of the culture. We have just gotten to the space where our teen pregnancy rate has reduced. Reminder. Typically only the girl is a teenager in teen pregnancies. Okay. And so the fact that we are having this show where the couple that everybody loves the most, I had one of my mutuals coming here. They're a big Brennity fan. Brennity. The fact that couple, she has mentioned that age gap several times and has positioned it as a positive. You need to be paying the fuck attention. They rolled back Roe v. Wade. They're trying to lower the age of consent. Baby, there is a plan. Why do you think you're seeing so much pink show shit? Why do you think you're seeing so much trap wife shit? Why do you think Kenzie got on there and told us about how she be reading her? I mean, it's also selfishly motivated, right? But why do y'all think that we're hearing that about these people? Why do you think that this is what we're getting? You know what, Angelique? Perfect, literally perfect. We've been watching Unexpected and 16 and Pregnant and shit for years. And as soon as it was like, oh, maybe this a little bit weird. Maybe we should focus differently. Here come fucking Love Island, the biggest show right now, billions of streams. I was worried about the age gap, but like now I realize like it's a positive, because he just helps me to see things differently and to think about other perspectives. No. And I know
He's manipulating her.
Right. And I know I know we kiki and we laugh about the fact that man is
a loser,
unemployed,
a bum.
Oh my God.
Insecure.
A
30-year-old white man who doesn't even have the capability to fall upward like they all do. Like, hello?
He's a scrub. He's a definition
Potentially
of
in public housing.
He is
a homosexual.
They need to pay TLC for Trinity so bad.
Right.
And Candy has Olandria's bag. She's the one who wrote No Scrubs. That's why probably why they're upset with her too.
He literally is the best friend in the passenger side of his best friend's
literally
ride. Right?
And Zach's the one riding
with no insurance.
With no insurance, and he left his ID at home too, child. So.
He can't even give him any gas
Zach's
money.
driving, so they're on the wrong side of the road.
Get into the club.
He can't even give him any gas money.
What gas money?
Saying if you're gonna get with one, you're gonna get with one that's his ancestors' worst nightmare.
Right.
Ooh,
they literally gave you a leg up.
If he was black, they would be dragging him, and we know this for a fact because of what we've heard about KC.
Mm-hmm. And he
has a good job.
Yeah,
and he got a job so much so that his boss texted him.
He's a CNA,
literally.
But he's broke. He's going back to the hood. His mama just got a passport. Man,
I wish I had hood CNA money. That'd be. Come on, somebody.
So it's like we are clear. We don't have to look far. We just got to look to the cast of this season.
Yeah. But also,
go ahead, Kate.
Tina, sorry, just to add from like a professional perspective, because I studied broadcast journalism specifically, and the thing is, the media has always been put in place. It's called the third estate or the fourth estate. I can't remember right now because college was a long time ago. But it's literally the fourth. It's the fourth estate. It's literally the fourth arm of the government, whether we like it or not. There's private media, there's public media, there's governmental media, whatever you want to call it. Every single branch has ideologies that they stem from. And the thing is, Love Island has been a show in the UK for longer than this, but it didn't start in the US until about 2019. And the progression in which it's gone is towards very specific ideals and very specific shifting in the media, very specific responses. And that tracks with everything else that's shown in the media. So it's like when you see a duck and it's making duck sounds and we call it a duck, maybe let's not say it's a goose because it is what it is.
But what if it's a goose? They're saying it's Big Bird. They're in a hole. It's a dragon. You know what I mean? Like
it might be the phoenix. Who knows?
Grr.
It'll burn them though.
Hopefully.
And the next thing they know, they'll see a yellow little thing in their hands, and they'll be wondering what happened.
Then they'll cry and say, "How are we supposed to see this?" That's what always happens. But how are we supposed to know? I don't know, man. Maybe read.
I think that's the worst part. They're literally telling you to your face, and you're smiling.
These people are dumb.
So,
because even with, and we'll talk about it when we get into the episode, but even with the way they framed Casey and Tierra's segment, I could tell they were doing damage control. Because there are ways they could have chopped that thing up worse or better.
Your babe,
but it was
auntie,
so clear.
Your babe, auntie, we have 1 8-year age gap, 1 6-year age gap, and 1 4-year age gap all going to the finals. And every single one of the girls in those age gap relationships are under 25.
And they're all black.
And they're all black to non-black.
To a degree.
Yeah. So the most vulnerable, the most criticized are now being led like lambs to
the slaughter.
I don't know if we can say that word, but
y'all, the comments got to go up. Y'all didn't hit y'all's goal. See? I gave you a whole extra 90 seconds too.
Damn, I just came back. See, and I walked away because one of my headphones went gone.
And now you guys have to get to 175 before you turn back on the comments, because in this economy,
Ooh, General Nikkei just got
Prices
y'all.
do be going up.
warden.
She
She's
just
the
got you on
warden.
this is
Okay,
interest.
Sergeant.
She's not even the general. She's the warden.
To be fair, gas prices are going up. They still haven't opened the Strait of Hormuz, so you know we got to do what we got to do.
Too true.
Lord.
While the comments are off, though, Tina, did you see? There was someone that put it in the chat that
comments.
no, well, that yeah, we need to circle back, but saying that nobody should be, neither one of them should be dragged.
About to address
Yes.
that,
Okay, go ahead. I just wanted to see if you saw that.
No, I did see it. I do want to acknowledge, like, yes, obviously the economy is shit. And it is a choice to be a DJ and a model at 30 and to, on the side, fix garbage trucks. Because I don't give a fuck what economy we're in. A call center is always hiring. Humble yourself and sit your ass in that room on that damn phone and get a regular fucking paycheck and some goddamn benefits.
Walmart, Target, something.
There are options, right? And so if we're choosing to not take them, that's cool, but we can't just blame it on the economy. It's a lot of people, to be frank, that talk about, the experience of not being able to find employment. It's because they're they're overqualified, right?
That's been my issue.
Right?
Yeah.
That's not Bryce's situation.
And even let's also wake it up. He's a white man who has a white name. If I were to apply for the same job and I'm qualified, there's literal data that says he's more likely to get a job because he has an American name, he has a white sounding name, and I could be more qualified. So the fact that he doesn't have any of these jobs, that's a choice. And it also indicates that he's more likely to do things to keep his status where the idea of what he wants to be, he's willing to do things to keep it that way.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it seems to me that they have the comfortability. He has the comfortability of navigating life that way that most people don't. Mm-hmm. Right? Like you're young, you're able-bodied. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. There's so many external, circumstances that can literally prevent someone to not be able to do a job that you can do.
So, we literally had Beatrice who has a disability and is an Olympian. So I don't know what his excuse is.
Like Beatrice was truly the epitome of like someone. I mean, she would never last on the island, right? But she was the definition and like the quite literal epitome of someone that's like, if I want to, I will. You know?
She literally pulled herself up by her bootstraps. And
let's be very real. That's because Sister Nana is paying his bills.
Well, okay, yes. I just want to go back to the Beatrice thing because I think this is very important, especially, coming from the disability community. Beatrice, her presence was definitely needed. It was definitely, we need that level of diversity. And, on a show like this, you need somebody, with a disability to kind of have that sort of, drive and gumption. But for a lot of people in the disability community, that's not their story, right? She's still young. She was already born, it was early on that she had this disability. So this is all she knows, right? It hits differently from people that have had their abilities completely taken away. That's a whole nother level. So as much as I celebrate, diversity as far as physical disabilities are concerned, I do think that it is, it should also be aware not to expect that of people of all disabilities.
Well, yes,
definitely not.
I want to be very clear that I don't like the idea of like, what is it called? Shit, what's the word?
we're not making her the patron saint of like people with disabilities. We're not saying that like she's the blueprint or that she needs to be what everyone strives for.
Oh, I know we're not at all. I'm just saying that there's a lot of people that don't have our compassion and understanding that will say, if, I've seen it, like, Beatrice is, disabled and she doesn't let that stop her. You know what I mean? Like
100%, Nikki. Yeah, I understand that completely, Nikki. And also us talking about like the whole money aspect as well. If you're on things like disability, a lot of the times you can't even make a certain amount to qualify for disability. So it's like they want you to suffer.
I'm in that right now. I'm literally in that right now.
So not only can you, so my son is disabled. He's been disabled since birth. You cannot make a certain amount of money and you cannot get married or you lose your disability benefits.
Yep. I'm telling you, this whole pro-life thing that they don't care about you. And that's why we need to vote in our best interest every single time. I mean, we do. The 92% always does.
Yeah.
And the best interest of other people. Everybody else needs to start doing that.
Okay, let's talk about Casey and TT. I want to say something about TT because I feel like it didn't get enough time. And I know that they're chopping it up because they got to give us, segments, right? But it was so clear to me when they were in the hotel room that TT, her feelings were hurt about what she was seeing online. She was clear that people had a perception of her as ghetto. She's like, I already knew I was going to be perceived as like angry and aggressive. And she was very cognizant of how she was going to be perceived. I will say she didn't let that stop her. She still showed up as herself, which I can appreciate. But I also can, I felt like I could see in her face the pain behind that. And I did not love when they were actually in the room with Teppy and Sierra, when she was talking about her experience of coming into the villa, it was like, well, but you guys are friends now. We got to see the friendship develop. And it was like, why are you shutting down her experience? Like, why are you not actually making the space for her to talk about her experience? Because they cannot allow KC and TT to be in a sympathizing role with us. And they cannot allow us to think that the people on that island are villains, right? Because think about who she named. Anaya, Kata, and Trinity. She didn't say Melanie. She said Anaya, Kata, and Trinity. They cannot allow her to position them as the villains before the final vote, which is why they was anti-peace here, like pivot. Here's what you need to say next, I'm sure. And did y'all notice Casey had something in his ear? What was that?
He had an earpiece in his ear as well.
I thought he did.
Yeah.
Why?
So I think they may have given it to all of them because Sierra's not in the room.
To hear Sierra.
Yeah.
Can we back up for just a second though, from right before they touch on Casey and Sierra's segment? When they start talking about, this is early on in the very first segment. I was turned off very, very early on in Aftersun when Teffy starts tearing up about Melanie. And she's just like, and these brands who are out here embarrassing her for, choosing her heart, ma'am. That girl mama flew 7,000 fucking miles without a lick of English in her back pocket to say, mi vida, mi amor, mi tesoro. You gonna let that man steal your essence. And you out here giving second, third, fourth, fifth chances to a man who you got a line of people waiting out here to give you your first. And then she went back to that hotel room to light a candle and slit the throat of a chicken. Like, man, don't play with me. That man has been playing at her face for 6 weeks now and embarrassing her, but you want to blame the brands? And it's not just that. How dare you mention those brands embarrassing her? But where were you when those publications were calling that man that you were about to have on your couch a whole predator? When you have brands speaking down on KC, feminizing him in ads, masculinizing TT in ads, where's your outrage about that, ma'am? Where the fuck is your outrage about that? I knew from that setup, from the onset, I wasn't gonna like this Aftersun.
You know what I need us to whack Sincere a little bit more tonight, but something else I do want to name is I thought it was very curious to notice Teppy and Sierra basically boo-hooing about Melanie, like, and not that I think there's something wrong with it. Like, I also was moved by Melanie's mother, but they were like boo-hooing about Melanie's mother speaking life into her. They're like, and I don't know why that's like, you know, triggering me. I'm like, because you bitches are hurt, and that's why you have acted how you've acted and talked about some of the Islanders the way you talked about them this season.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Because we all
And can I
know
add something to that as well?
We all know Sierra's hurt. Those of us who know Summer House. And can we get off the rumor that Sierra wasn't there because she didn't want to face CT and Casey? That's not the case. We all, you know, those of us who are Summer House fans
Yeah, she's
know that
filming
she
Summer
had
House.
She's at Summer House. She's at Mom's house.
Yeah, literally.
I just, you know, there's just too much. Because guess what? I'm fair. Even though I did not like the leading question, do you think you had a chip on your shoulder because nobody
That was so annoying.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was
She's
so
been
annoying.
triggered the
They were
whole
asking
season of them
questions to
doing
try and
Aftersun.
get answers, and I like that Casey and TT didn't fall for that. They said
Yeah.
what they needed to say and not what they wanted them to say.
Yeah.
He's been
And I mean,
triggered the whole Aftersun season. Every single person that comes in there, if they tell them to ask a question about Sincere or KC, she's always triggered. And you can tell in the way she asks the question and the way she responds to people's answers.
yeah.
I haven't liked Aftersun. I'm gonna be honest. People are like, oh, Aftersun's so much more enjoyable this season. No, I didn't like it because I don't like them as hosts.
No,
They can't be impartial, and I don't
also,
like
they
it.
never watched the show before, so why are they hosting a show? The whole reason that Ariana worked was because she loved Love Island. That's why she was there.
Go ahead,
So-
Kate. Have your thought.
Yeah, so what I was going to say is, Sierra, I know, has watched the show because I know her and Paige watch it together. But what I was going to say is, and that's why a lot of the times it's Teffy that asks some of the very uncomfortable and weird questions because Sierra's just not comfortable saying the thing. Because I can see the struggle in what they're saying because a lot of the times it's like what to an extent production is like, okay, this is the question, this is the thing. And like, especially from the first 2 episodes of Aftersun, that you start to see a shift in their opinions, right? That don't make sense to what they say earlier on. And I think as the season progressed and they started to decide sort of what the narrative was around how we were going to arc this season and how we were going to round it off if things went according to plan, there's an extra messaging that needs to be added into what they say as well. Because anyone who actually will watch Aftersun is going to factor that into their decision making, right? They're going to listen to what these people have to say, take that into account, and then vote. And then make an opinion on who's doing what, who said what. And it's part of why, as much as they're highlighting the fact that Melanie's mom came in and poured life into her and said all these amazing things, they also have to go back and say, oh, but Melanie and Sincere look so cute together. Because at the end of the day, that's still the final 4.
Last night. They voted last night. So any vote that was going to happen was before.
Yeah, but this isn't even about voting. At this point, it's about the public perception going beyond voting.
Yeah, it's about
They're coming out of that villa. They are the final 4 now. They're the people that at the end of the day are the representation of the brand going into the next year. Until the next set of Islanders come in, those 4 couples, that's what Love Island is for the next 12 months. So they have to position them as attractive couples, as people to be happy about. Because remember what happened last year? People were so divided on the final 4 that by the time the reunion came out, a lot of people were fighting with each other. A lot of people were not going to do Beyond the Villa anymore. And they got to the end of it, and Beyond the Villa was a mess. The ratings dropped. They had a lot of issues. So at the end of the day, from a production and a money-making standpoint, they need to get their ducks in a row and get everybody in line so that when the next thing comes, everyone's ready to sit down and watch it. You want to know what happens next to this group of friends and their partners as they journey through life and make their ways and rise hopefully into fame. Because that's what this show has turned into now, if we're being honest.
Furthermore, what they can't have again happen this season. Last season they were embarrassed, right?
Exactly.
They broke up. Honestly, they broke up before the fucking reunion.
They had breakups happen on the show. Right? A thing that has never happened.
Yeah, so they cannot have us have another season of being like, oh my God, the winner's this, the winner's that. So they can't let any negative narrative be pushed, right? Which is why I'm actually shocked that Tepe said, do you want to name any names? Because one, if she did name a name, were you going to ask her why not? Number one. And number two, I do think it also is like, it was a hopeful opportunity at framing Tierra as like she doesn't play well in the sandbox type of situation.
No, but that's also why I
They
kind
want
of
her to
feel
be
like
the
it's
villain
not
on
all
Beyond the
their
Villa.
thoughts, because I kind of feel like the do you want to name names was kind of like from a viewer perspective. Oh, so who is it exactly? You know, sort of like trying to get more tea out of her. But then like at the end of the day, that's not what production wants. They don't care about that.
Well,
Their
I think
thing
they
is
want her to
just
be a villain on
bring-
Beyond the Villa. That's what they
They
want.
want her to be a villain on Beyond the Villa, but
If
like
they're
if
smart,
she
they
says
would
the
not
names
go on
now,
that
it doesn't
show.
help them on Beyond the Villa.
I feel like that whole question as a whole was disingenuous, because why would they not be friends outside the villa and
No, but
after
then remember,
this?
it was a fan
So
question, first of all.
yeah, it
And they
was,
pick
but
and choose the fan
for them
questions
to
that they
pick
end
the
up with.
question, that's what I'm
Exactly.
saying. It's
The fan question was,
disingenuous.
are you gonna stay friends with everybody rapid fire? Tepe's
Yeah.
additional question was, do you want to name any names? That
Yeah.
was Tepe's
After she said
additional
no.
follow-up question. Yeah.
And like people say they're fan
But
questions, but a lot of the times they're
I-
production questions.
But I
Exactly.
would
No,
like
they
to say
cherry
that
pick what they put in there.
asking in and of itself, asking, oh, are you guys going to remain friends outside of the villa? It's disingenuous to me, because you guys know that there was a lot of tension between certain people in the villa, certain people that have left the villa. And usually for Love Island as a brand, you know that people keep most of their connections. Last year, nobody remained friends because they did not like each other.
Yeah,
This
but remember,
year,
they just had
there's
that
only a
kumbaya
core
dinner yesterday's
four.
episode.
Right, but
So
I'm saying
everything's fine
there's
now.
a core four. There's a core four that they know have to remain friends or whatever is in their contract. So asking these people who left, I'm just saying, and like the whole thing, it just feels very odd to me.
No, I agree
don't
with you.
know how
That's
to
what I'm saying. Like, it is
explain
odd.
though.
It's
If I
very
was
odd, but it's
odd.
because they've tried to position last night's episode as the coming together of the family and the mending of bonds. Remember, there were so many apologies yesterday. There was so much, thank you so much for, letting me in and allowing me become a part of the family, and kumbaya up until that dinner, even during the dinner, even when they were leaving. So now this is sort of the tying that in a bow of like, yes, we're all going to remain friends and be cordial and yada, yada, yada and kumbaya, because again, this show is about love and friendship and all these things, but that's not what happened.
Yeah.
But it's how they want to frame it.
Yeah. Okay, let me let y'all all go and give your actual thoughts. I'm going to put the boldies together, y'all.
I'm gonna be honest. I did not watch the episode, so can I go last?
You don't have to give your thoughts about Aftersun. You can also talk about last night's episode. I was on here last night on a live, but it's totally fine. I will also say too that we had a dinner last season too, and that didn't change shit. So we'll see.
I didn't watch last night's episode either.
It's not going to change anything. It will not change it.
I mean, I didn't watch the season and I'm up here, so
I
bad.
know. I just want to go last because I want to hear what other people are saying first.
And I want to
That's
go
all.
after bad. So she
Okay.
can go last and I'll go after her.
That means I'm not last.
Let's take it to last. Okay. WJ Lod 94, number one, are you trying to come up here? And then your babe auntie, are you trying to come up, babe? I just want to be clear before I accept you. Okay, Nikki, go ahead and give me your thoughts. It doesn't have to only be about Aftersun. You can honestly at this point talk about the entire season. We're basically wrapped.
No, I want to talk about how wonderful that live was last night. Like, it was really, really good. We stayed up very late on my time. But when I tell you, it was so wonderful to just have good, nuanced conversation where people heard each other, asked questions, had conflicting thoughts. I love stuff like that. I really do. I love living in the gray. It's just too many people don't. And this is why it's not fun. I don't think this is going to have any effect on Sierra. And I'm still rooting for her only because I have seen her journey, and I know if I saw this first, I would not be a fan. But she is coming from her place. Anybody that's been following, she's been everywhere, and she's going to continue to be everywhere because she's going on Dancing with the Stars. So, this is a prime example of what it means when you are having conversations or start adding or watching things if coming from a hurt place. Because that's all you're looking for, is for something to justify why you're still angry. You haven't had time to heal. All of this stuff just happened to you, girl. And I get it. I thought, her coming was a good idea, to host, because she is very good at it. She's good at, hosting the red carpets and stuff like that. She's a really great interviewer. But I just really was very disappointed in how those two were able to inform a lot of people's opinions. And I understand why TT and KC, I can't understand how you didn't expect them to come in when Teffy was just like, Sierra and Sierra's been looking forward to you. You saw TT's face. I know they saw the comments. I know that were they the only couple? No. Were they the only couple that did not? We didn't see their talks with family members.
Yeah, I think so.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
And with good reason, because I bet you they told him all the truth, and I bet you they told him exactly what them women said. That you should have been nervous, you should have been scared, and you best be grateful they didn't unleash on your ass, because y'all's opinions led to the anti-blackness and giving leeway to white creators and prominent prominent progressive news sources having giving the okay to Disney, giving the okay to perpetuate anti-blackness because you operated from a place of hurt. And that's a lot of what I'm seeing with the support. Y'all don't want to talk about everyone. And Gigi has absolutely right. When we give any credence to white supremacy in any or anti-blackness in any way, this is exactly what happens. Now, you're more than happy, because I was outside the club, on my burner outside the club in some of these spaces with former mutuals, and you're still talking about everything KC did, and you just don't want to believe them because you just don't like black men. Say it. Just say it and be done with it. Stop pretending. I'm sick of people lying. I know a lot of y'all grew up under a liar. This is not normal. This is not normal. Stop making it normal, please. Why you're seeing 3 Voldemorts is because
That's my child.
she will not.
That's my
Shall
son.
not be
Be next to
named.
him.
We actually
ahead,
have
Gigi.
4 Voldemorts because I'm Voldemort too. I'm just my camera's on.
Y'all be nice to him. That's my baby. That's my oldest.
And I just want to say, I don't know if, I'm not going to say what it is, but let's pray for our sister Vi. something traumatic has happened, and reason why she left, and we just need to keep my sister deep in our prayers. Thanks. Or
Oh, Vi, I hope
love and
everything's
light.
okay.
Okay.
Oh dear, I hope everything's okay.
I will definitely reach out to her when I get off. I'm sure she probably.
Yeah, same.
I just can't see them when I'm on
I'll send her a
live.
DM.
Thank you for lifting that. Okay,
For sure.
I do want to let Gigi go. I do want to address just really quickly something in the comments. I understand how sometimes it can be challenging to see anti-Blackness when we have not been cultured in a way that allows us to see beyond just what's in front of us. But you absolutely are witnessing anti-Blackness when it comes to Tierra and Casey. And on Aftersun, Tierra explicitly names that she knows that because of how she is, how she shows up, the way that she talks, she's immediately going to be seen as aggressive and as ghetto. This is not a new concept. This is not a new idea if you understand the way that Blackness is conceptualized in the United States, and explicitly Black women, right? Speaking to her experience. But seeing the memes of TT being masculinized as though we don't know that the U.S. culture attempts to separate Black women from their womanhood. Absolutely. It absolutely is anti-Blackness. While I think you thought you was about to say the gotcha, but it actually is anti-Blackness, which is why I don't fuck with that. So absolutely, Anaya has also been the victim of anti-Blackness. And it doesn't, just because we acknowledge that doesn't mean that KC and TT are not experiencing it. See, that's the problem. And I'm not trying to be an asshole, but that did make me a little bit aggy. That kind of pissed me off. You know what I'm saying? Because this either or bullshit that y'all do is actually aggravating as fuck. It's aggravating as fuck because y'all come into spaces and y'all think that we must not fuck with one because we fuck with the other. And that's actually fucking delusional. What I fuck with is my actual morals and values, period, that exist outside of fucking Love Island and this goddamn live, period. Full fucking stop. So I'm not moving for that shit about Anaya either. I had somebody up on my panel yesterday, but the people were like, hey, that's a picture of Anaya in her wig. And I was like, oh, babe, I got to drop you. You're going to have to change the picture, and then you're going to have to explain. And they came up here and they got a lesson and they took the feedback and we schooled them about that shit. So I don't play that shit over here. So whatever you hear in other lives, because people want to be on fucking teams, I don't do that bullshit. Actually, I don't fuck with anti-Blackness no matter whether I like your ass or not, which is why last season, even though I was not a shalacer last season, I voted for them because, you know, I'm a root for everybody Black until you give me a reason not to. You know what I'm saying? I still, when they got eliminated from the island, still made a video discussing the anti-Blackness that they face and how that was what contributed to them being sent off of that island. Like my morals and values are not limited to the people that I fucking like, and also I don't dislike Anaya. But my morals and values are not limited to the people that I like because I'm actually a real ass bitch. I'm not these motherfuckers that are that are calling themselves Nickelandrians that are moving how they're moving this season. I'm not them bitches. I don't fuck with that shit at any point, at any fucking period. Period, full fucking stop. So if you're new to me, now you know. But I don't play that shit.
I just want to say, too, most Nickelandrians do not agree with them.
Yeah, and can we also talk about
the real issue, ones, at least?
Yeah, the issue is that you guys want to have all this infighting, and that's what production wants. They're sinister. They want Black people to be infighting with each other. Think of how far we could have come if people wouldn't have said, you can either be with MLK or you can be with Malcolm X. If we had been with both, things would be way different.
That part. Also, at the end of the day, Love Island is still a British show. It doesn't matter that it's at US at the end of it. The producers, they're all British. ITV still owns the rights to that thing. It is still run by the Brits. So what do you think the core narrative will be if it's the British people? It is literally their core function. Their show has more shades of palm than you will ever see shades of brown. Every single season.
You know
without
what my core function is? My core function is y'all got 9 minutes to get us to 200K or else I'm going to cut off these comments.
Period. Perpy is telling y'all, so if you're new to me, Perpy is letting y'all know, if you're looking for an aha moment in these lives, I am the wrong live, baby, because I stand on my shit no matter how I feel about you. Whether I'm like, oh yeah, I can't wait till they get out so I can back them and I'm gonna follow them and support them, which by the way, I fucking follow Anaya. I've had nice things to say about Anaya. When Anaya was dealing with all the backlash she was getting, I was one of the people in her mama's comments when her mother felt like she needed to come out and defend her and was like, people love your child and support her. And so, just make sure that, you also know that she's not alone. So I'm not the person to do that shit with. You know what I'm saying? So just an FYI. The other thing I do want to address, somebody asked me a question. I'm going to answer it very quickly. Why was I not a shalacer last season? I don't fuck with age gap relationships depending on where the age gap is. Period, full stop. Period, full stop. Period, full stop. So I didn't like the fact that they were so far apart in age. I also did not feel like he was an appropriate match to her. So I can't really root for that relationship if I don't think that it's going to be successful. You know what I'm saying? And there were behaviors, and gaps in him that I just did not think was going to, what I thought I was going to witness, which she has since in some ways confirmed. What I thought I was going to witness was a black woman doing too much fucking labor in a relationship. And I would never want that for a black woman. I don't want it for any woman, but I definitely don't want it for no black woman. So for me, I was like, nah, I'm cool. And then, they left the villa and then he was weird. And so my gut was right, but that's why. Okay, Gigi, please get your ones off, my love.
All right. First thing I'd like to address is just a reminder that you now have 7 minutes. You have 7 minutes to get us up to 200K or else the comments are coming off. Second thing I'd like to address, I'd like to say for the record, y'all heard Nikki come up here and say that Gigi was correct, right? That's where my listening cut out. All I heard was Gigi was correct. And all of a sudden I was like,
Then I in line between love and hate, ho.
Excuse me. I have 4 minutes and 30 seconds left. Thank you. All I heard was Gigi was correct, and that's all you get. You don't get any more after that. Gigi was correct. That's all y'all need to know. How many times I gotta tell y'all to give me my damn crystal ball, right? Because I be predicting shit, and y'all just look at Gigi, you crazy. But I do want to speak to this because I actually had a quick conversation earlier when I was in another live. I was in Ginger's live earlier and Teach was up there. And it's really so real when we say that people swing so hard one way or the other. And they make these, I don't want to say decisions. It's kind of like they take these teams and they stick to the binary. They make these binary decisions about people. And they make these binary conclusions about people without understanding the full breadth or standing in objectivity. Right. And they let their feelings and their projections be subject to the confirmations that they make about these people. And in turn, people who have opinions about these people, oh, that's how we get, our flock. It's how we have formed our flock. It's how we have people who are like, oh, you're so anti this, and you're such a boy mom, or because you're so against Anaya, or you're against KC because you support Anaya. That doesn't have to be the case. Like, I don't understand how that has to be the case, right? We can look at things, and we've always been a space where where Tina's biggest thing has always been zoom out, right? Look at everything. Let's take this all in and be able to take in the data and form these opinions. And I was never so more perturbed when I saw Teach up there giving her opinions, and people were like, oh, she's flip-flopping, she blows. And it's like, no, she's always been pretty much in the middle, And as somebody who's been very critical of Anaya, has also been very supportive of her, right? And we've also done this work last season. So I don't understand why it's so different now, which is what draws me to the conclusion for a lot of y'all that makes me just want, y'all just like the Neapolitan ice cream. Some of y'all not beating the allegations about liking the Neapolitan ice cream. Because no matter which way you spin it, it becomes an aspect you have to dehumanize one in order to uplift the other. But you're doing it to people who are on the same side of the racial line. Like, what are we doing? Meanwhile, the glaring batteries that are being put in the back, the Energizer battery factory, are the two white men in the back that y'all let Kiki all the way to the final four. The two white men in the back that we caught in 4K kikiing behind that black girl as she was out there going after the only monoracial black man and other black girl on that show, and they having a whole key about it behind her back, and they let them skate all the way to the damn final four. All the way to the damn final four. One who won't even call one his girlfriend, want her to do all the work of the girlfriend, but don't want to give her the title. And then the other one who's trying to get with the boyfriend and the girlfriend. He trying to be in that situationship with them. I'm just saying. But he got a girlfriend, but he's still trying to be in that situationship.
Because why are you talking about Paradise Cove again?
Thank you. You've talked about Paradise Cove again. Let it go. It's been how many weeks? But they don't want to say that about Dada. They don't want to say that about their king. That's Dada. They don't want to say that about Dada. They don't want to say that about their white king. It's crazy to me. And Nihal Karlan has said about his revenge how many times now? How many times has Nihal Karlan
about 4
being turned down?
About 4 times now.
Yeah. Why he not over it? Why he not over it yet?
And the fun part is she's the only person that turned him down. So really,
why he not over it yet? Why is old Mick Duolingo not over this shit yet? I don't understand. Like, he needs to get the fuck out. And that's my biggest issue. People are not seeing the forest for the trees until the bitch burned down. And all this push for the core four, and can I just say this? All this push for the core four, and we have actively watched these bitches be horrible friends to each other. Every single one of them. So what y'all gonna do when they come out this villa? I don't want to hear nothing out of nobody who voted for the core four when these bitches come out the villa and they can't stand each other.
Melanie.
Literally immediately. And also what they haven't even clocked in the villa is that Melanie, Trinity, and Anaya are friends, but Kata's only friend in that friend group is Trinity.
Barely, because when Kata find out they was kikiing and say less about her situation,
exactly.
You think the Slim Reaper ain't gonna come out and want to slap a hoe?
Exactly, because like literally, it's always the three of them and her in a corner off with her boys. And they're always kikiing about something that she will never know about.
Carl, how did Anaya get there? And we at the bottom.
They will be fighting in like 48 hours.
When they hear that, please, they have all been talking about each other.
Unfollows will happen in Spree.
When they hear that shit, it's gonna be like, and they don't even have to watch the show. They gonna see the clips.
That's the best part. They won't watch the show. They'll just see the clips on TikTok.
And then what's gonna happen to your core four now? They ain't gonna have no man, they ain't gonna have no money, and they ain't gonna have no friends. What they gonna do?
Fight next season on Beyond the Villa.
There you go.
And then we'll have Baddies Club.
I'm just irritated. I'm honestly irritated. I'm disappointed in Teffy. And no, you know what? I will take back. There's one part I did like in Aftersun, and that was when Casey was talking about his profession. And I kind of feel like I got the impression that like he may have seen something about people talking about his profession as a CNA because of how he sort of approaches it. And then Teffy was, not Teffy, Sierra was the one who was like, hey, that's a noble job. That's a noble job. I'm a nurse. You have to start somewhere. And sort of puts so I'm gonna give her her 1.5 for that one.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm gonna give her her 1.5 for that one.
That's why I keep saying, like, I feel like a big part of it as well is she's towing that production line. Because at the end of the day, we have to remember that now she's affiliated with all these people. She literally works for Bravo. She's doing a show with ABC. Hulu is under Peacock. Like, she's franchised now. There's a line
Yeah,
she's
I
got to
mean,
toe. She has no choice.
I'm gonna give her that 1.5, but I didn't like this whole vilification of KC, and then
It was
them
bad, it
whole
was bad.
and nobody wanting to speak up against the brands, talking about KC. First of all, them brand, and then but all want to speak about embarrassing Melanie. First of all, they weren't talking about embarrassing Melanie. They were trying to save her from that lunatic she with. Okay, they trying to save her from them bundles that are trying to strangle her emotionally. That's what they're trying to do. Because every time that man start talking with his hands, he start lying. Get him some scissors. Get him to a barbershop.
The fact that you wanna, I'm sick of these labels. I'm so sick of them. The fact that you would label a 23-year-old as something like that with no evidence.
That's the crazy part, that you would speak up about, these people talking about Melanie's relationship, but this man's character was being drugged. They tried to label this man a rapist, a predator. Y'all ain't say nothing.
That's when everyone
because out here crying for Melanie about these brands. Meanwhile, her mama came over here to put a foot in her ass. Be for real. Be for real. Be for real. Melanie embarrassed herself from the very beginning. She said where she was gonna be. She told y'all where she was gonna be. We knew where she was gonna be from the beginning when she was positioning herself as a sincere defender. She told y'all she was gonna forgive that man again. And even in her last little speech after her mama, she said, well, I'm gonna take you back even if I look dumb. So what you crying for? Teffy, quickly, what you crying for, boo? What you crying for? She right where she want to be. She knew she was going to be embarrassed. But don't tell me that you're going to take him back even though if you look like a dummy. But then turn around and say, I don't want to be embarrassed. Ma'am, you said that you was going to be a dummy and do it.
Well, and the thing is, she knows that she's already embarrassed. Otherwise, her mom and her sister wouldn't have came in saying that. So the fact that Teppy and Sierra are boo-hooing about these brands and chastising these brands as if her own fucking family did not say, girl, stand the fuck up, is actually wild to me.
Exactly.
No, it's insane.
Were they really crying? They were crying?
What happened? Kavalin, that was after, you're right, they did say that in bed that night, but also Anaya was the only one rooting for them in that group conversation. And they're toxic with Beatrice and Casey and I don't know who else was over there, and Anaya. She's like, I like them together. And she's like, am I the outlier or whatever she said? They're like, yes. Like,
she was like, am I crazy, guys?
And he told her, he was like, you're biased. And y'all, and they was whacking Casey for telling her that shit as though it's not the truth. Mm-hmm. Her mama came and told her that. Oh, okay.
After her mama came and told her that, she turned around and apologized, gave that fake ass apology, and then backtracked.
Okay, dark skin girl wants to give her thoughts. Dark skin, go ahead, baby.
I just watched a little piece of the first of them, I guess, interviewing Casey. And at first, I don't like what Sierra was saying. I know that when she was like, did you use it to segue out of the relationship with Anaya? I didn't like that at all. I felt like, I don't know, like, I don't see what not everyone, I don't see what the is it society, or I guess 70% of people are seeing that they're trying to make Casey a bad person. Like, it feels like I'm being gaslit. I have
you definitely are being gaslit.
Like I have rose-colored glasses on and I'm the only one that can see the Matrix or something. I don't know, because I'm watching it and it's like, I did peep though. I don't know if y'all did. I don't know if y'all talked about it because I'm in and out. But that he was on a defense mode. Am I like he was? It's kind of like he kind of knew that they were talking shit. I felt like he was kind of just like being nice, not being nice. Like his personality is nice, but he was like, I have to do this, but I don't fuck with y'all. Like I know what y'all have been saying about me. That's how I felt like. I really, really, really like TT, and I feel as though, because it really sucks. my daughter, she's 14 years old. I do let her watch Love Island. I don't care. Judge me. But she was telling me that she would have liked TT if TT was one of the originals. And she says, she's the one who even told me to watch Love Island, that it's just like within her friend group, they talk about it with all the teenagers. And so it's just like, if she was an original cast member, and I was telling her, I said, hey, Kata's not, right? Because she, she's all about the core four. I was like, Kata's not a core four, right? She came in day 3. And like, she also was like, wait a second. I'm like, yeah, okay. Like, they don't even remember. But I really like TT. I really like that TT said what she said on the couch whenever they were being interviewed about how she's portrayed as ghetto and aggressive, just by the way she talks or how she speaks. I also wanted to say that that's exactly how most of the Bernity also sees Trinity. They also see Trinity as aggressive and ghetto. They talk about it like that. I keep like going back and forth and watching it. I also wanted to say that even though I hope that Corbin isn't a colorist, I hope that he just genuinely just wasn't attracted to the ladies, and that's why he did what he did. Because I actually really like Corbin, and I hate to say this, but I think that Corbin is really honest. Like, I don't think that I know that Kinsey called him a liar, but I just don't think he's a liar. I think that he says what he says and he means what he said. Like, he means what he says. Even with the whole, he didn't want to sleep with her, with Parmita. Like, you know what I'm saying? He wasn't scared to say it. I really like Corbin. I like that Corbin was very hurt by being called a F-boy. And it's crazy because he did say it within the show, but I didn't know how important that was to him, because I guess it really got to him that he just, like, because he looks good and because he's tall, he's always just categorized as a F-boy. But that was it, y'all. I'm still watching. They really like Kinsey. They wanted to push Kinsey on us. And now it gave me more of a view of like, no, I do believe that production did try to keep Kinsey in there as long as they could, because Teffy and Sierra, I'm telling you, they were eating it up. They really like Kinsey. That's it, y'all.
I think that to those of y'all in the comments, thank you, dark skin. I agree with you. You are being gaslit. There's nothing that Casey has done that has warranted any of the backlash that he's gotten. I'm sorry, not sorry. Like, there's the level of vitriol that has been levied at him is not proportionate to the actual crime. Like, the sentence does not fit the crime, right? Like, it's actually fucking outrageous. I don't think that they watched all the shows back, y'all, even though they're 2 days behind. That's a lot of shows to watch in 2 days, but I'm sure that they were on social media, and I'm sure that they heard things about how Teffy and Sierra were behaving about them. It's explicitly, I think it was very interesting. I felt like Sierra was trying to clean some things up when he was talking about it after she gave that question that I agree I did not fucking like, right? When she gave that question, he didn't even answer. He said, so with Anaya. And then he just talked about his experience with Anaya. And then he was like, but it was draining, blah, blah, blah. And, Sierra was like, oh yeah, we said that early days too. And it was like, she was almost trying to, like, it felt like garner favor or like grace, right? Of like, no, like, we had your back at one point. And it was like, it doesn't matter, because then you chose to malign him unnecessarily, but it definitely felt like a cleanup. The other thing that I wanted to say, I want to know, Valtteri, why you're saying that TT is unlikable. What I saw for you was that it's because she bucked up, but so did Trinity, so did Kayla, so did Anaya. She walked KC down. That's the ultimate fucking buck up. TT popped her shit, but she stayed in one place. So I'm curious what you think TT did that was so much more egregious than the other girls.
Girl, when I was skulking, on my burner, the main thing that they keep bringing up is the fact that TT inserted herself and started pushing back, defending KC.
But that's a lie.
If I recall, Trinity is the one that interrupted while TT was during her introduction. That's what I do recall. Like, who
Because
cares
she was
about
like,
this
she
lady?
wanted to ask a
I
question
wanna
out
know
of her
that
breath.
moment.
Kata said, go ahead, ask the question. And then she was like, can I say something?
Yeah, but for some reason they love that moment that was supposed to be about Anaya. But people talk more about what Trinity did than Anaya in her own moment.
Literally.
But can I also can I answer Valerie real quick? You're absolutely correct. First impression is everything. If my first impression walking into a space with you is you being vitriolic to the person that I'm with and I don't know you, and it would look and optically it would look disgusting to have a man barking back at a bunch of women, I am going to step in, especially when I know what you're saying is not congruent with what I've experienced.
Exactly. And also, to add to all of that...
Hold on, Nikki. Go ahead, Kay, real quick.
No, I was going to say, I feel like with everyone saying the whole thing about, oh, she's a Casa girl, I guarantee you, if she had put her with Soul coming into the villa instead of Jen, no one is saying this now. Because then you've had more time to get to know her. This stigma that people have around Casa girls and the idea that they're home wreckers, quote unquote, because that's what it's turned into now. They're home wreckers that are, a time and then you get rid of them and then go back to your original girl. And because he didn't do that now, burn them at the stake. It's like, that is not the point of the show. If you've watched the show for long enough and you didn't start in season 6, that is literally not the point of this show. Everyone that comes in that door is looking for love. And how you find it is how you find it. And if you don't, you're going home. That's why it's so funny that Casey got all the smoke. When if you watch season 5, Keenan and KK, that was chaotic. That was toxic black love. The kind that we wanted them to be separated. And they still left together. And he still screwed her over after the fact.
Literally.
And she talks about it now on her page.
These new watchers, they don't understand that people have literally coupled up, they closed off, and then they open back up, and they're still in the villa together.
Literally, and then they'll just be friends. In the UK, one of the seasons, literally, one of the OG boys coupled up with a Casa girl, and they won. Because that was the best connection. And guess what? They're married now.
But can we separate this whole Casa thing? I'm talking about two individual human beings. I'm just talking about people as human beings, right?
I get what you mean, but the problem is they stop looking at them as human beings.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. But what I'm trying to make to Valerie is like, I'm not even looking in terms of like, the excuse about people making her in Casa and the way that they try to label her as Casa. When you walk into a space and you're walking in with somebody that you know, right? And you coming in and people jumping at them and dogging at them, and you ain't seen them in about 3 days, they don't know what you've been up to, and you dogging at them. That's why she was able to clock them at movie night. That y'all didn't even see what he had done until now. But y'all were just mad that he walked in with somebody else. And so when she jumped up and defended him, can you imagine what that would look like optically? If this man were up here, how much worse he would be getting dragged if he sat there and bit back at those girls. Oh, he's a punk. Oh, he's a sissy. Why is he arguing with women? That's what the conversation would be next. So I actually applaud TT for jumping up and bucking up for him. And that's why his mom was able to come up there and say, thank you for standing behind my son. Those are all the other things in play. People try to dehumanize it and then use it as a way, use TT as a way to come at it. And it's all about defending this man. So I mean, respect your opinion, right? You don't have to like her. I just think that for me, and this is just for me, I'm not speaking for you or anybody else. For me, it's just weird when people use that rationale because there are other things in play. She didn't come in there bucking up for no reason. And that's how people are treating her. And that's how people are characterizing her.
And you're saying she's bucking up, but what about she was against 4 girls going at her. So
they don't care.
Would you just sit back and roll over? And if you would,
they must.
Then maybe that's why you are where you are in your life. I think that's probably indicative of how you react. And if I have a brother, if people were talking to him that way, I would also quote unquote buck up. Also, this is respectability politics, and which lends to anti-blackness.
100%. You're doing exactly what TT said y'all would do. You're going to see
Exactly.
her and ghetto.
Yep.
Exactly.
Well,
And that's why she mentioned the braids thing, and that's why you know she's not going to be friends with some people, because she knows that girl called her a Fulani braid bitch. She knows. She's
wait a
seen
minute.
it.
Didn't they bring that up in Aftersun?
They're all looking for a
No,
minute
they
of
didn't
fame.
bring it
That's why
up.
they're
She
on
brought
TV.
up her hair.
They're on
TT brought it up
TV to get a
herself.
minute of fame. That's why they're there. They're not in the Peace Corps looking to save the world. They're on TV. They're on a TV show spitting food in their mouths to win maybe $100,000 to split. Are you insane?
Exactly.
Are you okay?
And also,
Do you think they would be in a mother
they asked for real people this season. Said we didn't want influencers.
Pause. Every single person on that fucking island is looking for fame. Every single one of them. So choosing to characterize TT, you don't have to like her. Choosing to hyperfixate on the fact that she defended the man that she does know against these 3 different women, and Melanie at some points too, coming at him when he was he was asked a question. He was supposed to be the person talking. And then here they come. Boy, shut the fuck up, Kata and Trinity.
Trinity, who's a 2B model. Bryce, who's a 2B model. 2B actress.
Shut the fuck up, okay? This was his moment and Anaya's moment. And they made it about them. So the fact that the hyperfixation is on TT having a response that, honestly, if you actually a real ass person, and I'm gonna say a real ass bitch, you would have that same fucking reaction. Cause I'm sorry, but you ain't gonna bark at mine. You not.
So Val, if you're saying exactly everybody
at mine, and that's on some real shit, you're not.
Yeah, so Tina, Val just commented, everyone is. So if everyone is, why don't you like TT, but you like KC? Because KC is there for fame too then. It's giving anti-blackness and misogynoir, if I'm being honest. And people that are in the same group can be exhibit misogynoir and be anti-black.
Absolutely. And let's just talk real quick, because again, I actually don't give a fuck whether you like her or not. You're entitled to do that. The reasoning is suspicious. It's suspicious, and I'm going to name that, right? Because we're not having the same conversation about Anaya walking down KC. You're not having the same conversation about what's her name, Trinity, and them calling him a bitch, calling him a coward. We're not having the same conversation about them. So the way that TT talked about, oh, y'all are going to think a way about me because I came in with the braids in my hair and I'm from South Central, right? Cause she said she's from South Central. Listen, I know black people, when they find out I'm from LA, they just think that I'm from South Central because y'all conceptualize blackness as one thing in LA, number one. Let's just even talk about that. But the fact she was aware of all of that the way that she speaks, the way she stands up for herself, KC mentioned it, right? You're going to see her as aggressive. You're going to see her as ghetto. And honestly, what you watched her do every other moment of this season, the fact that the hyperfixation is on that moment of defense against 3 different people is a little bit wild to me, because yes, she responded in that way, and she was the same person that she extended the olive branch to those girls. It was her that Kenzie said, hey, can you come sit in while I have this conversation with Melanie to help mediate? She was the person that they trusted to go to about things. She was the person being friendly and kind and loving to them. And we know from other people that have left the show that they ain't just like open arms to everyone. So the fact that TT standing in one place and being like, but I'm talking to you, you gonna shut me up? That's
Can I please say this? Hold on.
Let me just say that because I watched it on the show, babe. I watched it on the show. That's how I know.
Can I just say this? The attention to detail to humanize someone has also been lost, because we heard that girl's voice shaking when she came in. Correct. She was nervous. She knew. And I also want to bring up the fact that there was a lot of conversation that Sol did not do her job. She did not bombshell correctly. Look what happens when you bombshell correctly. Look what happens. Like y'all have, I thought that we would be able to learn from our mistakes, but y'all have actually heightened it to a level that I did not see coming. I did not see coming. And for those who continue to use the word ghetto, I know for a fact that y'all ain't never been. So stop using it.
Oh,
And
Giselle,
if
that
you
part.
didn't watch the show, just say that.
TT, that part. Because Anna and Stu, baby, I don't know how you didn't see it. That's you literally it's in 4K. Go back and watch the episodes. It was TT that walked over to them in the kitchen and apologized.
Yeah.
It was Kenzie that said, "Thank you for sitting in on this conversation with me, TT," because she needed her to mediate between her and Melanie. Clearly, this speaks to the woman's character and the way that they experienced her. It was those girls that at the very end as she's leaving that said, "You're very hard not to like."
And that insinuates what?
Literally.
That they tried.
And also, just to add to the idea of like TT being this so ghetto person, it's very funny that they're saying that when in that same argument, they're going back and forth. And Trinity's from Newport News. And what is the nickname for that place? If we're being honest and keeping it a buck. Because who was the person that said, boot this bitch out the villa? That is very specific wording if we're going to get into it.
If I may, really quickly, I just want to be very, very clear before I have to break out a whiteboard. You can be black and still be anti-black.
Correct.
Exactly.
You can be black and still, I don't care how black you are. You can still be anti-black. Like, I need y'all to let go of this idea that you can't be black, you can and anti-black at the same time. We have watched you all actively do this shit in 4K.
I'm sure Candace Owens has some black friends, maybe one or two.
But also to add to what Gigi's saying, and for women especially, and I need to hold everyone's hand when I say this, black women, you can very much be just anti-black men, and a lot of black women are. In your need to defend a black woman, you will put down a black man and you will think nothing about it.
Well, here's the thing. I'm gonna say something. By asked to speak dark skin, then you can go, and then we have to get back to the order of the panel. Valtteri, you may not be anti-black. That doesn't mean that your positioning is not rooted in anti-blackness. Anaya may not be anti-black, but why was she the bitch with Fulani braids?
Captain Savo when it came to the other girl.
Melanie may not be anti-black, but why was the discussion about KC basically being a not shit ass nigga that can't be in the rooms that she's in?
And why does the goalpost keep moving when you don't like people bucking up, but all these other girls bucked up? But it's only a problem when TT does it. You don't like that TT's only there for fame, but they're only there for fame. But it's only a problem when TT is supposedly there for fame. Like, hello?
Well, and also, Casey is a...
Okay, hold on. Valtteri, I'm not talking to you about Anaya. I'm talking to you about yourself. I'm letting you know that even if you think that you're not black, anti-black, it does not mean that your position on her is not rooted in anti-blackness. Period, full stop. You may not be walking around every day cooning and tap dancing for white people. You may not be. That don't mean that your position and your thought process is not rooted in anti-blackness.
I'm sorry, Tina. And if you are offended by being called anti-black or having anti-black sentiment, that tells me that you have never even questioned your anti-blackness, and that's why we know.
Exactly.
Because again, you cannot like TT. I actually don't care about that. The reasoning, again, is the part that's suspicious, right?
It's not even sound. Like, you can't even defend your own thesis of why you don't like somebody.
You literally said she's unlikable, but the people that lived with her for 24 hours for the last however many weeks said it's hard to not like you.
And so it's okay that you don't like her.
You're having a perspective of her that is challenged by the people that actually lived in the villa with her. User, it's not about whether you like her or not. I don't give a fuck. But to say someone is unlikable when there is data that pushes back against your narrative, y'all need to go watch my last video. Too many of y'all are in the fucking dissonance and fucking immersion stage. Too many of y'all are in the dissonance and immersion stage of your identity.
Emergence.
No, shut up.
Gigi, you don't stop, Gigi.
No,
You're
Tina,
the
this is the same logic that was used in a Cosmopolitan article where they said that Casey is a sincere level liar, so he's number 9 on the list of horrible people in the villa. Well, as in like ranked lowest, but sincere is number 6. So if he has sincere like qualities, how is sincere higher than him? The math just don't math because I don't know. They need to maybe open the schools back up or give people like an extra program. Something's going on. It's just not working.
Hey, y'all, nobody said that it's not. I don't know why you
I want to redo. I want to redo. I want COVID never to have happened.
We know that. I'm not sure why you're telling us that. I don't understand the context, hey y'all, of your comment. So I'm still not clear about the context of your comment. So I do just, again, somebody said maybe they're trolling, and maybe they are. You know what I'm saying? Maybe they are. But I'm not gonna let that be in my comments and not be addressed, especially because people were discoursing with them back and forth in the comments. So I'm gonna make sure that we address it publicly and loudly, that you don't gotta like the girl, but your opinion is rooted in anti-blackness. Even if you're not maybe you aren't, maybe you not maybe you not cloning every day, but that opinion is still rooted in anti-blackness.
Yeah. They came a little bit too easily. They probably are.
Majestic Babe. Oh wait, I'm sorry. Vi and then Dark Skin, and I'm coming to you, Majestic Babe. Go ahead, Vi.
Oh, cool. Bet. Number 1, Sister Cat, have you ever was able to take an AP English lit class? Do you remember what that looks like?
I did the IB.
Huh?
I did International Baccalaureate. It's like AP, but like on steroids.
Yeah. Right. Okay. So this panel knows. I know Tina knows, but I'm talking about the fool in the comments. Do they remember what AP English looked like? Probably not. Anyways.
Did they see it?
Hello? I guess, but sure, whatever. The other thing too that I'm over here trying to touch on when it comes to like that whole thing or whatever. Someone in the comments said that, young people are weird or different now. And I have the complete understanding that it's because they don't got to go to school no more. They're out for a week at a time every month. And then on top of that, they get to grade themselves. That's how they earn their diploma. They don't got to do teachers no more. They teach themselves. They allowed to be taught themselves. It's called COVID. So if you have graduated after COVID, I'm going to look at you sideways. Because what are we talking about? What are we doing? If you're going to make sense, make it make sense. Have a reasonable argument, but you can't do that because you're not smart enough. Yes.
I just want to add on to that because I don't think, like in my state, they are trying to take the diploma or the regular high school diploma and say at 14, if you choose to work, let's say Amazon, you can still not go to school full time as a student and still earn your high school degree, and not an equivalent, but like a literal high school degree.
Yep. And someone in the comments also just said that they rely on, AI and things like that, and they do. And unfortunately for you, people who don't like using their brains, that's not a flex. That you use AI for everything. Now let's get back to the topic at hand. What I wanted to ask was, did y'all tap on the whole melatonin gifts situation? Did y'all know about that?
No.
On Aftersun and towards the beginning, what's her face? Not Sierra, but the other one. I'm gonna learn that woman's name one day.
Teffy.
Yes, she was saying that people were online, companies were online begging Sleeping Beauty to leave Sin City, as in move out of Sin City, and she would be gifted with cars and things like that.
Yeah, we talked about that.
Okay, so me being me, my first thought was just kind of like, so does that qualify after she leaves the villa, or are they just trolling?
They're just trolling.
Yeah, they're just trolling. I did think it was inappropriate. I saw this one cosmetic surgery place say they would give her free cosmetic surgery, and I was like, that's
Yeah,
too
because I was like, wait a minute, what? But why would they do that as a company, a national company? Like, why is that okay now?
The same reason
They're trying to involve themselves in the conversation.
The same reason why the motherfuckers talked about giving Shelly a fucking knuckle sandwich, because they don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
They don't give a fuck. They just want to be in the conversation and they want to be fucking viral. That's it.
And that's ridiculous. It is ridiculous.
Last season, for couples who were actually in favor, for big franchises that were actually in favor of Nicolandria, how they were out here caping for them and rah-rahing for them. This is just the other side of it.
So I'm gonna leave it with this, and then I'm gonna drop back down. But I'm gonna leave it with this. It's still gonna be TT and Casey for me. If Casey gets some barbecue sauce, I'm buying it. If TT do kickboxing lessons, I'm going. If Kennesaw starts working in a Kennesaw hospital, I'm leaving and reporting them. Tina, if you mention Joe's crab check for that heifer one more time, she can't have them, and no, she can't get Red Lobster either too, because Beyonce didn't already did that. So no. Let Kenna ho go ho. Okay? And it's gonna be a real ho Christmas for her this year. So let her go with that. Don't be giving her our stuff. I don't play about my seafood.
She gonna get a clam chowder endorsement. She gonna get a clam chowder endorsement. I already see.
Look, and that's cool for her. I mean, hopefully she have it a picture on the can, because that's what Jessica Simpson should have did when she said chicken from the sea. She should have put her face on that chicken from the sea can. That's how you get it. Turn the jokes, the disrespect, and the negativity in something that pays you, because at least you got paid for it. If you want to play them games, I'm going to play with your money then. How about that?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Go with that route, and that's what I hope for all the Islanders leaving or whatever. Zach Lyra, I hope he gets dropped back off at that bridge he was picked up from, because that's where him and Bryce is gonna be hooking up, and they gonna get married, and then they gonna leave Trinity and Kata, and probably run that back to knock them up so they can all have kids together. But just understand that Bryce and Zach Lyra, they're together now, which is why he's not exclusive, but exclusive with Kata. He can call it what it is when he's talking about Bryce, but it's always a gray area when it comes to K-Day, because he needs that payday. And that's all I feel about the situations.
I feel like Zach is too forward with Bryce, and I feel like Bryce has now, my opinion always early days was that it did not seem like Bryce was actually comfortable with the way that Zach was, and I think he's now grown to be okay with it. But I'm also not a white boy. I'm not in community with white boys. My understanding is that it's white boy humor. I don't fucking know. I think that most men are homosocial, if I'm perfectly fucking honest. And so that's that. Somebody did ask, and so I'm gonna, Moyo, I don't know if he likes him or not, but somebody did ask they wondered how Kata's dad felt about whatever that boy name is, Zach, and he was on a live basically saying that he wants to know if Zach is gay, in so many words. No, you're not the only one that thinks that. User, I'm just going to let you know, if you're still in here, I muted you. I muted you for 5 minutes because I need you to just shut the fuck up, honestly. I need y'all to be so fucking for real about the vote. Bye. I need y'all to be so fucking for real about the vote. The reason why the vote went down the way it did is because after they did the compatibility vote, they realized that Zeta would not be saved if they just allowed people to vote for their favorites, because Zeta and Brinity share a fan base. So they said, we're going to give you all four. That way they did not have to split the vote, which is why Zeta ended up there. It's not because KC and TT don't have people that like them. It's because they stopped the splitting of the vote. You all were given a tap goal by my moderator. You need to get to 225K. I'm going to give you 4 minutes to do that. I do also want to say it is basic math, T. I was trying to tell them early this season, but they couldn't fucking do statistics then either, and probabilities then either, so they don't fucking know how to do it now. Someone said, hey y'all, I do want to be clear. That there is no limiting of blackness in this space. If you're talking about the build a nigga comment that Melanie made, the build a bear comment that Melanie made, that's not a dig at Anaya for her class. It is an observation that they have been having conversation about his social status.
Wake that up.
That is what that is. It's an observation that they had already been talking about his social status and where he fit into her life, which honestly is classist on their part. If we want to keep it a whole
I mean, we saw it when Anaya was having a fit that Casey didn't choose her. That's really what it was about.
And I'm not, y'all can go there if you want to in a second, but I just want to make it clear that naming that is not about somebody taking a dig at Anaya's blackness. Naming that is about saying, oh, you all have been having conversations about his social status, which is classism. And there is a tinge of anti-blackness in that, because we got to be fucking for real. We know that class is never separated from race in the United States. So if we're going to have the conversation,
they are trying to make it that way.
We got to have the conversation sincerely. If we're
and let's not forget her mom doubled down on it.
Correct. Majestic babe, y'all, I swear to God, I do not want to keep fucking talking about Casey and Anaya. I would love to spend time whacking Sincere and Bryce and Zach if we have an opportunity to.
Let's do it.
Okay. I do. We ragged on the fact that Bryce doesn't have a job and he's not black. So that's still not anti-blackness. What are you talking about? Hey, y'all? Bryce does not have a job. Bryce is an aging model who modeled for Calvin Klein 15 years ago, who DJs on the side. He told you that he feels a way about his financial status. He said that.
And we were talking about the anti-blackness.
He said you got to do what you got to do to make ends meet. He said that. I'm not assuming that's what the man said. And yes, I do think that it is awful to ask a 22-year-old to be with a man that is 30 that is not stable.
Because why is she with him then? Doesn't he have the benefit of that?
Why would you be with a 30-year-old man that is not stable and you're a young 22-year-old that's hot and lit? Huh? Why would I want that for her? That's actually.
And weren't we comparing the anti-blackness and saying that Casey was broke, that he was less than? Meanwhile, he's a CNA. He has a job. He has aspirations to become like a nurse. Meanwhile, people are dogging him. We're saying, why dog him when you literally have a 30-year-old unemployed white man here, but you guys are saying that he's so good for his 22-year-old black woman. Right. And that's what we were talking about.
And thank you, because you got to be honest about the context of the conversation. The context of the conversation was y'all are talking shit about how he's a broke hood ass nigga because his mama didn't even have no passport till she got here.
And you probably said the hard ER because that's how you guys are acting.
But y'all did not act like that about the 30-year-old that told you he's underemployed with no fucking benefits or 401k. Y'all didn't act like that about him. That was the conversation we were having. Bryce's, period. He just happens to be the person that is true about. Period, full stop. Period, full stop. He happens to be the person that's true about, which is the conversation that we were having.
If we could talk about Zach, we would talk. I don't know. I didn't watch Charlotte for you guys.
Valtteri, you have not. That I want you to understand that your singular experience is not the totality of the truth, babe. Your singular experience is not the totality of the truth. I've been on threads and seen people in the comments. He's back to the hood, calling his mother a brokey because she just got her passport. Your singular experience is not the totality of the truth. Don't fucking piss me off for real.
And if people weren't calling him broke, why would they say the build the person?
And not just that, but there have been multiple lives in which people have said, oh, well, he couldn't afford to be with her anyway. What was he going to pay for on a CNA salary? There have been plenty of people dragging that, right? Plenty of people dragging that and dragging TT and saying, oh, they can hop on that plane back to the ghetto. Like there's been a plethora of conversation between this app, between Instagram, between Threads, Twitter, all of it. It has been there. It has been there. And this has all been fueled. Why? Because they've reshared and reposted her mother's tweet, or her mother's post about the Build-A-Bear. Oh, this is the last time my daughter had to Build-A-Bear. Like, I want y'all to be very real. The conversation.
Her mother engaged in the rhetoric, right? And I'm just for the sake of clarity, just because you say, well, I don't know anybody that's ever been great, don't mean ain't nobody ever been fucking great. That's actually not how it works.
Can we also?
I don't know any racist white people. Does that mean there are no racist white people?
Can we just understand there's a difference between just a job and a career? Because the only three that I can think of, and please correct me if I'm wrong, add more to the list, that actually have a career is Casey, Gall, and Carl.
Naya too.
Oh, and well,
Yeah.
okay, she would. Okay, I'm yes, sure. I mean, I have my own thoughts. I'll share it in the chat. But
I mean, yeah, sure.
Anybody else?
That play, but whatever.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Anybody else?
Zach said when he's a PT that he works with old elderly people or something, or he said that he was a PT. That's why he was stretching all the men out.
Okay.
I've seen that movie before by accident.
Kinsey is not a nurse. She graduated with her degree. She's not a nurse. She hasn't taken the test yet. Also, to the person that said that Bryce is a sanitation worker, no, he's not, babe. He said that he fixes garbage trucks on the side. That's what he said. Like, y'all, it's in 4K. Just go back and watch it. We don't have to be confused. Oh, yeah, Caleb was an elevator mechanic. You're correct.
Does Kayla work? Or, I'm sorry, Kada? Did she work?
Not that we know of. She's a model, I guess. And Sincere is a track coach. I know that at least.
Kata's a waitress.
Well, there you go. Kata's a waitress. That's what she does.
And Melanie works retail.
Yeah, I think she's a bikini store manager.
And Trinity is unemployed currently. She quit her job.
She quit her job. That's why they're a match made in Home Depot. He's a handyman. She used to work at a handy store. They're match made in the parking lot of Lowe's.
Thank you. Thank you. Bryce said he barely makes rent. Not us. This is not a projection. The man said it out of his own mouth. And if you think he doesn't feel a way about that.
And that's how he went for the 22-year-old girl who bigs him up and says, "You're such a big man. You're so amazing. I love you."
Doesn't make him feel insecure about his ball spots.
He actually really wants the other 22-year-old girl.
Why don't y'all want better for us? Come
really quickly,
on.
do y'all really think he's getting like residuals from them Tubi movies? Is that this is a question for the audience because I'm really curious. Do y'all?
No,
really
I'm saying I can answer that. The answer is no. Residuals don't work like that. And
no, I know they don't. But I'm curious. I know.
Oh, my bad. Okay.
No. That's why I said it's for the audience. Because like for y'all trying to y'all talking about Bryce got a job. Do y'all really think he's making money off these Tubi movies?
But these are the same people last season who were complaining about how many people wanted to be famous and they all wanted to be, and they were all influencers. Meanwhile, they're capping for a couple that has two Tubi actors, friends with a bunch of models. I've seen other people were assigned to 4 models before they even got in the villa. So what are we actually doing?
I gotta Google if you get residuals from Tubi movies, but I did want to. I did want to say, despite all the smart and great things y'all are saying, to open people's mind about anti-Blackness and all that, at the end of the day, right, with all of these people's opinion about KC and TT, at the end of the day, Love Island is about compatibility and winning 100K. So, out of everyone on the island, I know that y'all want to live in up people's ass and around the corner because you don't want to admit anything. At the end of the day, KC and TT, in my opinion, and in most people's opinion, even the Islanders believed that KC and TT were compatible. They did not get not one single vote from nobody. There was a compatibility vote. That's how 4 people went home. Nobody voted that they weren't compatible. So at the end of the day, I'm sorry?
They were in the top 4 from the public, and even the 2 girls that had a gripe against him had to admit, well, they are compatible. I can't really vote for them.
So that is the whole point of Love Island. And so it upsets me because it's like, what's going on? What's up with society that we just can't think and get shit right? That was simple, basic thing. That's one thing that we should have just gotten right. It didn't matter about how production was going to, I know production had a hand in trying to get the core 4 or whatever. But at the end of the day, Love Island is about compatibility. It's literally about connections. That's how you win the show, is having a connection. You can't win single. That's all I wanted to say. It baffles me. Oh, and I also wanted to say, Bryce does not do impressions of his girlfriend. He doesn't know how his girlfriend is. Bryce said, I don't even know how to do Trinity.
Can I ask a question about that? Because when that came up, I was wondering if Bryce did an impression of Trinity, would it truly look racist?
He was gonna snap his
because
fingers
that's
and
what he
roll his
likes
neck.
about her. He likes that she's
He was
just
gonna snap
fiery
his
and she just
fingers.
says what she wants. He likes his sassy black girl.
He
That's
was
why
gonna
he was
snap
like,
his fingers, roll his neck, and suck his teeth, and that's why he didn't do it.
Bingo. Ding, 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 ding.
Majestic Babe, please go ahead and give me your thoughts, my love.
Hello, good evening, everyone. I've been enjoying this conversation. Yes, now my brain doesn't want to work now that I'm on the spot. So, okay, from Aftersun, can I just say, since we're talking about Bryce, I realized exactly why Bryce does not like Casey and why, because in the beginning, I remember there was a time like he was yelling at Casey, like, oh, why do you keep talking to Trinity? Like, don't you have your own couple? And then we see how he went and twisted Casey's words again. And that's why Trinity is beefing with Casey now. It's because he's insecure. He knows that he's a 30-year-old man. Mind you, you literally are the epitome of privilege in this country. You're the epitome of privilege in this country. You were a model. Where's all the modeling money? What have you been doing with yourself? Now you're fixing garbage trucks. Like, let's be so for real. Like, Bryce, you literally have the world in your hands. You didn't even have to pull yourself up by the bootstraps because you was up already. But now you're fixing garbage trucks, chasing after a 22-year-old, and you're mad. You're upset that Casey is doing better than you. Casey has so much going for himself that you have to bring him down so that you can make yourself feel better. And that's why you continuously seek validation from this 22-year-old girl. Like, it's so annoying to witness and to see how nobody is clocking Bryce. No, like, people are just now clocking Zachary. It's wow. But regarding Casey and TT, I really liked seeing them on Aftersun today. And Corbin, he was so excited, giving them both a hug. And yeah, I just don't appreciate how Teffy was asking. I mean, of course the questions I guess were quote unquote fan questions or whatever, but it just felt a lot of the questioning was odd to me. A lot of the questions I feel like were not really necessary. We didn't really learn more when it came to what's going on in the villa. The only thing that I'm glad is that Casey was able to finally say what he wanted to say in Casa, after Casa. You know, he was finally able to get his true feelings out, how he wasn't resentful towards Anaya. He was resentful for not being true to himself, and seeing how that played out. And I don't understand why everybody hates TT when you could literally hear her voice shaking. She was shaking. I can't imagine being nervous. You're standing with this new man you met 3 days ago, and you're coming to a villa full of how many people? That villa was full. It was 10 couples in the villa, and now you have 3 girls accosting you and yelling at you. Anybody would be on defense mode. Anybody would be on defense mode. And so, yeah, I'm just really glad how they were able to present themselves, and I'm glad that TT did not mince words, and she said straight up, no, I'm not going to be friends with a lot of the people afterwards. So I'm kind of I know I'm still messy. I want to see what happens when they all get out and the couple weeks before the reunion. So yeah, but I'll leave it at that until everybody has their turn. But yeah, thank you.
Okay, Kay. Thank you, Majestic Babe. Kay, give me your thoughts, my love.
Alrighty. So I think first of all, I have to say that this season for me was a very interesting experiment in what dating looks like now and how far they can push certain envelopes and certain narratives. Because for this to be the point that we come to at the end, and this to be the conclusion, and for age gaps to be the thing that's being pushed, and this sense of as long as you're picked, as long as you're chosen to be the thing that's being pushed. I remember when having a roster was the in thing, so The Bachelor was the main show that everyone was watching, you know? I remember when I was a teenager and spinning the block was a really big thing, so everyone was watching X on the Beach. Because, maybe if you go back, you find love. Every new wave of what people think of what society, or whatever the brain force behind society is at the time, thinks relationships should be, determines the reality TV show around love at that time. And we're seeing that more and more in the way shows are morphing. And it's interesting to watch how they tried and almost didn't succeed. They had to switch the final vote from what it normally is on this show to a vote for 4 people, because they realized they probably weren't going to get exactly what they wanted. It was going to be split down the middle. So now they have a clear path where most likely the only people that are going to win are either Trinity and Bryce or Melanie and Sincere. At the end of the day, they're either going to have you decide that as long as that man picks you, you're going to go back to him, or as long as that man comes and picks you every single time, even if he's a million years older than you, it's good to stay with that man. That's what they're trying to teach the next generation. And it's insane that there are grown people coming out to co-sign that. So for me, this has been such an interesting learning experience. And I'm finding this, I'm so grateful, because I'm just I love reality TV because I work in media. It's fun to see how we can change the narrative and change perspective and make you think or say a certain thing in your day-to-day life because of what you've seen put in front of you. And what's interesting about that is, and especially with this show, is they're saying what they think, but that's been influenced, because nothing about reality TV is fully unscripted. There is a lot of planning, structure, and tweaking that goes in episode to episode. There's a reason, and I can't wait for those NDAs to be up. These kids are going to have a lot to say. When the ones who will go therapy have gone to therapy and come back out, they're going to have a lot to say about what they went through. because you're going to hear, oh, production suggested that we have this conversation. So I went and had the conversation, but then I felt like this after. But, I didn't realize at the time we're going to have a lot of that. Forget the amount of blocking that's going to happen now. You see how with season 6, some people are coming out and saying certain things now? Those NDAs are breaking. And then some people are going to come back and be like, oh, I wish I knew. They were telling you, you weren't listening. There's a lot of not listening happening because you're focusing on feeling. We're focusing a lot on how we're feeling. And it's playing into how everything is shaping across multiple spheres. And it's interesting that I'm the one saying this because my husband will tell you that I used to be a very much my feelings are what is important. The fact of the matter doesn't matter. But the thing is, your feeling is there. Yes, it's important to you. But if it's not the fact, it's not the fact. And sometimes it's okay to sit in that uncomfortable position, even if you don't want to. Because the same way that you think your feelings have weight, so does everyone else's. So if we have to accept that, which is why the season is the way it is, because some people are like, no, we have to accept that. But the faction of people that is growing is that they have now started to teach us that you have to be part of the norm. And if you're not part of the norm, you're not okay. And it's so interesting to see. And that's why my only hope for this season, whether they go on Beyond the Villa or not, because my personal belief is that production teed up this season specifically for Beyond the Villa, especially after what happened with that last season. So my hope for all of these islanders is their families love them enough to say, forget whatever endorsements, brand deals, money you could get from this, because they're also young. Let's get you the help you need to be a human being that can actually handle that when you get it. Because if they get all that now, oof, E might become a popular channel again and they might start doing true Hollywood stories all over again. Or maybe Bravo will pick it up because it's reality TV. I don't know, but it'll be a crazy ride. But yeah, those are my thoughts for now. And then I'll wax sincere later.
Can I ask a question, Tina?
Yeah.
I'm only asking because I think you might know, being as how you're a Cali person. When Bryce takes this money from Trinity, how much do they charge in taxes? Or is there a state tax? Because Dark Skin Lover Girl asked a great question, right? Dark Skin Lover Girl asked a great question. Who gonna fly to see who? Because they both broke. And if they see this money, when he see this money, right? Because he's gonna bamboozle her. Let's be very real. He gonna be like, I'm gonna hold your half over here in my savings account because we go together. So that's how that's gonna go. I already see it. So when he take this money from her, how much he gonna put towards his rent and taxes?
Child, by the time it's taxed, it's probably about 30%, right? But I would say that by the time he's taxed, and it is a state tax too, he gonna pay 1 month of rent in LA too.
Okay. Cause I was just confused. Cause we all know that he gonna say, well, you my girlfriend now. So, I mean, we could say that we split it, but I'm gonna hold your portion over here.
He's gonna
so we can have it all together.
Open her mind to different options and explain that if they put it into a shared account together, that he will be able to help her budget around paying her bills.
Also, maybe they can invest. They can invest in a stock.
Right. Because
exactly.
Listen,
start planning your future
30
together.
Years old, he needs his 401k and his IRA. You know what I'm saying?
He's gonna get her into an MLM. That's what's gonna happen. She's gonna be selling those pink drinks.
She's gonna get told, why buy a Birkin when we can save for our
He's gonna want her to retire him, her to work to retire him. That's what's gonna happen.
Right, because she's younger. She's 22. She needed, you know what I'm saying? She got the bones for it.
Also, that model bone structure, she'll go for a while.
He's gonna hook her up with a job at Home Depot. It's all good, and so that she can learn to save. But he's gonna teach her how to use the Acorn app, right? And be like, look, you just gotta log into the Acorn app so you can see that our money is there. The Y in our money is and your money is silent, and that's what's gonna be.
My friends think they're gonna be a van couple. One of them couples that have a band and make band couple content.
Hey, wait, don't leave the van shit because I have gone down that rabbit hole, y'all. I kind of want me a damn van, not to live in, just for me to go read
I
it.
love the bands. I just think
Listen,
that's a hilarious idea.
it is, but I kind of want one just so I can like go to the beach and read, and I don't got to be in the sand, get sand up my ass crack. That's all.
No, he can have his DJ equipment in it because grandma, sister Nana was talking about wanting her to come to his DJ events, which I thought was, interesting.
Whole Scooby Doo
Listen.
gang can get in that van. It could be the Scooby van.
Listen,
What did Peter say, Theo?
with all that being said, right? At the end of the day, y'all, the day gotta end. All right. The day gotta end because Bryce is not going to want to be in that car for too long with Trinity alone without Kata. Hell no. What the fuck? Now he really gotta be with her? No. Remember, she doesn't get their jokes.
Peter, let me just say, you getting Grace in here because, because you're a mutual. But Peter, I feel like you know me well enough to know I will cuss you the fuck out. Okay? Because ain't nobody asking for people not to come at KC. What we're saying is don't be fucking weirdos making racist and sexist allegations against that man that could ruin his fucking life.
And calling him a rapist. That's what we're saying. I feel like that's pretty even keel.
Calling someone a rapist, saying that someone is a fucking sociopath, a narcissist, acting like he's engaging in Darbo abusive behavior on that island. That's what the fuck we're saying not to do because y'all don't have no facts to back that shit up. That's what we're saying.
Peter, I happen to know
if you can criticize whoever
Peter,
you want.
I happen to know that you are a gainfully employed individual. Why don't you hook your boy up with a job? Peter, stay working. Listen, Peter, stay working. Peter, hook your boy up with a job. If you are that pressed about us talking about Bryce, hook your boy up with a job. And listen, I mean this with no shade. Peter is a hard worker. Like we're mutuals. Peter is a hard worker. Peter works hard. Peter, hook my boy up with a job. What? Because I'm advocating for him.
Being a bum most likely won't land you in jail. Being called a rapist will though.
I will work on his resume if you get him a job. I'm gonna do his resume.
No shade, all we're doing is repeating what that man said. He told us he's a bum. He said I can't make my rent. He said I'm struggling to make my rent. He told me that. All I did was repeat the shit. And no shade. Well, maybe some shade. I don't give a fuck about protecting no white, cisgendered, able-bodied man in the fucking United States who hasn't managed to make a fucking way for themselves. I don't give a fuck about offering you protection.
Look, and I tried to get him a job. I told you to get him a job. You wouldn't. So don't be mad at me. I even offered to zhuzh up his resume.
No one's dragging Trinity.
Sid. Who's dragging Trinity in the comments? We didn't even talk about Trinity, as far as I know.
We were literally talking about Bryce. All I asked about Trinity was when her man take they money, because he's gonna look at her and say that your money, the why in your money is silent.
Peter,
how much he's gonna pay in taxes?
Peter, reverse racism is not real bad. Reverse racism is not real. So I'm actually not engaging in anti-blackness. So actually I can ask people to not engage in anti-blackness. I actually can ask for that because I'm not doing that. I didn't call Bryce a rapist. I didn't call Bryce a sociopath. I didn't call Bryce an abuser. There are some things that I could say about Bryce that I don't. But I am calling him a bum because he told us he was one. He's a scrub. He said that.
Peter, you are no longer part of the Commonwealth. You don't have to subscribe to the ideology.
Why are you fighting to defend a white man so bad? That's weird.
You are no longer part of the Commonwealth. Y'all told Charles he couldn't come over there. So why are you fighting so hard to prop up the ideology? Why? Don't do that.
it's weird to me. It's weird to me, especially that, and yes, I'm talking about you, Peter, and all the rest of the black people that do it, that they fight to protect Bryce when he has been so fucking weird to black women on that show. What are y'all protecting that man for? What are y'all protecting that man for? A white man that characterized a conversation with his black partner at the time as an argument? Why do you perceive it that way, Bryce? Why do you see it that way? The same white man that told a lie to his black partner to get her to run it back to the other black girl that he knows is an overthinker that is insecure about the stability of her relationship. That white man is the one that you're protecting? Why? Why? And Zach too. Absolutely. Peter, you can't come up here if you're just going to be yelling in defense of the white master. You can't come up here doing that. Now, if you're going to come up here with an actual argument, sure. But if you're going to come up here protecting Massa and them, you can't come up here doing that shit. The same white man that was laughing at his black partner being told she's a little girl, that white man is the one that we're like, but he's so good, Massa. Massa, we love you, Massa. He good to us.
He's giving who that nigga on that nag. You gonna put him in the big house, Monsieur Candy?
Like, y'all, what the fuck?
Can I ask a question though?
Yes.
What has Bryce, like, and this is not even any shade to him, right? But on this show, in the entirety of the 6 weeks that we've all watched this island, right? What has Bryce actually done for Trinity by himself that makes it worth defending their relationship? Like, regardless of anything that they say in conversation, which is not much and is not even really relevant, but like the only date they went on, production planned it. Right? So it wasn't like, oh, he did something for her and said, will you be my girlfriend? No, production gave them a date and then he said, will you be my girlfriend?
And
within the villa.
And then, Kay, you can't forget the part that he then told her again, I know I'm not your type.
Oh yeah, true. I forgot about that part.
Okay, can I go now?
No, not yet. Kay, finish your thought.
So with all that in mind, right? He didn't really do much for her. Complains all the time about his own insecurities and has her reassure him time and time and time and time and time again. Where in the first couple of weeks, I remember them having conversations about intimacy and he was like, well, he's not really on that. It was a full-on thing where he thought they were having an argument, where she was just saying, well, this is just something that I would like. And that was what even spurred him to go re-pursue Keda. So with all of that, I just want to understand, why ride for him? Is this out of loyalty to Trinity or just because, you know, because he's white, it doesn't really matter?
Okay, go ahead, Peter.
Yeah, so I find that disrespectful. People are saying that I'm caping for a white man. That's disrespectful.
Are you not?
I'm not caping for a white man. I simply said,
you're not.
Again, I simply said I don't like the conversations that are happening. Not just for Bryce, for everybody. I've been in all your lives. You know me. I'm very logical. I don't have any sort of favorites. If I have any favorites, it's Anaya. If I cape for anybody, it's Anaya. But the conversations that are happening, I find to be very disrespectful.
Okay.
And all I'm saying, I heard people keep saying they can't come for Casey, calling him broke and all that kind of stuff. I'm not talking about the rapist. No, I'm not talking about any of that. I'm simply saying, people are saying that people can't come for Casey, calling him broke and all that kind of stuff, but then you're turning around and doing the same thing to Bryce.
That's not what we said, Peter. If you were listening to the conversation.
Hold on. The thing is, Bryce actually is a brokey. That's backed by fact. Bryce told us that. It's not true about KC. They're saying that, no, be quiet. They're saying that about KC because he is a black man that they perceive to be from the hood because his mama didn't have a passport yet. KC has an actual fucking job with benefits. Bryce does not. Bryce told you I barely make rent. We're just repeating facts. So that's a null and void argument. What's the next one?
Also,
Which,
the conversation.
you can't say
Hold
something
on,
about
hold on,
argument.
Peter. And I want you to be. I want you to be truthful, Peter. I want you to be truthful.
Come on now.
The conversation that is being had about KC being broke is also about disparaging his title as a CNA and saying that he doesn't even have a 4-year degree. That is the conversation that is being had.
Again, all I'm saying is that there's a lot of conversations that I've been in the lives, and my issue again. This is my issue with
in the lives. I've heard you.
My issue with
And I've
this
heard you
season.
be in those lives when they've talked down about KC and his position as
Again,
a CNA.
like I said, and
I have seen you on those panels.
Yes, and I will defend myself.
No,
And
you
the only
did
thing
not.
I've ever said
I'm not
about
gonna
that.
hold you. I'm not gonna hold you. I'm glad you're up here because the reason why I haven't blocked you is because of the mutual respect that I've had for
Again.
you. Because hold on, because I have seen you on those lives caping for the same bullshit that I've blocked other people for.
And let me finish now. As I said,
have.
the only thing I've ever said about that man is that I do not like that everybody keeps getting blamed for his own actions. That's all I've ever said about him. I've never said that I hope people hold that man accountable. I've heard people blame Anaya. I've heard them blame Bryce. I've heard them blame Zach. I've heard them blame Corbin. TT at one point. That's all I'm saying. That's the part I don't like.
So explain to me.
Peter, you ain't never stood up.
Explain to me, Peter, why you came in my comments saying to not blame everybody else for KC's actions. When did I do that?
I never said I never said you did.
You did. You did.
No,
in my
I never
comments.
said.
Peter, I
never
responded
said
to
you.
that
I
comment
said I
in
was
which
in
Peter,
I said the
Peter,
life that
I
was
responded
in.
to that comment. Peter, I responded to your comment in which you underneath that comment said you didn't even watch the video, which means you came in there not watching the video, not understanding the concept. That's why I said, don't come in here talking about you've been in them lives, you've been listening, because I saw you in those lives. Because even in the comment section, it's literally still fucking there. You said with your fingers that you didn't even watch the whole damn video. So you didn't know the context, in which I responded to you and I implored you to watch the entire goddamn video because that's not even what she was talking about. So please don't miss me with the bullshit. Miss me with the bullshit. Let's not do that. Because I've watched you in those lives where they tore that man down. As a matter of fact, the first live I heard when after the recoupling that I saw you in was when they were talking about, well, what's he going to do for Anaya anyway? Because he's just a CNA and he ain't even got a 4-year degree. He can't afford to be with her. You were on panel. Don't play with me. And I actually, unlike you, I listened to the entire conversation. So don't play with me. You were up there letting them do all that shit. Not once did you open your mouth to speak up for that black man, but you always want to go back. And what I notice is what you do is you go back and talk about all of KC's faults in the middle of them tearing that black man down. So let's not do that. Like I said, you are no longer part of the Commonwealth. They kicked King Charles his ass out.
I'm not a fan
So
of him.
you
I'm not
sitting
gonna
here,
vote for him.
so you sitting here still
I'm
caping
not
for
a
that
fan of him. I'm not gonna
bullshit.
vote for him.
You still sitting here caping for that bullshit. I ain't with it. Let's not do that, especially when you came up under Tina, especially when you came up under Tina's comments over some shit you didn't even take the time to understand the context for. So let's not do that.
Again, what have I said? What have I said in those lives? What have I said in those? Have I ever called him anything? Have I ever called him out his name? The only thing I've said, I don't like how people seem to be blaming everybody for this man's actions. That's all I've said. I've said I want people to
Who
hold
have
this man
they blamed for
accountable
this man's
and stop
action?
Peter,
Who have they blamed for this man's action? No.
They've
Please
blamed
explain
Trinity,
who.
they've blamed Anaya, they've blamed Zach, they've blamed Bryce, they've blamed Corbin at one point, and TT.
So let's run this down. Since you seem to have a problem with timelines, I'm gonna give you the Spark Notes version. Okay?
And please
Bryce
don't talk
is
down
right-
to me.
No.
Please,
Hold on.
please
Here
do
we
not
go.
talk down to me.
Let me give you the Spark Notes version, okay? Because what happened was, Sincere and Casey were having a conversation. Bryce felt some type of way and inserted his white ass in that conversation. When the conversation didn't go the way he wanted it to, he took his ass to Zach first, because people confuse it. They think he went to Trinity first. He went to Zach first, told Zach an exact lie. Turned around and went to Trinity, told her an almost truth and put 10s on 2s about that shit so that she felt some type of way. Therefore, sowing discourse in the couple between Anaya and KC and Trinity. That's why Trinity kept coming for his ass. And then when sat there, when she tried to confront him and tried to buck up during the fucking counting, sat there and cackled behind her back. He's the one been sowing discord. Him and his whole friend Zach. And then Zach also participated when Zach chose him in that that challenge talking about, oh, because KC says thinks he's gonna win it with Anaya, and he's playing it safe. And then when Anaya went and confronted him, he walked that shit back. Oh, no, KC never said that shit. So you're gonna tell me that's them blaming him for his actions? No, and you've also watched, if you paid attention and watched the entire video, because I know that you have a history of not doing that. Have you watched the entire segment, you would have heard Casey said that his resentment comes from not being heard for weeks, for not being understood, for constantly being shut down. He says this out of his own mouth, that is where it comes from. So don't tell me that people are blaming him for his actions. No, people have gone and run with narratives about this young man being for actions and for stereotypes being perpetrated by 2 white men in that fucking villa. So don't tell me it's about other people blaming him for his actions. That man has been upfront about his actions. He probably could have gone about it a different way. Hold on. Don't do that. Don't do that. Because y'all want to sit up here and knock this man. Meanwhile, you got 2 white men playing in the face of 2 black women. What the fuck were you saying about Zach trying to trade Kato like a Pokemon card?
I don't even like Zach. I've
No. Because we want to talk about actions. We want to talk about actions,
what are you talking
right?
about?
Hold on. We want to talk about actions. When Zach was trying to take, because I have yet to see you talk about Zach and them. So, but every time I see you on a live, you always popping your damn gums about KC. When are we going to talk about Zach, who was trading that girl like a Pokemon card?
Again, I've talked about Zach.
When are we going to talk about the microaggressions? When are we going to talk about the microaggressions that Bryce perpetrated against?
What the hell are you talking about?
What the hell am I talking about? Hold on, I'm gonna mute you for a second so I can tell you what I'm talking about. Okay. When are we going to talk about the microaggressions that Bryce got against Trinity?
Okay, this
You'll
is not
never
a
want to
debate.
talk about
You
that shit.
can't keep lodging things over and over and not allowing me to talk. That's not a conversation.
See, oh wait, Peter, it doesn't feel nice, does it? Does it kind of, hold on, Peter, does that kind of make you feel like KC? Does that kind of make you feel like KC? Wait a minute, Peter, does that make you feel like KC? When every time you try to talk, somebody mutes you and talks over you, doesn't that make you feel like KC?
Again,
it doesn't feel nice, does it? It doesn't feel nice, does it? When you're trying to talk and women just talk over you and you're trying to get your point out, it doesn't feel nice, does it?
Maybe he needs a TT. Oh shit.
Are you good?
Doesn't feel nice, does it? I'm just saying, it's hard. It's hard to get your point across when a woman is constantly talking over you and wanting to shut you down every single time. It's a little difficult. And why are you raising your voice? Why are you raising your voice? Because you're getting frustrated, isn't it? No, I'm making a point.
No, you're not making a point.
No, am I not making a point? Because I think you're getting frustrated. Speak, Peter, speak. Speak, Peter, speak.
And you didn't even call him the B word. You didn't even call him the B word yet.
Stand up. Don't be a punk. Don't be a bitch, Peter. You a grown man. Speak. Still you rise. Rise up, Peter. You see how hard that is? You see how hard that is, though? When that man was trying to speak and those women are speaking over him, do you see how hard that is? Do you see how your frustration was building? I legitimately put you in the same position that Casey was put in every single time he tried to have a conversation. Every single time. And that's the frustration that he was experiencing. That's the frustration that he tried to register with you all. But y'all weren't getting it. Y'all weren't getting it. Because it's hard when you're trying to convey something. I'm going to let you speak now, Peter. I'm going to stop now. I'm going to let you speak. But it's hard when you're trying to convey something and people are talking over you and you have a point to make and it's frustrating. And every time you're trying to communicate, and you and I are mutuals, Peter. So imagine that you are sharing a bed with this person. And you're trying to have a conversation with this person. And every time they shut you down. That's the point. That's where the frustration comes. That's where the resentment comes. That's what happens. That was the point I was trying to make.
Okay, can I go now?
I go to the bathroom. Go ahead.
From the very first time I watched the first episode, I clocked everybody. I said, Zach is a game player. I've been many lives and I called and I said, Zach is a game player. Zach is playing everybody. I've said that. I've said Bryce is insecure. And I've said Casey, the whole performative, you're winning a black girl, is performative. I've called everybody. I've called all the dudes out. The only person I've never called out is the females. So to say that I'm caping for one person or other, that's a lie. I attack Casey more is because everybody has made it clear about who Zach is. Nobody's defending Zach. Who Sincere is, nobody's defending Sincere. But my issue is everybody keeps continuing caping for Casey for his own actions, he was never upfront with Anaya. I know people kept saying he was honest with her. He was never fully upfront with her. He would say one thing to her and say something else to other people.
That's
that
not
was
true.
the issue.
That's not true. That's
Gigi,
not true. Peter, I
Gigi.
literally just gave Peter. Hold on, pause for a second. I'm not going to mute you, but I want you to pause for a second. Peter, he literally said it to her, and guess what happened every time Anaya confronted those people? They are the ones who changed their stories, not KC. I want you to be very, very clear. Every time, even Trinity told her, up until Bryce lied to Trinity, even Trinity was like, girl, it's not that serious. You're thinking too much about it. Every time she went, it happened with Zach, it happened with Bryce. Whenever Anaya walks it back to the people, they walk back what they say. Oh, that's not what he said. He said different. It's always the same. So I need you to stop. Like, and this is Peter, hold on, because I'm going to let you make the argument. But here's the thing. You know how I am, Peter. You know how I am. We've been through this long
with
time.
me. I love facts.
Wait. Listen, you know how I am, but we argue in facts. Okay. So let's not do that. If you don't like what he says, that's one thing. If you didn't like the way he communicated it, that's one thing. But don't sit up here and say that he said one thing to her and then said one thing to somebody else, because he always said to her what he said to other people. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. And you may not have liked the way he said it. That's something different. Whatever. I can respect that. But don't say that he sat there and lied to it when it's in 4K. You can always rewind it and compare the audio. Well, Tina has an entire playlist for this shit.
Correct. You literally don't even have to rewind it. I made an entire video with timestamps. You don't have to guess. I went back and watched every fucking episode and gave you all the fucking timestamps of every conversation where then they walk it back.
Okay, can I go now?
They say, actually, well, what he said was, and then they repeat what KC had already fucking said to her. Okay. Go back and watch it back. And so those of y'all saying that we need to let Peter talk, actually, I don't have to do shit. We actually can do it however the fuck we want to do it, because it's my space. It's my space.
All right, so the issue. I hear people. Gigi just said that he didn't. He was honest. He wasn't honest. He was honest. He wasn't honest. He said, if she pulled me to explore, yes, I would explore that.
That's not what he said. That's not what he said. This is why I said to go back.
Again, he didn't say that word.
He said. Peter, that's not what he said. He said if it was mutual, he said if the feeling was mutual and if it was worth it, then he would explore. That's what he said verbatim.
Okay. That's what I said verbatim. Okay, fine. Then, that continues. They move on. Anaya kept having people come to her, saying one thing. She go back to him. Okay, so I'm hearing this. What's going on? I think the last conversation was, I'm good off that. No, I'm not interested in that. I'm not going to support me and you have. That was one of their conversation. He reassured her that way. Then when Soul got dumped, she heard from them.
Did he not tell her he was going to explore her if it was mutual?
No. Afterwards.
He didn't tell her that?
Afterwards.
He didn't tell her that?
Gigi,
Peter, he didn't tell her that?
Gigi, afterwards, Gigi, please, Gigi, please stop that.
Peter,
please.
he didn't tell her that?
Gigi, afterwards, he said he was cool off of her. He's not going to explore that. Afterwards, yes.
Because he wasn't.
In the beginning,
at that point,
stage,
he was not. He told her that. God damn, Peter. This is why. Sorry, y'all who keep saying that I don't let people talk. This is my issue.
No, Gigi, no, but you're not allowing me to talk.
I don't do circular conversations. Okay, especially when there's proof out there. You know that, Peter. We have been in discourse long enough. You and I have been through the trenches long enough to know that I don't do circular arguments. Not when the proof is out there for you. You are too damn grown. Hold on, Peter. You are too damn grown, and your balls have dropped way too far for us to be having circular arguments like that. Don't do that.
You know what? Let me, Peter, you gotta go, babe. You gotta go. Because not the people in my comments talk about they gotta regulate their nervous systems. Y'all, Peter's a mutual. Y'all said he wanted to come up. I know who the fuck Peter is. That's why he was sitting in a goddamn request, okay? Because I know who Peter is. Y'all said Peter want to come up. So I said,
y'all, and no hate to Peter, please, because Peter is my mutual. Yeah. No hate to Peter, please.
And y'all, Peter is not yelling at us. That's just how Peter talks, for real.
Yes, Peter's just Jamaican. Exactly. Nobody take that seriously, please. Peter is just Jamaican. It is what it is. Them island niggas talk like that, please.
And this is what we were saying. The issue is that people
I actually like Peter.
Are watching the show and then making things up in their head, or the filter that is taking in what is being said and then is shifting it to fit the narrative they already have in their head. That's the main issue.
Exactly.
That Peter suffers from the same thing that I suffers from. Peter and Anaya, they suffering from the same thing. They hear one thing and they process it a different way. So, you know what I'm saying? I can see why he said he was caping for Anaya. Him and Anaya, cousins, twins.
Honestly, we all of us do this where we look at. I mean, Tina, you even said it when you heard Casey's speech to TT. You had a visceral reaction based on your own feelings, but then you had to look back and think, what are the actual facts? Because facts over feelings every time, because feelings change. As you grow, feelings change. Facts, 9.9 times out of 10, they don't change. Hopefully, unless the government wants what they want to do, right?
Excuse me, Jay, if you're gonna call me a bird, you better call me by the correct species. I am an albatross. Thank you very much.
Yes.
And then spell bird right.
Jay, if you didn't know, we're actually a flock. We've all picked our bird. Would you like to choose yours since you're in here with us? I'm a flamingo.
To the menagerie.
I'm a phoenix and I rise like KC.
I want to say this, and I'm a shrike, I think, because they're the ones who impale their food on like their live prey on like those thorns and let them like unalive that way. And I think that's pretty cool. Or I'm that one not the kookaburra. What's that one? The one that looks like a dinosaur, basically. Or a raven, because they're called the unkindness of ravens. So I think we should all be ravens. We need to be unkindness.
Period, Ray. Somebody picked hummingbird. It was by. But listen, y'all, let me just say this. Y'all are so corny. Casey went home. He did not rise. Casey went home. He did not rise. Because his life ended because he left the villa, you dumbass. Shut up.
His name rose up in your mouth.
And he's happy, so who cares?
In your mouth, didn't it?
Boring.
Wait, but his name rose up in your mouth, didn't it?
The comebacks are whack, bro. God damn. Open a book. Get more creative shit. But let me just say this. Actually, y'all coming in and calling us birds is not an insult because, like Audre Lorde said, if I don't define myself for myself, I would be crushed under other people's fantasies of me and eaten alive. So, baby, caw-caw. Caw-caw, caw-caw, caw-caw. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck.
That's my bird call.
We love it.
Okay. Shit, Peter. Okay, dark skin lover girl, give me your thoughts, girl.
Damn, we never even got through the line. Wait.
No! Golly! Golly!
Because I want to talk about Blue's line.
Peter, look what you did. I blame Peter.
I seen you send it to me. I don't got nothing to say.
I was knocked out. Y'all done woke me all the way up. Cause what do
Thought you was asleep.
I cannot know. This is long.
I said I had nothing to say, but I lied. I do have something to say. Okay. What I wanted to say was why did Gigi say that? Why did Gigi say that? That was so funny.
What did I say?
That made a point.
Girl, do you feel like KC? Do you feel like KC?
Yes.
It's hard, isn't it?
I'm sorry. Like, I need to go to school, Gigi's school, because, like, what? Like, she literally walked you, taught you a lesson, and you still came back and said, what? And what you said was everybody was coming up to Anaya and telling her that Casey was saying something different. That's not true. There was one game, and Zach came up and said what he said on that game. And then also, like Tina said and Gigi said, if you go back and you watch it, she went, a timeline, clip by clip. Zach said he said what he said because he was pissed.
Well, that was Bryce.
That was Bryce?
Bryce said that he said what he said because he was upset with Casey for what he had said in the kitchen that day. when Zach and Anaya talked, he said, well, what he actually said was he was attracted to her, which was exactly what Casey had already fucking told Anaya.
Yeah.
Zach projected his interpretation onto it and then dropped that in a fucking challenge. What y'all need to be more mad about, and I'm going to say this and then I'm going to shut the fuck up about this. Y'all should be more mad at fucking Zach and fucking Bryce running Anaya's fucking brain through the muck. They all know that she's an overthinker. Everybody has talked about it in that fucking bill of damn near. They know she's an overthinker. Why would you play on her insecurities and her anxieties? Because you don't actually give a fuck about her as a person. If you actually wanted to protect black women, you would be more enraged at that shit than you fucking are. On some real shit. And then the last thing I'm going to say is, because I heard you talking about, well, everybody knows this about Zach. Everybody knows that about Sincere. That's a bullshit ass fucking take. It's a bullshit ass fucking take, because if that was the case, then we would see just as much outrage and rhetoric about them motherfuckers that we heard about KC, and that has not been the case this season. And you are being disingenuous if you say that it is. Y'all have been listening to rhetoric about KC that is amplified and over the fucking top for weeks. And then people going, well, we know that about them, so it's fine. So if you know that someone is a redactor, then you don't pay attention to it because this other person is also being mean. That's crazy. That's like an insane ass fucking stance. Y'all are literally watching. Y'all are saying that exactly. They're making excuses. You're making excuses because you all had a perception of who KC was supposed to be, and then he disappointed you. You know that he's not talking to you, right? You know that you're not on the island, right? The fact that you feel triggered, baby, is your own fucking shit that you need to be talking to a lady on a couch about.
But Tina, I don't even buy that. I don't even buy their perception of Casey that he disappointed them, because without provocation from that very onset of that conversation with Anaya, in which he was pouring into her and calling her the blueprint, they were mad at Casey. Correct.
Because again, you all were triggered, and I'm going to keep saying this. I want all of you. I said it last night. I would literally.
In the comments, how did Casey present himself?
Listen, I almost blocked them, Kiki. Nobody said that, Queen. Oh my gosh. I want y'all to just be quiet long enough and stop typing long enough to listen. Okay. I want y'all to be so fucking for real. I would almost, not very much, but I would pay money to do a poll on how many of you all that have all this vitriol for KC were Shalacers last season. How many of you all bought into Shelly and Ace? How many of y'all were part of the Ace mob and then felt betrayed when he got on that motherfucking podcast? Felt duped when Taylor said, actually, I'm not attracted to Alandria and I picked Clark. Y'all don't want to look stupid again. Y'all don't want to look dumb again. And so you're triggered in your body about some shit that has nothing to do with KC. And if you weren't a Shalacer, you probably just had some man that hurt your feelings. And I think that that's weird, actually. Are you really? That maybe you're a swirler then. I said it.
Oh. I wasn't a Shalacer. I wasn't a Shalacer, and I still can admit that I had a visceral reaction when I saw his back tat and didn't know what it said. And I was like, oh shit, not another nigga with a back tat. I did. And then I gave the man a chance. That's what happened. Y'all stopped at the trigger and didn't release it.
Y'all literally, it is fair. It is fair, Miss Reeves. Y'all literally heard that man say black is beautiful and you were like, I don't trust it. There's something suspicious about this.
They started with him.
It went on to leave one black woman for another.
They started with him at the plant.
Y'all, instead of supporting the only black couple on the show, you decide to put those two black women against each other.
Well, here's
Yeah,
and
they started with him at the plants when he said, "Oh well, I thought the plants would make me like seem more likable or would get the girls or whatever." That was the very first point where they said he was performative. Then the blueprint conversation, and then even like saying that TT reminded him of his mother and sister. But if they watched the show, if they paid attention like they did last year to Chalet's, if they were paying attention, they wouldn't have been gagged like they were, and they would have been able to see that Casey was actually trying to be his authentic self.
Well, and furthermore, KC actually does have fucking plants. He thought it was going to be like something that the girls would be into too, but the man said he does have fucking plants.
Exactly.
Like Rob,
I mean, Anaya said if money wasn't an object, she would be in the woods with fucking plants, but she didn't choose the plant door.
It was like on season 6 when Janae had that crash out because Connor and Leah connected over plants. He wanted something to connect over that was like a little not odd, but like a little different hobby.
Y'all gotta let KC be weird, okay? You gotta let him be fucking weird. His sister came on the show and said he a little fucking what she say, corny.
He a little goofy, corny.
Oh, she said corny. He's a little corny. Let that man be fucking corny.
Let him dig in the soil. What's wrong with that?
Man was fine. Y'all thought that man was fine shit, just like Anaya, and you was like, he can't possibly like fucking plants for real. He can't really fucking like dark-skinned black women. He wants a light bright or a Latina girl.
Like, they do the same thing with the girls. You can't be whimsical. You can't be weird. You can't be a nerd. You gotta be a hood nigga. Okay.
Well, and that's how they talk about him, right? They want him. Listen, I've said this all season. Listen, Ro.
It's impossible to believe that he legitimately likes black women, but it's also impossible to believe when we say Anaya likes light brights.
And Ro, when his mama came on the show, I really was like, oh man. Oh, damn. Okay. Anyway, I have been saying to y'all all season that y'all have been putting KC into the black macho and buck tropes for black men. People have not allowed KC to just be, listen, this is like, I think about my black son and how much he aggravates, I'm going to say explicitly, his white teachers, right? Mm-hmm. Not all of them, but the ones that have a particular perception of how blackness is supposed to show up. I had a teacher be mad because he was laughing. Because black boys can't have joy. Y'all want black boys and black men to show up only one way so fucking bad? That shit is actually fucking so weird.
And
that shit is weird.
Yes, Tina. And can I also say, this is why we say it's not just about the show, because let's bring it back to an autistic boy who was unalived at the age of 23 by cops, Elijah McClain, his last words were, "I'm just different. I'm so sorry," as they choked the life out of him. Let black people and black men and black women show up in all shades in all avenues, no matter who they are, because you bringing them down allows people who are not of us to think they can do that and police our bodies in different ways. That 23-year-old black man should still be here. He was unalived 2019. He should be here. He was just different. Let these people be different. Let him grow his plants.
I need to wake up for y'all that the people that redacted Elijah McClain just had all their sentences overturned.
Yup.
Y'all were fucking having we're having such a great time watching all the black boys frolic on fucking TikTok, but then a black boy got on to fucking Love Island and was a weirdo and awkward and goofy and smiling at inappropriate times. Listen, I'm a therapist. I know what shit looks like. And y'all were like, he's supposed to be a hood nigga. Why he acting like that? It's gotta be fake. He's performing. He's pandering. He's pretending. You fucking weak ass, fucking horrible ass fucking people. I don't give a fuck. That shit actually does piss me the fuck off. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I'm not
Meanwhile,
even
y'all
gonna
ain't
lie
say
to you.
shit to them non-black men who told them black women to shut the fuck up and let them talk.
Shut the fuck up. I'm not talking to y'all. I'm talking to her. But y'all were like, yeah, we want to hear what he has to say. I don't know. I mean, it just seems like he really likes her.
That was, people
Sincere
said that was a little hot. They said that was hot. They said that was hot. No, they thought that was attractive that he told her to shut the fuck up.
And they shut up. But when he left, they was talking again. Okay, sorry. But like, it was literally, they're literally watching that man lie in 4K. Lying in 4 fucking K. And they're like, well, hold on. We want to hear what he has to say about it. I swear that one is fucking Samson. I need a motherfucking Delilah.
Where's Delilah at? Please.
Because y'all are pissing me off as the audience.
And y'all wonder why in this country, there are black little boys, black little girls, black men and women going missing left, right, and center, going on trips with their white friends and showing up days later unalived. And you guys don't think it's because they undermine and they devalue black bodies. Meanwhile, you're doing the same thing.
Yes, and they're letting people say YN. Why are you saying YN? Why are you using that? Why are they so comfortable using that? Oh, you're a smart YN. Oh, you're an artsy YN. Like, what is that? What is that?
You had a whole white woman teacher get on this internet and allege that KC was a child that was left behind and he only managed to get through school because he was a fucking athlete. Mind you, Sincere is saying epitome. Jen is saying compromise.
He is emerged.
But they not getting fucking videos.
Tell the difference between 2030 and 2015 vision, and to tell her
mind you, he used
on
emerged
Aftersun,
twice.
no, that wasn't
And she
even.
still argued with her, mind you.
She swore up and down. I saw it on the live stream. No, babe, it's in the video. Oh, is it really?
And let's not forget, Sincere actually used emerge twice in 2 different conversations.
And so why did they not get videos? So when y'all come to me with the scheme set up by Todd to bring me the bullshit, I'm not trying to hear it for real. Because there's nothing you're going to say to me that's going to make me believe that the rhetoric about KC this season is not fucking rooted in anti-blackness. Nigga, I'm 40 years old. My degree
being broke and her having to build him up. Bryce, at the beginning, there are times I don't know how I'm going to be able to make rent, but y'all ain't calling him a brokey.
Correct. I am 40 years old. My bachelor's degree is in psychology. My minor is in women and gender studies. I did a lot of cross classes to make sure that I had a very well-rounded perspective. And my master's is in marriage and family therapy. I used to fucking run with the local Black Lives Matter chapter. Baby, I've been in the streets for real. You're never going to I grew up, say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. I grew up with my granddad wearing his red, black, and green beanie every fucking Sunday. That's how I the fuck grew up. I grew up being told darker the berry, sweeter the juice. Not being told that being a light bright is a fucking something to be proud of. That's how I grew up. That's my upbringing. So you're never going to convince me that the shit that I am watching this season is not rooted in fucking anti-blackness. And y'all piss me off when you get on here going, but are you just saying KC didn't do anything wrong? No, what I'm saying is that you motherfuckers are anti-black as fuck. And y'all are saying shit and propping up rhetoric that is harmful as fuck and has potential damaging repercussions on that man's life for the rest of his fucking life. And you need to fucking take a chill pill and go see a motherfucking therapist. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying to you. That when you fucking say that man is participating in grape culture and he's pressuring Anaya just to get smacks from her, but then you didn't watch him do that shit ever with fucking TC. They was knocked the fuck out every night. Every night. That you are propping up the rhetoric of hypersexualizing black men and that I don't fuck with that shit. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that you're fucking problematic. Please block Felix. I'm saying that you're fucking problematic. That's what I'm saying. There were people getting DJ'd in that motherfucker. It was not TC with KC. What I'm saying to you all is that you went too motherfucking far. That's what I'm saying. So yeah, you want to talk about the misogyny that has shown up in KC, as well as plenty of the other fucking people on this island, women included? Absolutely. But we can't have them conversations because we're too busy trying to get y'all all the way from the fucking right to at least get to the motherfucking middle. How the fuck we gonna talk about some shit in the middle when you all the way the fuck over there? We can't have that conversation yet. We can't have that conversation yet. You too fucking far for us to have that conversation. So now we have to spend our time saying, hey, you've gone too far. You need to come back over here to this side so that we can have the conversation. And y'all are saying, no, I want to stay on this side. I don't like it when you tell me to come to the middle. I don't want to do nuance. I'm mad. That's what y'all are fucking doing. And I'm telling you that I don't fuck with that shit. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. And y'all are pissing me off, as you can see. I don't even like fussing, but now y'all got me fussing. That shit makes me mad. It really does. All right, I'm done. Sierra?
We make it down the line yet? I think it's Sophia's time.
Yeah, this is my friend Sierra. Sierra's my friend in real life, y'all. I feel like I've told y'all this before, and I've known Sierra since she was in middle school. I used to be her dance teacher.
You don't have to run the story down every fucking time. Goddamn.
Hey, let her provide your credentials. Wait a minute. Oh, no.
No, I'm just up here for real because they started getting chatty about ghetto in the comments, and I started to feel away. So they tried to cancel me last time, so I'm not gonna say too much.
They did whack you last time.
I'm not gonna say too much. I just came up here in case people were trying to get active, because you know we get active. That's it.
Period.
Y'all doing a great job. Please continue.
Listen, okay, I'm sorry. I said I was done and I lied. Because goddamn, request, baby. A lot of people's feminism isn't intersectional for real because they refuse to acknowledge the implicit bias. You know what else I've talked about this season? How much y'all operate in fucking benevolent sexism. Do y'all even know what that is? The fact that y'all make those women the perpetual victims is you not seeing women as possibly, ever, potentially being able to be accountable for their behavior, because women are weak, frail, fragile people that just, they can't, they're just little babies. They can't do anything. It's the same fucking rhetoric that justifies our fucking oppression. But you dumbasses, I'm sorry, y'all are not dumb.
They are. We're a cult. You can say that.
I'm sorry. Y'all are not dumb, the general public, okay?
You're a cult. We're a cult. You're a cult leader. They'll take it from you.
You're not dumb. Some of your thoughts are dumb.
Y'all, I'm trying to be nice, but like,
your
ideas are questionable.
You're a cult leader. Don't take it back. You have to show strength to the masses,
or else we'll overthrow you. Yeah.
But like,
Gigi will be our new queen.
Exactly. You don't want that. I need a supervised adult.
All hail Gigi.
I need a responsible supervised adult. Okay, I need responsible supervision on the internet. You know this.
So y'all, I love you, but and I'm not talking about y'all. Understand? I'm not just talking about y'all. Y'all know that when I'm saying y'all, I'm talking about the general public, right? I just want better. You know what I'm saying? Like, and don't get me wrong, I love whacking a man. It's like one of my favorite pastimes. But what I do like to do is whack fairly. I want to whack fairly. You know what I'm saying? Because I feel like my argument loses substance if I'm just whacking because you are a man. That's not enough of a reason to whack you. Now, can I whack the system of patriarchy every fucking day, all day? Okay? But because I have an integrated self-identity when it comes to my womanhood and my womanism and my feminism, I don't need to just whack you simply because you are existing as a man. I mean, you know what, Binder? I'm just saying, right? That I need us to be conscious of the way Gigi has been talking to y'all about this all fucking season 2. Centering and only understanding and conceptualizing KC within the context of Anaya is unfair to be both of them. It's unfair to be both of them. Like, listen, Oh God, no shade. It's actually been my very much displeasure to have to spend time defending a man so much this season. Phoenix, please get a life. Please block Phoenix. Goddix.
Phoenix, you need to change your name. You're not the appropriate bird. You're not allowed in our aviary.
At all. Why are you here, mamas? But it's not fair to the both of them. Well, I mean, I think he deserves defense, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that actually, I can't just let people, because the narratives are rooted in anti-blackness, I can't just let that slide. I can't. Personally, my own personal morals and values mean that I can't just let that slide. I can't.
Yeah, the same way last season, I didn't really vibe with Shelly, but when people started going at her for the heart rate challenge, I said, what you guys are doing is wrong. Like, my morals don't change because I dislike somebody. If I dislike you and I see something going on, like someone's doing something wrong to you, I'm gonna stand up for you, even if I dislike you.
And Nikki, to your point.
Yes, but I do want to just address something in the comments real quick. Queen, I don't know you. So I don't know your qualifications, but I'm assuming you're not a clinician. Otherwise, you wouldn't be making that claim on the internet. As someone that is a clinician, KC is not giving you narcissist vibes. He's not. He does not meet the criteria for a narcissist.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and mute you.
I know y'all be on TikTok University and YouTube Academy, but that does not qualify you to say certain things about people.
No, truly. And to try to put that on him when other people are trying. See, that's what we're talking about, the anti-blackness, because you're putting this on him as a black man, as if there weren't already people trying to put shit on him. That is wild. Like, you're weird, right? You're very fucking weird. And I've already told y'all, if y'all gonna, this is a teenocracy, right? And we do classwork here. And if you don't have the prerequisites to be in this course, then you will be dropped. And that's just what it is. We don't do auditing courses around here. So you will be dropped if you don't have the appropriate prerequisites to be here. We require ridges in the brain. Okay. We require ridges in the gray matter in order for you to have conversation here, because we don't do that.
Let me ask,
please
not
stop.
who went to school with Dr. Bryant, please. Okay. I want to let Majestic ask her question, but I do need to ask a question real quick. I have Rachel, Sid, a cat with a heart, Katana Bella, Aloha, Paris, Jordan, DJ, Iris, and Trinity all in the queue. Sometimes people are tapping and accidentally request. I always like to ask if you actually meant to come up. If you've never been up here before, I don't want to bring you up and you didn't actually mean to do that. The other thing I do want to say is I'm never going to be, I'm not going to make any apologies about the fact that you do have to have a certain level of range to be in my space. I don't mean to be rude. It's not about me trying to be rude, right? But you don't get to ask us to come into the shallow end because you don't know how to swim in the deep end, okay? You either have to sit on the side with your feet in, or you have to just get the fuck, okay? But you don't get to ask us to come to the shallow end because you can't swim in the deep end. That is not fair to us, okay?
No more wings over here.
Okay, Sid does want to come up, okay. Okay. Majestic, please ask your question, my love.
Yeah, so I just wanted thoughts because, like, I can see, I mean, we can tell how passionate it is here. And just seeing, like, how intense each side is and making it versus, like, Casey versus Anaya. Obviously, we've seen, we know Casey has seen everything now. I'm wondering, how do you think Anaya will take it, seeing everything? Do you feel like she will come out like being against Casey because she's going to see most of the things that are like more like propping her up? Or do you think she will try to still maintain like a level of like fairness when it comes to the situation because they were in the island together? I don't know if that question makes sense. But.
Yeah. No, that's fair. Reality, please get the fuck out of my life. I will respond, and then I will let other people respond. My perspective has always been that I think that Anaya has been raised in a way where I think she has good sense. Personally, I do. And even if it's not for real good sense, I do think that she's been raised in a way to present a certain type of way. Jack and Jill, if you know anything about it, right? Somebody mentioned earlier the talented 10th, right? Like these are things that are common in the tax bracket that she grew up in. I do think that she would have good enough sense to not engage in rhetoric that she knows is harmful to him. This is my hope, that she would not engage in harmful rhetoric around him, and that she would, if there was harmful rhetoric brought to her, that she would shut it down. I do not think that Anaya is a Honda Civic, right? Honda Civic was friends with everybody, and then she got on a podcast and she was all of a sudden, I was bullied. You know what I'm saying? I realized I was bullied after everybody told me I was bullied. I don't think that she would do that personally. And I hear you. I hear you. I don't think that she would engage in he was pressuring me for smacks. He was acting as a rapist. I don't think that she would. I don't personally. My hope from what I've seen from her is that she would not actually do that.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
That I don't think the other girls in the villa would go that far either. I think Trinity would see that specific rhetoric and say, I'm not engaging in that. Like, I think Melanie would see that specific rhetoric and say, I'm not engaging in it. I think their problem solely was with, like, their friend being hurt. Like, I would respond a very similar way just because my friend is hurt. Not because I think Casey is, like, completely wrong. I'm just, like, one of them people. I'm right. My friend crying, like, I'm writing for her. I'm so sorry. It's F you and all your friends and your girl if she happened to be there. Like, I'm just so sorry. So I think like the actual rhetoric around Casey is a completely different combo than like what he actually, like, disliking him on the show for whatever you perceive he did on the show. That makes sense. Like, it's kind of like the issue I had with Shelly and Alandria last year. It's like a completely separate issue, what they were on the show and how they act on the show, and versus like the language you're using to express why you dislike them.
Yeah.
I think it's going to heavily depend on when they get back around their friends and family.
That's fair.
Because that's going to have a lot of influence on how they reflect and when they rewatch the show and everything, especially the way Anaya, Mama Harvey definitely has some strong influence on her. Mm-hmm. Then when she was telling her, stop crying because you make me mad, and since when are you this emotional? I think that's very telling how she probably is outside of the show. I don't think any of them are going to play into the rhetoric, like you said, by the public and the media, but I would hope they have a better perspective on Casey once they actually watch back what he was actually saying instead of just going by what they heard him say. But we shall see.
Yeah. I agree as well. I think as a recovering Anaya, the only way she's not gonna veer too far into what everyone else is saying is if she has a very grounded conversation at home that keeps her in the fact that at the end of the day, we don't do this. Yeah. If not, she might just go all the way left.
I think also, I will say another piece of it, right, is like, I do think that they are of a particular pedigree where they also understand like the potential lawsuits. Like, I think that they also can understand like the potential legal implications for saying things that potentially are untrue, that could be defamatory, right? And so I think without having data that can back up anything, you know what I'm saying? I think that they would err on the side of caution. I want to let our new panelists give their thoughts so that I can stop fussing. Kiki, please give me your thoughts, my love.
Oh, sorry, I was reading it. Just Aftersun. I'm glad Casey got to speak a little more about. I feel like they're going to use everything he said on there against him, though, at the reunion in some way, shape, or form. Even the way the question was framed, where she was like, "The door challenge, was that, a chip on your shoulder, or was that something you used to pivot away from the relationship?" I'm like, why would you ask it like that? Mm-hmm. That was not. And then him saying fragile, I feel like that's going to be taken. I understand exactly what he was saying when he meant it, but that's going to be taken out of context, I feel like. I don't know. I didn't even bother voting. I'm not watching the finale. I feel like the way the show did the voting this season was just very. It's just a reality show, but it just feels unethical the way that they chose to change the way voting works to still have it turn out in what they want it to be versus what the actual audience wants. So I just, at this point, I'll just watch the reunion and call it a day. I really think Parmita and Corbin should have had, a chance to make it to the 4 because, like, looking at what we have for the finale, it's like you have Zach. The fact that Zach has made it just irks my soul because that man does not like Kata. He does not. And I feel like Melanie and Sincere being there at this point, there are people who said they're going to vote for them to be petty. I don't even care. Let them do it. Brittany, I don't see it for them. I don't see it for none of these couples. I really don't. And so the show, at this point, Love Island just needs to make a new show. Just make it like The Real, but on an island. But because it's not about love anymore. Mm-hmm. It's not about finding legitimate couples. Mm-hmm. Nobody votes for the couples that they think actually could work. They just vote for their favorite person. And that's not, there's no more integrity to it. So yeah, I hope Casey takes a long hiatus and focuses on his family and himself and hopefully he can get some brand deals and move on with his life. And because I can't imagine, you could tell they cut up some of when they were showing him get his phone back, you could tell there was a lot of stop and pauses in between. And I hope that what he was seeing online did not devastate him or make him, I don't know. I'm over it. So that's all.
Say, Tina, really quickly, I just want to be clear. I know I said I wasn't going to vote, right? But I did vote, and I voted for Mel and Sincere.
You know what I'm talking about?
So I feel like
I did the exact same thing.
Who do you hope?
Because I don't care anymore.
So he should get the money.
Who do you hope gets the envelope?
I want Melanie to get it, and then I want her to walk away from it.
No, because she chose that man. I want Bundles.
Be fair, yeah, she deserves to suffer. He can have it.
You want Bundles to get it?
Sorry. Not sorry.
Think she deserves to suffer, y'all. Personally, okay? I know this is a hot take.
Suffer. I just said I hope Bundles gets the envelope.
No. I'm just gonna say, like, she definitely has. She could be in our flock. Okay, she could be in our flock. What I will say though is that
put us likes though.
Fair, but I will say that she also is in a dynamic that has been crazy making from the very beginning of her Villa experience. Gaslighting is one of the most damaging tools used against a person because you're quite literally telling them your reality is not real. You're telling them your reality is not real. And if they don't have a strong enough, well, actually, it doesn't even matter. You do that enough times and you're going to damage their brain functioning, right? Which is why I think she was already inherently a person that looked for external validation, but that is even the more, right? Which is why she was kind of hinging her hope on, my mom is going to get here and forgive him. My mom is going to get here and forgive him. And then when that didn't happen, she sort of was discombobulated. She's pretty much been dissociating for like the last, 2 weeks that she's been in that motherfucker. And this is why she was so hyper focused on him spiraling rather than what her own emotional experience was. It is terrifying for her at this point that she is going to have to, Brooke, have you been here long enough? Please shut up. She has been at a point where she's terrified to look at her actual emotions, which is why when Anaya invited her to, she could not. She could not. That was too scary for her. So people have been talking about Darvo, and I've told y'all you are seeing it on this island, but not from KC, like people are alleging. And if you've ever been in an abuse dynamic or even known someone in an abuse dynamic, you know what it does to you. And so I do want to give her a little bit of like, I think she was already fucking tripping. Don't misunderstand me. I got my man back. Thinking that she was gonna son Kata. She was absolutely fucking tripping. She was absolutely centering herself around a man. And what we're seeing now is like an aggressive progression in a way that is like a little bit scary, to be perfectly honest. And sad. But this is what happens. I shouldn't say that. This is the potential of what happens when we hinge so much of our identity and our value on a man.
I have a point of correction.
Yeah.
She could not be part of our flock. We don't accept dodo birds.
Gigi, please.
She can't sit with us. I'm just saying.
She's in the bird family.
No. Tina, she's already part of a cult. It's called the Hawaiian Silky Inches. She's already part of a cult. So it's the cult of insincerity.
Fair.
Where they worship the bundles. So she can't sit with us. Sorry.
You know what? And then there was one other thing. There was one other thing that I wanted to say to you all. And I don't remember what it is. The fragile thing. I do think, Kiki, that you're right. Fragile is going to be a trigger for people. I want to remind us that like words have meanings, right? And so fragile is like literally just the concept of the fact that someone needs to be handled with care. And he talked about how much reassurance she needed, how much he had to like do that day in and day out, how that was exhausting. And so I can conceptualize him saying she needed to be handled with such care that like, I just could not continue to bear that. That's honestly fair. You know, like I would rather him step the fuck out of it than to continue to be somewhere that he knows he can't show up in the way his partner needs. That said, we need a tap goal, guys. We need a tap goal. So let's go ahead and do 300K and let's do it in 13 minutes.
There we go.
All right. Sid, go ahead and give me your thoughts, my love.
Hey, I really just came up here because I was scrolling by. I am a Trinity lover. Personally, I see a lot of myself in her, and that's how I tend to like reality TV stars. Like, I see a lot of myself in her. So that's just like what it is. I will also say for like the people who haven't seen Love Island, which I feel like this is like kind of one of the things that's happening with this show, is like the show has changed so much. New people have started to watch, which is also what happens with UK. So like the audience has changed. But like, I do want to say a couple things. One, the entire premise of the show is like the women make the finals. Like the people who make the finals are the women, if that makes sense. Like every season I've ever watched of Love Island is about the women. I vote for the women. I watch the show for the women. Like the men, if they're hot, are like a sideshow. Like I thought Cordell was hot, so like I was interested. You know what I'm saying? But like I watch for like the girl friendships. I watch for like the girlhood of. I like the concept too. It's the craziest concept to me as like a nurse. I would never do that. Like I can't imagine like not knowing. It's besides the point. But anyway, so I really do like Trinity, and I think there's like a way to like talk about the Islanders that's like them as individuals and not necessarily them on the show, just because I think the show is about getting to the end. Like I think that if the girls weren't worried about Melanie leaving, they would have slightly different conversations with her. But I think like a really, really big like topic that they were like not addressing directly is that like they want their girl to stay, and like her not being with Sincere means she gotta leave. Like that's not gonna work for me. You gotta stay. So sorry. You gotta be in a relationship with Sincere. And like I do hope they can have those conversations outside of the villa, because like that would make me look side eye at y'all. Like y'all saw all that, and then like y'all was like, oh, go be with him, whatever. The other thing that I wanted to say was like I saw people saying like, oh, I didn't like how the girls cussed out the boys. Like that is also a Love Island staple. Like Maura Higgins, what's her name? Ekin Sue on season 8. Like that is a staple of this show. The girls yell at the men, even when they're wrong. Like even when the girls are wrong, they yell. like okay, that is like. Visually. Go ahead. Huh? As a group. No, as a group. Yeah, it's always a gang up. Like Anna on season 5.
It's always a gang up, but there's always a point where they all sit back and let the girl who's the main girl really do all the yelling. They do a little bit of an ad lib. It's never this much. You can agree to that though. It's never this
Yeah,
way.
but I think that's kind of the whole Anaya's fragile thing. Like, if I'm honest, like, I thought he did a great job at picking the word choice. I don't think she's sensitive. I think she was fragile. She needed a lot of reassurance. She needed several conversations from him to get her on the right track. Like, I disagree. I think that's a commentary on her versus like a commentary on like the way that the show has panned out. Like, in general, the girls that are cussing out the men are strong women. Ekin Sue has never like had a problem with speaking her mind. Maura Higgins, in general, she was the one being wrong. Anna Storm from season 5, like, it's just the women that were wronged are always outspoken women versus like Anaya is just not that outspoken, in my opinion. She is like much more of like a more reserved woman, I guess, is like the word that I would use. So that's all I was gonna say.
Jen, can we agree though that it's not just about the gang up, it's about the disproportionate treatment in terms of the gang up? Because y'all want to gang up, fine. Y'all want to buck up, okay, cool. But buck up on everybody? Not just, but the way it was disproportionate with one person who arguably wasn't as bad as the one person who stood up and told y'all to shut the fuck up, and y'all sat real pretty for him.
Right. I think I think the discourse, like, I just want to say this last thing and then I can drop actually. But I just wanted to say that I think it would have been different if Casey didn't bring her back. I think like that is where the like conversation is like a little bit different. Like, I agree that they should have dragged Sincere the same way. And like Zach, for the matter. Like, and even Bryce is a weirdo, but we've already been over that. He should have just been dragged for the sake of it. But I do think like Casey bringing baby girl back is what was a bigger deal. Like, I think they would have eventually.
I would argue that that's not even true, because even Kata and Trinity, during movie night, when TT and Amora pointed that out, and even the men pointed that out, they both said back and would do it again.
Yeah, I think they're not lying. I'm saying that. I'm saying they would have had that. They would have still cussed him out. But I think the bigger deal of the entire situation was that he brought the girl back. Like, that now their friend is single and vulnerable. Like,
I get that. But my argument isn't that they cussed him out. My argument is there's disproportionate treatment in the cuss out.
Yeah, and I'm just saying, I think
what's happening.
I agree with you. I'm just saying I think it's because he brought the girl back. They're saying I would do it again. I would cuss him out again. But like the level of that I cussed him out might be different if he hadn't brought that girl back. And I do believe that. Like, I really do. I mean, we can disagree, but I do believe that.
No, Can I say one thing? Hold on, Kay, real quick. I've actually argued that point, Sid. I agree. I feel like that there are, and Casey alluded, he said it actually directly tonight on Aftersun, that there are unwritten rules in the villa. I've talked about believing that there is an unwritten or unspoken social contract among the people in the villa. And that part of that unspoken social contract is that you need to come back to whomever your person is. And so the fact that he came back with anybody and Anaya did not choose up was the offense in and of itself. And the only reason why they didn't have the same level of smoke to Corbin is because Kenzie also chose to bring someone back. So it was the fact that Casey brought someone back. I actually don't even think it's about the fact that he left her single. I think it's about the fact that he just violated the rules that they had in the villa of how you were supposed to be moving. And then that is what enraged them.
Sorry, I think that's why they tried to encourage her to bring back Carl so hard. Because I think like their reaction would have been different if she just brought that man back. Now they would have been pissed, but you can only be so pissed once you have another man. Like, that has always been one of my gripes on the show. Like, girl, you too mad for you to have another man, like, for real. So I do think like if they really tried to get that girl to bring him home, like specifically Trinity. Like, she really was like, baby girl, you about to get embarrassed.
It's congruent for me, right? That's the part that really doesn't mesh for me. For them to be that loud and to be pushed, because the argument's still the same, that had she brought him back and he had not brought anybody back, then what would be? Because the rules would have still been broken. You didn't come back to your person. Would they then still have that smoke for Anaya?
No.
Because Casey, and the argument is no. So I still feel like there's this disproportionate thing that happens when it comes to him. And while I do agree there is this social contract that has occurred, because we've heard them call it Couples Island. Mm-hmm. And the bombshells who have left and been like, you guys need to be more open. And I feel like for me that's where it was. And I guess that just lies in that equal opportunity whacking that's there. It's like we're not seeing that happen because, again, it all comes back to them tying everyone else's experience to their partner. As opposed,
I think that the rules really only apply to the men because we saw this in the way in which they engaged with Kenzie, right? The fact that they watched what she did and they're like, oh, you know, Kenzie, I don't know, girl, like you were kind of moving like sensitive. Like the way in which they engaged her about her behavior, even though it was very similar to Sincere's behavior, was very different. And I think that's because she was a girl. So I think that there are a lot of, to your point, there are a lot of double standards happening. I think that there's colorism in there. I think that there's also like sexism in there. If I'm being perfectly honest, I think that they are treating the girls differently than they respond to the guys. And I do think that they're treating the light brights and the white boys differently than they're treating the dark-skinned black man. I absolutely agree.
Yeah, and I would like to add to Sid's point when she said, like, well, in other seasons, the girls would whack at the guys, but the guys that they whacked at deserved it, and it was usually the main girl who's coupled up with the guy who whacked at them, and everybody else just, like, sat and listened. I haven't seen too many instances where there was this, like, level of gang up, and it was undeserved. Casey's point blank period was undeserved. And I think like that's the big issue is like, why are they doing this when what he did is not proportionate to their reaction?
Go ahead, Kay. I want to
Exactly. And I think further to that point as well, you know, when you run through all the seasons of Love Island, both UK, US, because you watch both of them, if you think back to Kai and Sanam, right? Kai entered the villa OG, was coupled up with someone, they went to Casa, they both came back with someone else, and he won with his Casa girl. So it's a thing that can happen, right? But somehow with Love Island US, we've, as an audience, created an idea where we're saying, because it's mainly watched by women, it's about the women. It's technically not, it's actually about everyone, but because we are a purely female watching fan base for the most part, of course we will center it on the women. But in situations like this, on seasons like this, where the situation is so nuanced that you actually have to look at it as people, that's where we actually should be able to, as human beings, to push back and be like, okay, yes, I'm a woman, and yes, it's women first in every single instance, but in this one, actually, we're maybe doing a bit too much and we need to calm down.
Okay,
That's all we're saying.
I want to say something real quick. I made a video about this today. How I feel like a lot of, and I'm going to go back to it again, a lot of the audience right now. So I use what's called the racial identity development model, but I use it in the context of the way in which we conceptualize our gender and our feminism and our womanism, right? And I talked about what I'm seeing with people discussing Love Island discourse this season. And again, most of them are in the dissonance stage where they cannot take in new data and change their minds. And a lot of them, especially the loudest voices, are in the immersion stage. And the immersion stage basically has to do with you subverting, in this instance, the patriarchy, right? Saying, oh, I'm against that. But the only way that you can be against it is to be anti the people that are benefiting from the system, right? So the only way in which they can be pro Anaya is by being anti KC. They cannot be pro Anaya and pro KC because that is not the stage of development that they're in right now. Right? They're not at the integration stage where they can't see everybody as an individual. They truly cannot do that. And so I feel like when we say, oh, it feels like I'm talking to a brick wall, it's like, because we are. Because they literally have not gotten to a space of integration and secureness and confidence in their actual identities. And so they cannot prop up Anaya or defend Anaya without feeling like they need to villainize KC. It's that dichotomous black and white thinking. There was something else that I wanted to say, but Kay, that was so good. Gigi, you were talking about, what did you fucking say?
God. It's 4 a.m. where I'm at. I say a lot of shit. I have no idea.
She was saying that the whacking was disproportionate.
Okay, yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nikkei. I did say that.
Oh, thank you, Nikkei. Shit, whoever said it, Channel. So I agree. I agree that the whacking is disproportionate. I feel like I would have been okay with them being like, ooh, KC, we didn't like that. But that's not the way in which they whacked him, right? It was the fact that it was so, the boy was talking, when he walked in, right? he's like, yeah, well, Casey, how do you feel about hearing Anaya say that? It's a sad, reaction to hear her. Boy, shut the fuck up. It's like the fact that they responded in the way that, and he's like, no, it really actually is sad for me. I don't like to see her that way. I have a question. It's like, it's that part for me that's like, why do you have that energy? And to your point, Sid, I don't think that Anaya is the girl that's a rah-rah girl. I don't think she was raised to be that way, which is why she sat down with Carl after she apologized to that man. And she said, I look crazy, didn't I? And he said, it's okay. And she said, I did look crazy. He said, no. Because she knows that there's a certain type of way that you're supposed to present, right? But I also don't think it's fair if those girls were her real friends. And this has also been my critique about the girls on the island. It is not fair for you to make her experience about you. If you actually fuck with Anaya for real, it's not your business how she chooses to approach that conversation. Let her have the space to talk that through in whichever way she decides so that she feels like she has closure. This is not about you. And this is not the time to air your personal grievances against KC. That's actually fucked up and makes me feel like y'all don't actually give a fuck about Anaya. And so that also frustrated me about the experience.
Yes, because if the whole gripe is that Casey took away Anaya's, not autonomy, but her ability to make her own decisions by lying, by what they say is lying to her, then why are these other women also taking away her ability to stand up for herself and have a growth development moment?
Yeah.
Okay. And they do all this talking for her, but then when she was on the floor crying and having a breakdown, only person that checked on her was Melanie.
Okay, I wanted to make.
They were forced to pivot.
I wanted to make one comment about what Kay said, which was just that Kai and Sanam, they won Love Island, but that's also because Love Island UK is longer. Like, you can get attached to Casa couples because the show's longer. There's as many weeks on the front end as there is on the back end. Like, the show's 8 weeks. So Casa happens smack dab in the middle. So if, for example, I'm just saying that's why, the show is different than, I think there's a chance that TT and KC would have made the finals had the show been 2 weeks longer. Because I think, same with Clark and Taylor last year. I think you get to see their relationship actually develop outside of their other relationship, outside of the, relationships you're trying to get space from. The more we see Carl and Anaya and that she's happy, the more you can, people can accept that TT and Casey are happy and then, actually vote for them to win. So I do think, that concept is part of it.
So I completely agree with you, and that's why I'm asking. Sorry?
Are they in similar age ranges on the UK? This season?
It depends on the season. So this season, they're older. They're from, I think, about 23, 24 to about 27, 28, if I'm not mistaken. I need to go back and continue watching
they were
because I stopped.
too.
But last
season, there was 29 and 31.
Yeah, they're pretty much always from mid-20s and above on the UK ones. You'll find a couple 21, 22s, but not often. In fact, sometimes you'll get some 19s, but again, those are the rarer ends of the age bracket. They typically do mid and upwards. But Sid, more to your point, what I was saying was, I understand that's part of why as well, because they get more time. But if we know all these things and we understand that there might be a chance for you to even accept that someone is a human being and they have these feelings and they could have felt this way for whatever reason, why do we as an audience still crucify those people, even though we know all these things? That's the question that I'm asking. Because for the people on the island, it's a different ball game. But for us as viewers, we're supposed to know better, right? Yes.
Well, I think sometimes people acknowledge that. To me, I know people will disagree with this, but that's, your prerogative if you do. I think part of being intelligent sometimes is knowing you're dead wrong and saying and hearing people out and being unfortunately, I hear you, but that doesn't change my opinion about something, right? So I think that's at least for me, that's what's happened with this show. In general, I can hear all these perspectives. I can hear everybody's takes. I can hear all these couples are in love, but unfortunately, that does not change that I like this person and I'm going to continue to vote for them. And I think that is a different conversation than not acknowledging the downfalls in these couples and these people as individuals and being well, that's just not true. Those are two different things, personally 100%. For me.
And genuinely, you're in the minority.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, I'm kind of intelligent, so, people are dumb.
I love that for you, my darling. I love that for you.
Okay, Jamila, my love, welcome up. Please give me your thoughts.
Yes, it's a minute. So
I know. Wait. You're breaking up for me.
I got my headphones. Can you hear me?
Yes, now I can.
Sorry, I'm at someone's house and I'm trying to keep quiet, but I had to jump on. So, as some of y'all should know, I wrote me a little message in the comments under my worthy post. And after having a little back and forth with Tina, I had to sit down, as I hope some individuals do, and take off the blinders I had or what was distorting what I was seeing based off of my own personal experiences. And I think, I love that you said that I think some people are a little too far right and they're not willing to admit that they also are using their own lived experience to look and view at Casey, honestly. I also think that I hope that Aftersun, shed some light on who him and TT are. It did. I enjoyed it. You know what I'm saying? I also enjoyed you sharing about the meta-analysis. I really am big to data and statistics. So listening to that just only reconfirmed what, after watching your videos and having to listen to, having to take in and really sit with it and be like, yeah, you were wrong. You know what I'm saying? And I think that we are doing a disservice to ourselves if we don't take the time to really sit and say, well, let's weigh both sides and really see, am I looking at this subjectively or I'm looking at this objectively? And as I said in the post, I do think that they went way too far with the backlash. It was inappropriate. It was disgusting. And I still don't think, like I said, I sometimes wonder if Love Island does this intentionally to almost trigger and traumatize the Black community. And I'm just next year, I don't think I can do this. Though I said that last year. Because I love the discourse, especially when I'm in this, I'm in your live. But man, oh man, I'm how many times are we going to have to see this before these people are you know what I'm saying? So I think that, and even for the girls, I could enjoy some moments, but actually saying that, okay, and another thing, sorry, I think a lot of people are using black and white thinking, and they're not working within the gray and understanding that humans are not just all good and all evil. You understand? And I like that Casey said, because I did sense that, but I think I allowed my own, like I said, lived experience to cloud what I saw. I mean, I went to school for health care, really. So I know how to make an educated differential diagnosis and try to make sure I know what to include and what to look out. And I wanted to go into psychiatry. So I had to sit with it. So when I heard meta-analysis, I was like, honey, okay, we've taken out the big dogs, and you can't say anything against that. What can you say then? Unless you don't understand what that is. Okay. You know what I'm saying? And I do think that some people do not have the depth to really understand this conversation and to see that, maybe Casey was just airing out all of the things that he was holding into Corbin. You know what I'm saying? And they just happened to catch it and clip it because it would make great TV. So I do agree with that. And I was annoyed with Anaya. I'm not going to lie. Anaya initially wasn't really my favorite, only truly because I did think, I wasn't sure how she felt about Casey. I wasn't sure how he felt about her. But I did see that it just felt like I don't know. I just need a little more time, right? So I took a lot of time to just observe the show. And then once I noticed, okay, I already knew who I did not like. But the trigger, that worthy one, is what got me. And I was like, oh, okay. Then I was like, damn. That was wrong. So I do definitely think that I hope that whoever watches it next year, after seeing Casey and TT come out the villa and seeing how they were painted in the villa, it wasn't correct. it was actually wrong, and they might be able to sit with it, because if they can't, we cannot hope as a nation that there may be any hope for the people who, you understand? Okay? So if we can't for our own kind, why could we ever expect anyone else to? You know what I'm saying? So I get it. And I want to encourage those who are still in your life, who want to say, defend, why are you defending KC? Why? Again, I do believe that I think we need to take a step back and look at the entirety. Remember that they are cutting this thing up, right? And sometimes you have to sit with the fact that you may be wrong, and you might need to listen to other people who have done this for years and learn something so that you may be able to apply it to your own life and have better discernment. So that's all I have to say. Oh, one last thing. I want to make sure I pronounce your name right. Is it Safia? Is that correct?
Well, her name is Sierra.
My name is Sierra, but on screen it's Sophia.
Okay. See, one more time for me. I'm sorry.
Sophia.
Okay, your real name is Sierra?
Yes.
I'm not gonna lie, I was a little bit jealous of that intro. So I'm glad you know Tina personally.
That's funny. That's
It was so cute.
It was
I can give you an intro too, girl.
I'm good. But I mean, you knowing her in person, I was like, okay, that's cute. That's cute. But like I said, I really and always enjoy your lives and your commentary. So I think that people, I hope they went further down in my thread and saw the back and forth and were able to see, hey, you should take these into account. Go back through these videos and see. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So thank you. It's going at 4:21 over here too, so I'm gonna listen. And but I had to. I was like, I saw you guys talking about Aftersun, and I was like, oh, hold up, let me go watch Aftersun. And I had to jump back up. I was like, oh, okay.
Okay, y'all, let me give Jamila an intro. Truly. So Jamila is somebody that's been rocking with me. There's a couple of people on this that have been rocking with me since early days, very, very beginning. I feel like Jamila was one of my very first subscribers.
Yeah.
On my page.
I'm not gonna lie.
Jamila's been with me for a long time. So if you don't know, Jamila is referencing a video that I put up where I talked about like my experience of listening to KC say that TT was worthy of being his girlfriend. I was like, oh, I had like a reaction to that. And so I talked about like what I sort of like walked myself through. And Jamila had a reaction to my reaction. But Jamila is a perfect example of like, you get to feel how you feel, but can you be open to dialogue? Can you be open to discourse? And do we have enough? And I think this is also something to consider when we're on the internet, right? We don't always have enough grounding and footing with people where they're going to want to discourse with us, right? There's been people that have like sent me things and they're like, Tina, can you? And I'm like, baby, they don't know me. Like, I can't say anything. They don't know me. They don't give a fuck about my opinion, you know? But like, I told Jamila, I was like, we have enough, grounding and space together where like, I care to discourse with you about this and get to a space of like, even if we agree to disagree, at least let's have conversation about it. Let it not feel icky between us.
Exactly.
And so this is a perfect example of like the type of work that I always want y'all to be able to do when you're in my space and engaging with my content. So Jamila, I appreciate you down, girl.
I appreciate you and all of y'all because I love listening to all your guys' opinions because I get to learn something every time. So thank you.
You're welcome.
That was so sweet, Tina, but I just want to make a quick disclaimer, Jamila. Even though you got that sweet little intro, I just want to make it very clear that she's my TikTok therapist, not y'all's. I don't share.
I'm not gonna lie, Gigi. I knew you didn't play about her since last year.
I'm just saying, you already know.
I'm not gonna lie. I let you go. I'll keep myself quiet, but I'm watching you.
You can watch all you want. Watch from my pedal. I'm gonna look down on you from my pedestal.
I know.
No, it's all love, y'all.
When you're a moderator, honey, you run this thing, so I can't.
Y'all know I love y'all down. I love y'all. There are ridges in all of your brains. I love y'all.
And I won't lie. If you're back here, Tina, because I was checking to see if you're going to be covering Love Island, I might, I might, you know what I'm saying? So let me not say 100%,
Right. Because I
But
said I wasn't either, girl.
man, I was sick.
Yeah.
So, so I just hope everyone who, doesn't quite understand where you're coming from may actually just take a step back and not take things so personally and realize that you could be triggered by your past experiences and think what you're seeing is exactly what you experienced, but it's not.
Yeah.
And we did cause harm. Those who were putting things out caused harm to this man and TT. Do you understand? So I think we need to do the work or continue to do the work. So thank you all. Have a great one. I'm still here.
Appreciate you.
No problem. I always appreciate y'all. So thank you.
So we're going to take a tap break, girl. I know y'all fingers is toe up, child. Fingers is toe back after that.
Oh no, make them keep tapping. They sat there and took forever to get here in the first place.
Yeah, we should have kept the comments off to like 350.
Look, Nick K don't be playing with y'all.
They was charging you a tax, y'all. I don't know what y'all doing.
325.
You strict. You real strict.
Mm-hmm.
I can't imagine you as a teacher. You gonna be there.
My mom was a teacher.
That's why. No.
Can I just say that I feel like if the girls didn't come at Casey the way they did, and Anaya had the space to feel what she wanted to feel, I feel like her and Casey could have had like some sort of reconciliation, or like maybe trying to continue exploring with each other, because that's what I thought was going to happen after Casa. But then seeing the recoupling, I was like, oh no, it's donezo because of the way the girls came at him. I feel like if it was just him and Anaya discoursing, he could have still, like, that could have still been something that was a viable relationship. But TT is objectively, I think, more compatible anyway.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that, like he said, right, it was good with Anaya. It just didn't feel natural. Like there were parts that just, it felt like work. And I don't mean that in a negative way at all, right? But like, to be frank with you, relationships shouldn't feel like a lot of work early days, right? Like it should feel easy early days, honestly, because you should be kind of in that like honeymoon, period. And so, yeah, I think Angelique, that's a great way to put it. Like it just wasn't organic. And I think I said this and I stand by it. I do think that they both were carrying that wound of rejection from the first night. Again, Casey from the entire villa and Anaya from Sincere. I do think had he come back single and she was single, it would have made all the difference in their connection, because it would have been like, oh, you actually chose me when you could have chosen someone else finally, but that didn't happen, right? And I do think that the girls and the way in which they reacted is what made it take so long for Casey and Anaya to ever get to like an actually good space together.
Can I give a final thought, because it is 4:28?
I know, y'all. We gotta go to bed. Y'all be doing too much. Y'all be up late.
Yeah. And I know Chris probably throwing you signals in the back.
Girl, he over here laid up like... He done fell asleep and woke up multiple times.
Big C, I'm trying for you, dog. I'm trying for you. I'm gonna get my final thoughts, because I'm getting a side eye from this dog like, Heifer, why are we not in the room? Y'all know my dog is bougie. He sleeps at the foot of the bed and watches his YouTube stories before he goes to sleep. So he's like, Mommy, why are we not in bed? So I'm gonna give y'all my final thought on what I think is gonna happen. I voted for Melon Sincere because I hope Hawaiian Silky gets the envelope. I'm not defending that girl for being where she want to be after her mama told her no, and I'm sure her mama was lighting candles after both their asses. Her mama said his drawers aren't worth burying in the backyard. No spaghetti for you. So I voted for him to get the envelope. Absolutely. Because she wanted to be messy. She like her messy relationship, then I'm going to give it to her. What you want me to do? She like it, I love it. In the words of Trinity, she like it, I love it. If Brinity gets the win, we all know that man is going to look at her, and what's he going to say? He's going to say, your money, the Y in your money is silent. This is our money, girl. Let me hold this for you over here. Okay, I'm put this in my savings account. I'm put my half in the check, and I'm put your half in the savings account. and then you give it the incorrect login for the account. That's how that's gonna happen. But I don't think I've been able to identify any breakout star in the final four. I think that Kata is probably going to have a modeling gig or 2 or 10 and then go back to waitressing. Sorry, Zach isn't getting the green card. That's not happening. I think he's going to go to his DMs and say, but bruv, I've got to test it, right? We're going to test because we're not on a proper relationship. So it won't matter because we're not on a proper relationship.
Not boyfriend and girlfriend yet.
We're not boyfriend and girlfriend, right? So I think that's going to happen. And her situationship is just going to be another situation she's just going to have to deal with. He's going to trade up like a Pokemon master. And that's just what's going to happen. As far as Nihao Carlan and Anaya, I don't see them going anywhere. I'm sorry. I don't see the spark. I did initially say that if they had more time, maybe, but I don't see him letting go of the rejection shit. I don't see him. Y'all mad about KC for that shit. And really, Omic Duolingo is mad about that shit. He is. And with every reason, right? I think that he is not going to hold on to that shit. That's why he said it in front of the parents. Y'all take it as a jokey joke, but it wasn't. He meant that shit. And he did say revenge is sweet. So we shall see. I think he soft launched that breakup. When he was like, well, I'm going to be stuck in PT school. Especially since we hear, y'all know for the most part, I don't like to hear about the exes, but his ex did say the reason why they broke up was because of distance and time. So we shall see. So we shall see about that. Who else was left on there? I talked about Mel and Sincere. I talked about Kata and Zach. Oh, Brenity, child. Trinity gonna have to. He gonna give that girl. See what's gonna happen is how he's gonna go back to fixing them garbage trucks. To get her discount to keep his toolbox going, he's gonna hook her up with a job at Lowe's. Since she quit her last job, he's gonna have to hook up with a job at Lowe's so he can get tools to fix them garbage trucks, and that's what's gonna happen because them 2B checks ain't gonna be coming in like that. And that's how I feel it's gonna happen. But none of them are breakouts. I think they'll have a little bit of a buzz coming out. Because people are going to try to push the core 4. I do think the core 4 will fall apart, though, once those girls realize they were talking shit about each other behind their backs. Because Kata's not letting go of this whole situationship thing. She was mad about that shit. She was right and proper upset about that shit. And once she hears it, she gonna be hella mad again. And that's gonna be it. But those are my thoughts. I will not be watching season 9, no matter how much people try to pressure me, because this was absolute bullshit. And love y'all. Good night.
Love you, Gigi. Anybody else want to give a final thought?
I'm so glad the season's over. I'm so glad I didn't watch. It was still so fun to talk with you guys about this because I love our deeper conversations. Anyone who hasn't, I recommend that you go watch Blue Telusima's live that she just did about why this season was so nefarious and so weird and so dark. And she connected it to Leah from season 6 cracking production because they wanted her to be a villain, and the PPG said no, and she stood up and championed and used her privilege to champion Serena and Janae. And then how them fumbling Nicolandria kind of broke them, and that's why they rigged this season the way they did. And that's why the people in the villa know about things they shouldn't know about, like Anaya doing the Michael Jackson pose. Why do they know about that? Corbin GPT knowing about that is weird too. So I definitely recommend you go and watch her live. It was really good. Oh, and then I had one more thing. Hold on, let me see. Let me remember. It was... Jamila, who said we weren't sure if production knows what they're doing. Production knows what they're doing. That's why last season, and we know that because last season they were very intentional in asking people to stop bullying Vanna, but then they said nothing about the anti-blackness that only Andrea and Michelle were getting. So they know what they're doing. They are anti-black, which is why this season I decided not to watch, and I've watched every other season, including UK, one of France. Love Island Games for that, and I was like, I can't do it anymore because if it's systemic and coming from all sides, from the top down, then I can't be a part of it. Oh, and Love Island selling bonnets. What do you mean I went off on threats. I was like, what do you mean you're selling bonnets, but you couldn't even say don't be anti-black last season?
Sorry.
I was gonna say though, I think part of the problem, and like this is the true like across all reality TV, but politics are always going to play out on reality TV. Like politics, you can almost always see like the microcosm of what politics look like in real life, but versus based on what's going on in reality shows. And I do think had this been like 2020, their response to the online stuff would have been different. But given the current climate, they can afford to not have to address those things and not get a lot of backlash from it. Even though this is like a show that is mostly viewed by Black people, that is like something they can get away with right now because it is just the climate that we are in. So I do think like reality TV shows prey on people, not Black people, not white people, not women, not men. They prey on people. That is what reality TV shows are supposed to do. And I do think in this current climate, they are preying on Black people. Absolutely. And like, that is just because the politics are also preying on us. Like, you know, the world is our government.
I talk about this a lot, how reality TV in and of itself is a social experiment and it's a microcosm of what's happening in the real world. And I talked about this explicitly last season with the narrative that was being driven home about this, war or this, friction between Huda and Shelly and Anaya. And remember, last year is when we were really having a lot of amp around the watermelon people and that other little place, right? And historically, if you know the context of the watermelon people, you know that historically we Black radicalists are very much in community and in community with them around, liberation efforts. And so it definitely, in my opinion, felt like an opportunity to sow division and discord within the communities, right? Which is why you had people saying such inflammatory language, right? On both sides, right? And so I do think yes, I agree 100%. And that's why somebody has said in the comments, like, why are you all being political? Literally everything is political. And if you're a Black person, your literal existence is political. If you are a woman, your existence is political. If you are trans, your existence is political. If you are queer, you're like, everything is fucking political, babe. Nothing is separated from it. You are not just existing in the world separate from everything. And so I agree 100%, Sid. Yes, I do. Any other final thoughts, my love?
Yes, I got one real quickly. I know some of you guys did not watch this last episode. No, you guys. Yeah.
I did.
Okay, good. I just want to point out, as much as I love Anaya, I happened to zoom in on that kiss with her and Carl. I don't know who they think they're fooling. I'm sorry. Like I said, it's cute if it were a fairy tale, but we gotta take off our blinders because like, come on. I had to slow it down. I was like, let me make sure I'm seeing this body language correctly. Come on, y'all. Come on. I didn't even vote. I'm not gonna lie. I fell asleep. Forgive me. But yeah. So I hope people can look at that black kiss after they found out. Look at it again and see their faces. Look where he looks down and she's kind of like, oh, okay. You know what I'm saying? So that's all I gotta say. As for the other couples, I don't see them lasting. I'm hoping this season kind of just, because I'm like, I don't remember who said this, but I don't see anyone being a breakout star unless they try to package up the core four. But even then, I don't see them all being able to work in the same areas, if that makes sense. So we'll see. We'll see how this plays out. But thank y'all. Everyone have a great night.
I have a question. Do y'all think that with the audience, with the gender of the audience, there's been a lot more males watching the show? Do y'all think that things could shift if that continues to grow?
No. I think the premise of the show has to change. I'm being so true, y'all. Like the premise of the show, like I even saw, like I saw this commentary that the actual villa is like women's world, right? It's like Barbie's house, like, you know, like that's where women rule. And then when they go to Casa, it's like the opposite. That's the patriarchy. And like that entire premise of the show is that the women pick, they are like the stars of the show. We are rooting for them. The entire premise of the show would have to change. And I just don't think it's that kind of show. Like, I really don't. And also there's not enough men watching. The men are watching with their, for the most part, and I don't want to like generalize everybody, but all the men I know are watching with their girls. Like, so
I've been seeing videos of actual guys, just groups of guy friends watching.
Yeah, because they brought betting into it.
Yeah,
that's why.
Yeah, those Kawashi ads.
And I think it's the same way, like plenty of women watch basketball, but I've never been able to change the All-Star vote. Like, and I think that's true with Love Island. Like, I just don't think there's going to be enough. The men are never going to outweigh the majority of women. And I think that's going to still be true. Like, it could be a lot of men watching, but if that percentage don't get over 30%, that's never going to change the way the show runs.
I will say that something, and I'm not an avid Love Island watcher. I only watch USA, and I just started really watching last season. I was in and out season 6, but I wasn't a watcher for real. So I know that I trust you all when you're saying the premise of the show is centered around the women, and that seems to be true, right? I think what I think about though is the current political climate that we're in and the type of men that got drawn to this show, right? Unfortunately, too many men got drawn to this show that are red-pilled, that are anti-women, that are all of these things because they were trying to defend KC, right? And so I think because of the type of men that got drawn to this show, if they even feel, can even sense that there is going to be a situation like this again, that they may be a little bit attentive in a way where the political climate, I do think we are swinging far more right than we ever used to be. I think that we already saw this season as well. That's why we have so many age gap relationships. And that's why we have this like monogamous island. It's been couple islands since day one, right? We are swinging very far right. And so I agree, Jamila. And so I do think that I don't know, it'll be curious to see what happens actually.
I think those kind of men are never going to watch the show long enough to keep, like, because the show, for so long, the show is going to be women-based. For the first 4 weeks, it is going to be what the girls want. The men are making breakfast for the girls. Like, I saw that kind of stuff. Like, oh, why are the men making breakfast? That entire premise of the show is going to piss those same men we're talking about off so much before they can even get to the part where they get to be right about something. Like, I just don't think they hang in it. And but I will be saying, it is no sports in the summer, and that's why they're watching it all. Now, I will say, as a sports fan, that's the only reason I watch Love Island.
Let me add this part. Let me just complicate it for a second. Something I noticed on this season that I was griping about from night fucking one is not one of those men helped those women down them stairs all fucking season.
Annoying.
Yeah.
Disgusting.
No, I've been saying
you did say that.
They have been so lazy. So lazy. I've never seen this level of laziness in the men in my life.
Like, it was the only effort we saw the entire fucking season was when KC set up TT's fucking girlfriend proposal. Other than
and shiny pants, bedazzled jeans.
Bedazzled pants with the breakfast. You ain't wrong, right?
What evaluations do you do on this when they're deciding who to cast? Because it is really interesting the difference in the men from last season versus this season, because they did all of those things plus dates plus this and that, but there was also the issue of everybody feeling like an influencer. But then this season, everybody feels more regular, and there was none of that behavior, none of that shit.
I think it's because... Oh, sorry, I'm sorry.
I would actually argue... So let me finish the first thought. So, one, I noticed that the men moved differently this season than they did last season, number one. The other thing that, Sid, your great point, because I had friends, girls, that were betting this season. The way that betting is being pushed these days, like, you're getting literal fucking commercials about it, like, in a way that we did not get when I was a young person on TV, right? And so I do think that this creates an investment that definitely can pull men in a way that might make it even less enjoyable to watch. And then I also would say I actually push back against the rhetoric myself that like the season 7 people were all influencer. I feel like they had followings, but I feel like the only person that was an actual influencer was Ace. He was the only one that was actually using his platform as an influencer.
I think Huda was a fitness influencer. Like she was actually, because I knew somebody who followed
Jeremiah
her
was
before.
a model.
I knew somebody
That's
who
not
followed
an
Huda.
influencer. That's different than being
That's
an
fair.
influencer. An
That's fair.
influencer is someone that's putting up a product and going on live.
That's very fair.
like,
I think she. That's very fair. That's very fair.
Maybe influence isn't the right word, but it's like they had more of the more
they had
social
following.
capital. They had more social capital than the people from this season. Like you have basketball players from overseas, and you got people doing music and all this stuff. But versus here, everybody feels very regular.
Hey girl,
I will say,
I think
then we have
followers,
two
though.
actors, and we have people signed to like Ford models. So like it's also
Yeah, Trinity was on Tubi as well as Bryce.
Bryce was on
Like,
Tubi.
they've had some. They have some. It's just
Oh my
not
God.
a lot. It's not as big as the other cast. But one thing about Ace, even though I didn't really like him last season, he ran a tight ship.
Period.
Okay,
Very tight.
those boys was
Ace
on their
would have
toes.
thrived this season.
He would have.
Oh my God! I was like, damn, that's the only
he
part
would
I
have been
missed
voted
about
off
him.
whenever. I feel like whenever what's his name left, Corbin left. Maybe before that, like Caleb left, that would have been when Ace was gone. Like he would have been out of there.
Can y'all
I don't know.
He's not
Like, I feel
monogamous
like
enough.
There was,
He's not like
it from astrologically. It boggled my mind that they literally put every single sign on this season except for a Pisces.
Thank you.
That felt
know.
very, very intentional.
Justice for Leo. Well, I will say, who's a Leo in here? Me. I'm so sorry, baby. Never mind.
Pisces,
I love
we're
Leo.
gonna balance you. We're gonna see all the sides, and we're gonna call you on your shit, but we're gonna keep everybody fucking regulated.
Wait, who? Libras or Libra?
Pisces.
Leos.
I'm a Pisces.
Oh,
Because we're the signs, so we can fold into all of that shit.
I think they needed a true Gemini. You know, just from my opinion, Jen is not a real Gemini. That doesn't count.
Last season, maybe I'm forgetting. Last season, who besides Ace did a date other than Taylor at the very end with Clark?
They all did them because of him.
Yeah,
but who else did a date?
Nick
Austin
set up
was
that
doing
date.
stuff.
Nick set up that date with only Andrea. Yeah, Austin did do that thing
for 3D.
on the dock
Austin did
with
do
Anaya.
something.
I mean, with Amaya.
Was Shelly? Was it with Shelly?
No, it was with Amaya. They did yoga on the dock.
That was who?
Oh yeah,
Amaya and Austin. It was such a blip we can't remember.
Right. Because Austin was he was a defect person in the villa, to be honest. Like,
oh, you know, that's a deep cut for sure.
roll to the end on just everybody else not liking everybody else more. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think that was definitely an Ace thing. Like, because in the past, I don't think there's been that many dates. They generally like will ask them to be their girlfriend, like outside on the outside part and the UK part, but like they don't really do. The only time I ever remember like a scavenger hunt kind of thing off the top of my head is I know Tommy did it for Molly, and I feel like there was somebody on like season 11, that one with Uma, who did, whatever her name is. I'm sorry, I don't mean to do that. Uma, I think is how you say her name. I feel like somebody did on that season, but generally they don't plan dates, which I've always thought, that's what I thought I liked about Ace, but he was, you know, that's a different conversation. But I just like that part of it.
Like Austin would trip over himself to help Ariana on the podium.
Yeah, it was crazy.
He would grab people's hand, grab everybody.
Ariana was fine.
Oh yeah,
But also, the cast didn't really have to worry about dates because production would send them on dates and set them up on dates, so they didn't
Landry and
have to
Jalen
like
had
go
a date.
out of their way. Last season, the cast had to go out of their way to set them up on dates. I think Nick, Jeremiah, and Huda were the only ones who got like outside dates outside of the final 4 dates.
Yes,
So
I was going to say
it's
that
a production problem for sure.
I think the formula on Love Island on UK works better in general. I think like maybe it has to do with the culture on dating in the US or like whatever, or just how big the show has got. So like I feel like they're just imitating past Islanders, but like on UK they really explore past Casa. Like you will see couples who like explore the first couple days, get back together like the final 2 weeks of Casa, or like they explore each other all in that villa, like through and through, from the beginning to the end. And I do think that's a concept that like the UK version gets a lot better. And like that is also why you can have a Casa couple win, because it's like it's never as serious as it is. It's very rarely, I should say, as serious as it is in the in the US version.
Is there a lot of discussion the way we're discussing USA like this right now? Is stuff like this happening for UK?
I think so, but I'm not on first of all, well, whatever. I'm not on their Twitter. I guess that makes sense. But I will say, I know there's a lot of discourse about like there being a lack of diversity at all on that show. So I think like there's like pros and cons, right? Because there's like one black girl in the entire show basically, and the black women on the show never like black women, like almost never. And like even the black women, they will cast some of the most beautiful black women you ever seen, and nobody wants them, and it's very confusing to me. So I think it's a different conversation. Like that is and that's again the cultural. That's based on their culture, that's what they do over there in the UK. No offense to them and what they, but that's kind of how they operate.
They're the forefathers of, somebody called them the forefathers, but they are the inventors of racism.
Yeah. You're right. I shouldn't feel bad.
And they did it so well. Clap for them. They did it so well.
It's been so effective.
Yeah. I do think also that show is like a lot less sexual. I think it has to do they have better parameters about what could be seen on TV. But like that's also a show more about like it's a big deal to kiss outside of the challenges on that show. Like that is one of the parts that I like about the UK. Like it's a big deal. Like
I think they changed it though, because I remember like season 1 to 3, we saw them getting down. They was hunching down.
Yeah, that's what I heard. On top of the sheets. And last season we had Hideaway Helena on and Harry on UK.
I remember that.
The first season though, they was like doing it on top of the sheets. Their whole room was looking at them like, what are y'all doing? Like they was doing a lot.
But they did shift a little bit more. But
they like changed
outside
the
of couple is like, if you kissing your couple, that means I like you down and I want to like do this with you. So all of the kissing this season, I was like, why? Like when what's her name was kissing Sean, I was like, what are y'all doing? Y'all got it.
Can I say something too? Sorry,
yes, go ahead.
Do you guys think that because of the core four and how they insisted on making sure they stay with their original couple, do you think that next year that would possibly be the case, because it might become a pattern that they think the audience, or you think we may, I don't know.
The producers seem to like overcorrecting for the previous season, so we may pivot to the complete opposite.
You're right.
It'll be all Casa girls and Casa guys make it to the end. The Casa men and the Casa women will pair up and they'll make it to the end.
Yes.
I think that's like also. Oh, sorry, Tina. Go ahead. It's your line.
No.
I was gonna say. I think it's also. Oh, go, please. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, I think it depends on where we are politically. I think that part of the reason why we're seeing what we're seeing in this season of Love Island is because of the push and the rhetoric around tri-wife content and pink pill content, which we talked about some last season, right? But I think that us, watching them roll back the age of consent and getting rid of Roe v. Wade, like there is clearly a push toward, traditional families and talking about the lowered birth rates. Like I think that is part of the reason why we're seeing this very monogamous island, because the reality is all of these people get psyche evals done on them, right? So they know exactly the type of personalities that they're putting together. I don't think that's on accident. And not one single girl that we only had the entire season. We had 2 25-year-old girls, 1 27-year-old girl.
Wow.
Yeah. I think also they like the Islanders themselves are the ones that are overcorrecting as well. Like I think part of like what happened, like I was gonna say this earlier, like Trinity yelling at what's his name, KC, is also just a product of like Serena doing it and getting very, very famous from it and also blowing the show up from it. And like they discuss it. Like even Kenzie's like acknowledgement of like Charlie on the last season, there was a lot of acknowledgement of all these people have seen this show. Even on that first scene where they're like, I just can't believe I'm here. I can't believe I'm Love Island. Like this is so much bigger in person. They've all seen the show. And like they are absolutely all imitating what past Islanders have done. Like so
more than one of them have said a line from past.
That part.
Quite a few.
Yeah, that's the word bar for bar. It's very strange. As Bryce. Very strange.
When she talked about being Dora the Explorer, I was like, girl, what?
I know.
Yeah, so I think they'll respond to people being like, oh, this was Monogamy Island, and they'll respond next year by being like, Explore Island again. Like, and I also think people are never satisfied. It's reality TV. So like there's always gonna be people on one side and people on the other side. I didn't mind it. I think like this was fine for me. But I know people hated it. And like I didn't love last season. I thought that season the discourse was around it was irritating, but the show was also irritating. Like there was nobody that I liked. So I think they'll just overcorrect. The Islanders themselves. They'll be exploring Island next year for sure. 100%.
Okay, well, I love y'all down. It is late AF. I cannot believe y'all are still on live with me. Y'all go to bed. Go to bed.
I work nights, so this ain't, I just have to be off, baby.
Me too, girl. Night shift girlies.
Also, Lindsey Graham is in the ground, so
I want
go to hell. Go back where
let me mute.
belong. Get me behind me, Satan. Leave me to hell.
he's looking up at us, dancing to this song.
We're waiting on Mitch next.
Man.
Lost in your groove.
Girl, Mitch already gone. Please.
I know, but I want them to announce it now.
We never gonna know.
Listen. All right, I love y'all.
They're test running for the Orange Man.
Beautiful night.
Bye.
Bye, y'all.
Bye. Thank you for having me up.
Good night.
Thank you for having us.
Bye. Good night, baby.
Bye.
You stop it.